Chapter 153. The king had drunk enough. He threw the goblet down and exercised his joints. Brat. He snorted at Pofrit, who was on the ground. You have the guts to mention the war 12 years ago? How much do you know about the tragedy and bloodshed 12 years ago? With a disdainful gaze, King Nuvan stared at his prey, who had lost both his arms. You are nothing but a suzerain's heir whom he dotes on. Your grandfather only keeps you in the safest main camp. He doesn't even let you transport the supplies. In Thal's eyes, the young archduke's eyes were bloodshot as he stared blankly at the front. It was as if he had even forgotten the pain in his arms. But maybe your grandfather was right. If you were sent to transport the supplies, and if you encountered Horus Jadestar, who would sneak around and attack the supplies. At this, King Nuvan's face darkened. F***ck, then there wouldn't be so many F***king problems. A few seconds later, Pofrit, who was pinned to the ground, let out an indecipherable laugh. As for the so-called shock you received in the war. Bullshit. King Nuvan suppressed his anger until he could no longer suppress it. Without Dragon Cloud City, without the Walton family, you are nothing. He let go of Pofrit's foot and kicked Pofrit's stomach. Thales frowned. He remembered his time in abandoned house, the days when he was punched and kicked from time to time. After suffering the kick, Pofrit curled up and moaned in pain. And you shouldn't have gone after Mariah. King Nuvan lowered his head and growled with a pained expression. He thought you were his friend. Despicable traitor. Hypocritical coward. The enraged King Nuvan kicked Pofrit's chest again. Thud. The dull sound was clear. Pofrit curled up again. Under the heavy blow, he could not help but cough. Pofrit's cough gradually eased. Then, his curled-up body stretched out again. His two folded arms looked extremely hideous. The Archduke laughed strangely, as if he was crying. Ha ha ha. Pofrit suppressed his laughter, but in Thal's ears, it sounded so miserable and tragic. King Nuvan's expression became increasingly hostile. He looked at his enemy and gritted his teeth. His expression was terrifying. The young Archduke abruptly stopped laughing. He raised his head and glared at King Nuvan with eyes brimming with anger. That's right, I did it. Pofrit glared fiercely at the old king. Panting, he said, Mariah only told me about his secret mission, to visit Constellation and renew the treaty. What an honor. You admit it? King Nuvan's expression was solemn. His eyes burned with hatred and pain. You only have the guts to be a man when you're facing death, don't you? Yes, I don't have to waste any effort at all. I can use his trust in me to deceive him into going to Constellation. Pofrit responded to the king with a mocking smile. Including his itinerary, arrangements, plans, and even the members of the diplomat group, King Nuvan kicked Pofrit's abdomen again. Pofrit rolled away from King Nuvan's side in pain. Just because you feel that you've been treated unfairly? King Nuvan sneered. His voice suddenly rose. You killed my son and betrayed your friend. The so-called status in Beacon Illumination City is just an excuse you're looking for your selfishness and indifference. You can even betray your own father. What else can't you do? Pofrit groaned in pain from his broken arms. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, but when he heard the king's words, he lifted his head from the ground with difficulty and chuckled. Unfair? Pofrit's laughter was strange and maniacal. My God, you really, you don't even blush. You're indeed our born king. Unfair? Ha ha ha. The next moment, Pofrit's expression changed. He looked at the four archdukes. Stop pretending. All of you. The young archduke's words were filled with anger. Alcius, Trentida, Rockne, Letko. Do you dare to swear to your ancestors that you're not grateful or happy for what I've done? Do you dare to slap your chest and say that you're not glad or happy about Mariah's death and the Walton family's loss of power and decline? The archdukes chose to respond with silence. Even the craftiest Trentida did not make a sound at this moment. Thales felt that the atmosphere in the hall had become very tense, as if the scope of the duel had expanded beyond the two of them. King Nuvan did not say a word. Step by step, he slowly walked towards Pofrit. Panting, Pofrit shrugged his shoulders and struggled to crawl on the ground. Thales looked at the struggling Archduke on the ground. He did not feel the slightest relief from the truth being revealed or the vengeance being avenged. All that was left was an indescribable sorrow. The 10 archdukes, Pofrit gritted his teeth and said as he struggled to crawl, the 10 archdukes, after your death, will fairly and justly choose the king, right? King Nuvan stopped in his tracks. With his back facing King Nuvan, Pofrit crawled to the center of the hall. He tried his best to turn over and face King Nuvan. To the south, you promised Reformation Tower a long time ago that you would arbitrate on behalf of Trent Ida and obtain the disputed territory at the border of Elifure city in exchange for his support. In your hands, you have little Alcius, who fled to Dragon Cloud City after losing the fight for the throne. You have the bargaining chip to interfere with the inheritance of Prestige Orchid region. No matter how dissatisfied Archduke Alcius is, he does not dare to voice his anger. Since your father, you have relied on Dragon Cloud City's position to forcibly re-establish the trade route to the Glacier Sea in the northeast. You have threatened the Cameron family to cut it off unless they choose you as king. Of course, there is also us, the Pofrit family that you and your father supported to rise to power, the Beacon Illumination City that you tamed like a hound that will listen to you with a whistle. King Nuvan frowned deeply. The hall was filled with whispers. Thales also had doubts in his heart. Pofrit continued to speak with grief, indignation, and pain. To the north, the bald old Letko of Defense City will only remain neutral and choose the family that is bound to win at the most crucial moment. To the north, the Stustel family of Sentinel region has always chosen whoever supports them in resisting the orcs. Pofrit rose from his kneeling position. He straightened his upper body and turned his head abruptly to look at the ice-cold King Nuvan. His voice was desolate. In the next King Selection Congress, you and your Walton family have already made arrangements for 4 of the votes. And with these votes, the 2 people in the north are destined to choose you. King Nuvan's face turned green. His clenched fists made cracking sounds. In the future King Selection Congress, we so-called archdukes have no chance at all. Unfair? This is the real unfairness. Pofrit roared in a low voice. His words sent a chill down the spines of everyone in the hall. Decades ago, before your grandfather died, he arranged for the king's selection and your father's coronation. Since then, all of you have used all kinds of disgusting methods to manipulate everything in the dark under the pretext of fair competition and open king selection. Pushing the appointed person to the front and suppressing all dissenters and opposers. Our king selection is just a formality to send the appointed person to the throne. King Nuvan strode forward. Thales sighed in his heart. Is this the truth behind the king selection? He remembered what Putre had told him about the history of the establishment of the Extet king selection system. The archdukes who had opposed each other since Raikuru's death. Pofrit's face was filled with disgust as he stared at his livid opponent. From then on, the Archduke Walton of Dragon Cloud City disappeared. There was only King Walton of Extet. Bah! He gritted his teeth as if he wanted to bite King Nuvan into pieces. Don't you know why we call you the Born King? It's not because you are a genius or powerful, it's because you were destined to be the common elected king of Extet since you were born. You Motherf * King Born King. What disgusts me the most is that you still have the cheek to proudly claim that Extet is governed by a joint king selection system. Pofrit's face was dragged across the cold floor tiles. He began to lose control of his emotions. Under the suppression of the Waltons, what difference is there between us and the rotten hereditary royal family of Constellation and the tyrannical system of the Empire? Sooner or later, a madman like Constellation's 82nd will appear and drag his entire country to hell. Hearing this familiar name, Thales' heart sank. That's my grandfather. Drag his entire country to hell? Suddenly, he felt someone pat his shoulder lightly. It was Putre behind him. Thales exhaled through his nose with difficulty and shifted his attention back to the scene. King Nuvan stepped forward with a cold gaze and mercilessly tripped him. Thud. The young archduke, whose arms were crippled and who could not even maintain his balance, was swept to the ground again. Pofrit fell back to the ground, but he continued to shout, verbally praising the greatness of the joint ruling pledge, hypocritically claiming that we have the freedom and right to choose our king, but secretly monopolizing all power and fixing the throne and interests. In this world, where else would a ruler be so shameless, despicable, hypocritical, sanctimonious, and disgusting? You have long turned Extet into the Walton family's hereditary kingdom. The Walton royal family. How ironic. Rikuru's joint ruling pledge has long been ruined by this shameless family left behind by his nephew. Thales sensed his erratic breathing. Everything that happened before his eyes was like a mirror to him. At that moment, as he listened to Pofrit's accusations, he did not think of Extet. Instead, he thought of Constellation. It was Kessel's cold expression and the one-eyed dragon Koshter's solemn gaze. It was the Hall of Stars' 6 great clans and 13 distinguished families, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Thales sighed softly in his heart and unconsciously clenched his fists. That's not all. Pofrit used all his strength, swaying as he struggled to get up from the ground. Your father married his daughter to the previous Archduke of Black Sand Region a long time ago, trying to meddle in Black Sand Region's affairs by controlling the Lampard family's bloodline. You maliciously purchased crystal drop ores from Camus Union and transported them to Elifure City in the east at a low price. Nominally, it was to guard against the threat from the Eastern Peninsula, but in reality, it was to cut off the supply at a critical moment and force the Gadro family to submit. God knows what other tricks you prepared for the West, for Rachni of the City of Faraway Prayers. I'm guessing it's that Camion whose territory is close to the City of Faraway Prayers, the hypocrite Marquis of Goodflow City, right? What is it this time? A contract that looks gorgeous but is actually full of traps. Hearing this, Thales could not help but turn his head and look behind him. Marquis Shiles of Camus Union felt everyone's gaze. He coughed awkwardly and turned his head away. Pofrit's face had long lost all color. He no longer tried to get up, but lay on the ground as if he had accepted his fate. His tone was sorrowful and low. That's not all. You also wanted to learn from Constellation in the south. You wanted to set up tax collectors who reported directly to the king throughout the territory. You wanted to take back the suzerain's jurisdiction in their own territories, and you wanted to send the king's officials throughout the country, starting from Beacon Illumination City. This humiliation, this oppression, this injustice. It's not just me, and it's not just a day or two. Pofrit panted, his voice becoming weaker and weaker. How could we not fight back? Fight back? So you caused Mariah's death? To take revenge on the Walton family? King Nuvan's gaze flickered slightly. By betraying a friend? Only a coward like you. Pofrit paused for a moment. His gaze became complicated and subtle. Yes, Mariah, Pofrit panted, his voice low. We used to be friends. I've also told myself that everything will be fine, but... Li Yundong's eyes widened. Nuvan Walton. The young archduke's expression changed, as if he had painfully made up his mind about something. He lay on the ground, raised his head, closed his eyes, and let out a desolate laugh. This is all your fault. You forced me to do this. Me? King Nuvan's voice was like the muffled thunder before a storm, deep and terrifying. Pofrit's voice rose. He trembled as he raised his head. His gaze was vicious. 5 years ago, after I rejected your appointment as an official in Beacon Illumination City, immediately, someone among my vassals strangely jumped out to question my legitimacy. Trent Ida began to provoke me arrogantly at the borders. The people in my territory began to talk about my abilities. Soon, my vassals began to rebel, the people began to resist taxes, and the territory was in chaos. When I was in a terrible predicament and at a loss for what to do, you sent Mariah with a letter from you to mediate. As I read your hypocritical and pretentious letter of comfort, I raised my head and looked at Mariah, who was standing in front of me. I listened to him mention our past with a silly smile on his face. Only then did I understand that we were never friends. I'm just a dog of Dragon Cloud City. And don't you know what kind of person Mariah is? The veins on Poffert's face bulged. His brown hair stuck to his forehead, making him look ferocious and pathetic. I've had enough of the silly smile on that good-for-nothing's face. In his mind, the whole world is so beautiful. Poffert's eyes were bloodshot. He struggled to get up with all his might and roared madly at everyone in the Hall of Heroes. That's a naive, weak, hesitant, incompetent, short-sighted, and unambitious good-for-nothing. Ha ha ha. Under King Nuven's gloomy face, Poffert's upper body shook and he laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Did you know, that fellow, that good-for-nothing Mariah? His biggest dream was actually to become an adventurous mercenary, to travel the world. Ha 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 ha. Mercenary, adventurous. Ha 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 ha, right, he even fell in love with a prostitute. A coquettish slut. And he even said that he wanted to marry her. Thales shook his head. Thales shook his head. He remembered what King Nuven had said about Prince Mariah when he first met King Nuven and the archdukes. Poffert laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. King Nuven furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Poffert laughed in a morbid manner. He rolled on the ground in pain and agitated emotions. Snot and tears streamed down his face. The Honorable Prince Mariah, the future Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, wants to marry a lowly whore who has been ked by tens of thousands of people. Ha 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 ha, and he's also the appointed king of Extet. Think about it, the great Extet has a prostitute queen. All the subjects have to bow to a whore. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the hall looked at him. Many of them lowered their heads and sighed. King Nuven did not interrupt him. He only continued to stare at Poffert with that terrifying gaze. This fellow, this piece of trash, this shameful existence without self-awareness or responsibility, is actually the heir of the Walton family. Poffert had laughed enough. He raised his indignant and hateful eyes. And I still have to swear loyalty to him against my will and worship him as king, not because of his ability, but because of his family name and father. And you still ask me why I chose Lampard? Why the Archduke of Black Sand region, who is as black as the name of his territory? That beast who killed his own family? Archduke Poffert's eyes were filled with fire. His roar was like thunder. I did not choose Lampard. I chose a future without the Walton family. A future without the appointed king of Extet. I am very happy that I have finally destroyed the last of your bloodline. He glared at King Nuven with gritted teeth. The next common elected king of Extet will no longer have the surname Walton. Poffert was answered by a vicious blow from King Nuven that landed squarely on his face. King Nuven grabbed Poffert's collar and said coldly, "Before that, I will destroy you first." The young Archduke laughed miserably. He shook his head, turned around, and looked to the side. At Thales' jade star. Thales' heart immediately tightened. What's going on? Hey, you! Constellation's little brat. Poffert shouted, attracting everyone's attention to Thales. You, the wounded Archduke uttered with difficulty and laughed shrilly. You are very pleased with yourself, aren't you? A prince of Constellation flaunting his prowess in the capital of Extet, fooling a group of archdukes? Thales frowned. He could feel the hostile gazes of the people in the hall. After all, he was in Extet. Your days will not last long. Poffert said resentfully. Did you think that assassinating you was just an act of self-preservation? Thales could not help but be stunned by the Archduke's next words. You don't know how much they want your life. Enduring the pain in his arm, Poffert panted. When I hired them, I figured out their motives. It's not just for money. Thales felt his breathing quicken. The young Grand Duke continued, that's right. Even in their dreams, they want to kill the entire Jade Star family and take over Renaissance Palace. They are wanted criminals that everyone in Constellation wants to kill. Of course, they can't do it. But here, in Ekstedt, when they accepted my money, they did not react at all. Poffert's eyes were like fire. But those killers, when they heard that the target was you, the heir to the Jade Star royal family of Constellation, the expressions on their faces, how excited they were. What? What killers? Thales stared at him in a daze. A few seconds later, he reacted. Who are they? Who else? Poffert yelled with a delighted expression. Of course, it's those sneaky assassins. Those pitch-black assassins. They were the ones who infiltrated Lampard's army and used his mystic gun unit to assassinate you under the fortress. They are the Jade Star family's greatest enemy. Thales stared at him in disbelief. Jade Star family's greatest enemy? The next moment, Poffert laughed maniacally and called out a name that made everyone frown. Chapter 154. Thales was stunned for a full 10 seconds. Shadow Shield. He heard Gilbert describe this name before. It appeared together with the Charlton family's name in the tragedy of the Bloody Year. The direct murderer of the Jade Star royal family. He remembered the small stone jars in the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace. From the king's eldest son, Midier, to Horace, to the twin princes, Bancroft and Herman. And the youngest princess, Constance Jade Star. But Shadow Shield. Thales stared at Poffert in disbelief. Assassinate me? How could? His thoughts were quickly interrupted. Enough. King Nuvan's voice rang in the hall. As long as I am in Dragon Cloud City, the king threw Poffert down with a gloomy face, I will not allow such a despicable assassination to happen again. Humph, Poffert sneered and hissed a word through his teeth, tyrant. King Nuvan narrowed his eyes and looked at his helpless enemy. End it all. Poffert curled his lips and his expression was cold. I will watch from the bottom of Hell's River how your family is destroyed. End it all. King Nuvan gently clenched his fists and was silent for a few seconds. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Finally, King Nuvan closed his eyes and exhaled through his nostrils. The duel is not over, but I can give you a chance. Under everyone's gaze, the old king opened his eyes and said flatly, admit defeat to me now. Now, admit defeat and admit to your crimes. Confess to the conspiracy between you and Lampard. You can still earn your life back. Poffert was completely stunned. What? What? But you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Your younger brother will inherit Beacon Illumination City, and Poffert will still rule that land. Other than you, Beacon Illumination City will not be punished. The old king's gaze was sharp. What do you think? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Poffert stared blankly at the king. I killed your last son, he said absent-mindedly. Yes. King Nuvan's gaze darkened. You killed my son. Poffert's gaze gradually changed as he looked at the king. Thales saw struggle and pain in it. The young archduke lowered his head, breathing rapidly. Thales pondered over the king's choice. At that moment, Putray whispered into his ear, if he agrees, if Beacon Illumination City still wants to rule it stably in the future, it must never make an enemy out of the Walton family. Thales nodded in realization. Nicholas snorted coldly by the side. After a few seconds, Poffert slowly raised his head. A bitter smile appeared on his desolate face. Really? Yes, King Nuvan said flatly. As long as you say that word, you can continue to breathe the air of Northland. The hall was silent for a moment. But not long after, Poffert, who was lying on the ground, stopped smiling. His face was like ice and his eyes were like steel. His expression seemed to be covered with cold snow that would not melt for 1,000 years. The young duke looked the king in the eye. Poffert gritted his teeth, but said another word resolutely and decisively, yes. Absolutely not. Thales shook his head. This is Northland, Nicholas said softly behind Thales. Being forgiven by the enemy is also a form of humiliation. King Nuvan sighed. But he immediately raised his head and flashed a gentle smile at Pofrit. Good boy. The old king smiled with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Pofrit kicked the ground with his left leg and struggled to get up from the ground. With a roar, he charged towards King Nuvan. What welcomed him was a gentle kick from the old king that hit his calf bone. Thud. Pofrit lost his balance again and fell to the ground face down. Pofrit let out a final howl of indignation. King Nuvan shook his head slowly. He stood up and knelt down on Pofrit's back. Then, he reached out with both hands and grabbed Pofrit's head tightly, lifting him to a place where the 4 archdukes could see. The 4 archdukes, Alcius, Trentida, Rockne and Letko, all stared at their king with solemn expressions. The next moment, the common elected king of Extet, Nuvan Walton VII, roared loudly in his old but heroic voice. Look! His roar echoed in the hall. King Nuvan's face was filled with anger. He roared loudly. This is the enemy of the Walton family. Pofrit's face was mournful, but he smiled as if he had been released. As many people inhaled, the old king twisted his hands forcefully. Crack. The crisp sound of a neck bone breaking reached Thal's ears. Plop. Pofrit fell to the ground. But this time, his head was facing upwards, staring blankly at the ceiling. King Nuvan sat on the ground and stared expressionlessly at his enemy's corpse. No one spoke. The only sounds in the hall were the howling of the snow outside the window and the crackling of the braziers, along with the uneven breathing of the crowd. The dead silence lasted for a few seconds. Then, a light and moving trill traveled faintly from the other side of the hall. Death, it's just a long-awaited homecoming. High Priestess Holm of Bright Moon Temple said flatly. She crossed her arms again and lowered her body. The eyes on her veil slowly closed. The winner has been decided. The Holy Duel. The end. As soon as she finished speaking, the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple turned and left. The Red Witch smiled and turned to follow her. In the hall, many people finally exhaled slowly. It's over. With a wave of Lord Merk's hand, the servants and guards hurried to catch up. The doctors and healers who had been on standby rushed to King Nuvan's side and bandaged the wounds on his chest and face. The king's vassals and the 4 archdukes left the spectating area. They left absent-mindedly with different moods. I was wrong. I can't brag about this duel for a year. Marquis Shiles sighed. It's enough for me to brag about for a lifetime. Nicholas glanced at him coldly and walked down the field. He began to instruct the White Blade Guards to deal with the aftermath. It's been a complicated day, my dear highness. Shiles adjusted his hat and bowed politely to Thales. Forgive me for taking my leave. I have to go back immediately to estimate the possible business losses we might suffer in Beacon Illumination City. I hope it doesn't exceed the returns King Nuvan has given us. Thales shrugged and watched the Camion leave. It's been a fruitful day. Thales turned around and said sarcastically in a low voice, we have to talk, Putre, about Shadow Shield. Not only that, but he also had many other things, including many doubts, that he wanted to ask this experienced and knowledgeable deputy. I agree. Putre nodded cautiously and solemnly. At this moment, the 4 of you. The old king's aged voice came from afar. Do you have any opinions about this duel? King Nuvan raised his head. His gaze pierced through the crowd and fixed on the 4 archdukes. The hall fell silent again. Everyone looked at the 4 archdukes. The archdukes had different expressions, but Thales could feel the solemnity and vigilance on their faces. After all, a colleague had just died here. No. The one who answered the king was the cold Archduke Rockne. He only said softly, this is a holy duel. It is a righteous vengeance. It is fair and just. Pofrit also confessed to his crimes. Trentida was still smiling. Alcius did not say a word. Letko looked elsewhere, his expression indecipherable. King Nuvan stared at the long-haired archduke for a few seconds and suddenly sneered. It'd be strange if you didn't. King Nuvan sneered. Your dissatisfaction has been going on for a long time, right? Thales suddenly felt the atmosphere in the hall become tense again. Until King Nuvan's next words. You don't have to worry anymore. King Nuvan sighed slowly. I will send a messenger crow tomorrow. The Archduke of Beacon Illumination City has died gloriously in the duel. Beacon Illumination City will be inherited by this fellow's younger brother. He must have been looking forward to it for a long time. The archdukes were slightly stunned. The Walton family has no hope in the next king's selection, the old king said desolately with his head bowed. We don't have a candidate who has enough prestige and legitimacy. Archduke Alcius frowned. Your Majesty, King Nuvan did not stop talking and interrupted Alcius. But at least, before I die, I can still do one last thing for my family and Dragon Cloud City. He raised his head. His gaze was piercingly cold. The archdukes shuddered. Such as? Archduke Alcius asked softly in his most cautious manner. King Nuvan smiled. War, the old king said softly. It's going to be the new year soon. After next spring, I will enlist Dragon Cloud City's army. Hearing this, Thales felt a chill in his heart. No way. The four archdukes held their breaths. Constellation? Archduke Alcius glanced at Thales with an unfriendly expression, causing him to shudder in fear. Fortunately, King Nuvan's next words made the Prince of Constellation exhale. No. I want to go for a stroll in Black Sand region. King Nuvan, who was sitting in the middle of the hall under the care of a healer, patted his thigh in a relaxed manner. To visit my dear nephew, Chapman Lampard. The archdukes frowned. So did Thales. I miss him. The old king's eyes shone brightly. I miss him to death. Archduke Alcius and Archduke Tranquil, whose territories were near Black Sand region, frowned simultaneously. But I don't like being alone. I don't want to go alone. King Nuvan stared at the four archdukes with a sharp gaze. What do you say? The four archdukes did not speak. Until the king's second sentence. After visiting him, shall we discuss the king's selection? The old king said meaningfully. The four archdukes glanced at each other. This time, they quickly made a decision. Defense City will respond with all its troops. We will always stand on the king's side. The bald Archduke Letko was the first to sigh. Archduke Alcius nodded solemnly. Prestige Orchid region has no objections. We will also send reinforcements. This is a legitimate revenge, a warning to those who are plotting in secret. Archduke Rockney's eyes shone. The city of faraway prayers is willing to send reinforcements. Since all of you have said so, if Reformation Tower still doesn't send troops, Tranquil said in annoyance, I won't even be able to walk out of Dragon Cloud City. Hearing this, Thales criticized in his heart, the king will take the lead and help you eliminate a competitor. Why not? King Nuvan looked at them and laughed out loud. At this moment, Archduke Alcius could not help but ask, what about Black Sand region? Are you going to let Chapman's son inherit the Archduke's position? King Nuvan stopped laughing and shook his head gently. I have a candidate in mind. He's definitely a good candidate for the Archduke's position. He stretched his newly bandaged right arm. Caslin Lampard. Chapman's uncle. He used to be the captain of my personal guards. Thales was stunned. He thought of the sturdy old man in Hero Tavern. I heard that he has no interest in power and that he hates his family, Archduke Rockney said flatly. Yes. King Nuvan laughed softly. But it's not up to him. The archdukes were slightly stunned. All right. The old king pushed the doctor aside and stood up boldly. He shouted angrily, everyone, go up. The banquet is still going on. King Nuvan looked around at everyone and laughed. Don't spoil the mood. The four archdukes looked at each other. With different expressions on their faces, they bowed and left. The members of the king's imperial conference also left. Thales noticed that when everyone turned around, the old king's smile disappeared from his face. All of you should leave too. King Nuvan shook his head and said to his white blade guards, just stand guard outside the hall. Nuvan the seventh sighed and grabbed the wine barrel. He walked to the stairs where the battle was held and sat down. His expression was desolate. I'll sit here alone. Nicholas and Merc looked at each other and nodded. Thales and Putre looked at each other. Both of them carefully left with the crowd. Tonight is long enough. And fulfilling enough. At this moment, King Nuvan's voice rang again. Thales. My dear guest. Thales jolted violently. The people in the hall who had yet to leave looked at the Prince of Constellation. Especially the archdukes, such as Archduke Letko, who seemed to be deep in thought. Why don't you stay? King Nuvan patted the stairs beside him. His expression was calm. I still have to thank you properly. Shall we have a drink together? Thales opened his mouth and looked at the king awkwardly. What a joke. After I offended a bunch of archdukes, after you broke an archduke's neck, after you forced the other archdukes to join the war with you, you want me to have a drink with you? What I need to do now is to disappear quickly and keep a low profile. Once the time is up, I'll return to my country immediately. Even if you want to attract hatred, you can't do it this way. He turned around and looked at Putre. The latter shook his head slightly. It's an honor to drink with you, but I'm only 7 years old. Thales turned to look at King Nuvan. He said politely and embarrassedly, and I'm very tired, but... Bulsh *T, 7 years old. King Nuvan interrupted him with a displeased expression and raised his wine glass to the second prince. When my father brought me to drink for the first time, I was only 5 years old. As the future king, how can I not know how to drink? Thales looked dazed. He was ready to find another excuse. Or do you want to reject the King of Extet's invitation? King Nuvan revealed a contemplative look. Even you, like that fellow lying on the ground, look down on a king who doesn't have much time left? The atmosphere in the hall became strange again. Thales' heart suddenly raced. He could only lower his head and sigh. Then, he turned around and took a step forward. Under Putre's worry, Nicholas' frown, Shile's smile, and the 4 archdukes' peculiar gazes. Chapter 155. Everyone retreated from the meeting hall. Only 2 figures, one big and one small, were left, sitting side by side on a flight of steps at the edge of the hall. Thales felt slightly uneasy. This old man, why did he keep me here? It can't really be for a drink, right? King Nuvan was draped in a thick cotton robe, revealing his wrinkled but well-defined muscles. He looked at the bandages on his body with an unpleasant expression and raised his goblet. I'm old after all. King Nuvan gulped down a mouthful of wine and moved his left arm. A pained expression appeared on his face. In the past, I could have fought a battle of this intensity for a day and a night, but now, the old king snorted coldly and poured the rest of the wine down his throat. Thales did not speak. He was trying his best to calm his slightly nervous breathing. It was not that he did not have the experience of being alone with a king. In fact, his nominal father, King Kessel of Constellation, gave him more pressure. However, when Thales sat next to Nuvan VII, he always felt extremely uneasy, especially when the smell of the mixture of potion and blood wafted into his nostrils. Perhaps it was because King Nuvan had just killed someone with his own hands. Perhaps it was because the old king had lost all his blood relatives and lived alone in the unpredictable world. Perhaps it was because, your plan is very risky. Thales' thoughts were interrupted. King Nuvan scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel and slowly said in his old voice, if the murderer, Pofret, faced with such a situation, remained calm and did not react at all, what would you do? Thales exhaled. What should I do? There is still a way. The Prince of Constellation tried his best to put on a warm smile. Then, you can announce to the archdukes that you want to bring them along to meet Chapman Lampard openly and sincerely, shake hands, and make peace. I guess the murderer will definitely not be willing to go. He knows that if you and Lampard combine the information you have, it will be enough to force him into a corner. King Nuvan swirled the wine goblet in his hand and listened quietly. Of course, there is no need to take such a risk. We can completely set up the plans slowly and reveal the two pieces of information to the archdukes bit by bit. Thales shrugged. But there is no other way. Marquis Shiles Bamra informed me that the two archdukes will be leaving in the morning. We only have one night left. We can only think of a way during the banquet. At this moment, King Nuvan suddenly snorted. The laughter went on for several seconds. The old king's cryptic smile stunned Thales, and he stopped talking. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Thales' mind. It couldn't be. Wait, don't tell me. Thales looked at King Nuvan with an incredulous expression mixed with surprise and dissatisfaction. You, King Nuvan tilted his head and looked at Thales with a playful expression. Hidden in his green eyes was an emotionless, cold, and scrutinizing gaze. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. Thales thought it through. None of the archdukes wanted to leave, right? Thales closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh in indignation. That was false information you deliberately gave us. As Grand Dukes, it's impossible for them to just take a quick look at me before leaving. A bit of appropriate urging. King Nuvan nodded nonchalantly. It seems to be very effective. An appropriate urge? Very effective? Thales recalled how panicked and flustered he was today, and he resisted the urge to ridicule them. He adjusted his emotions. After all, this was Heroic Spirit Palace, and the Prince of Constellation was just a weak guest. But I have to say. King Nuvan put down his wine cup and stared at Thales. His gaze was complicated. Well done. Thales was slightly startled. Thank you, but... Thales turned his head and snorted softly. That plan was actually thought of by Putray, my vice diplomat and instructor. He reminded me that I could also use Lampard as a bargaining chip. Thales turned his head around and snorted softly. But you are indeed the one who carried it out, King Nuvan interrupted him, his gaze sharp. You deserve this praise. For someone your age, it's practically a miracle to have such a performance. Thales flashed a fake and ugly smile. He did not want to appear like a monster, it was all forced by this world. Perhaps, the Jade Star royal family really produces such geniuses. King Nuvan let out a long sigh. Thales' gaze shifted. The Jade Star royal family's geniuses? Thales asked keenly. Who else? King Nuvan chuckled. A reminiscent expression appeared on his face. Your father's elder brother, your grandfather's eldest son, Midir Jade Star, the old king said flatly. He was also a precocious genius. Thales' eyes brightened. Midir Jade Star. Thales recalled Gilbert and Lady Jine's attitude towards the late king's eldest son, the wise prince who was praised by everyone. But at the same time, he also recalled Arund, the Duke of the Northern Territories' despairing evaluation of Midir in Renaissance Palace, the gloomy eldest brother of the king. When he was 13, he came to present his credentials. Before the two sides started fighting, he mediated the dispute over the hunting range of Pine Forest between Prestige Orchid Region, Black Sand Region, and Overwatch City. That was a year before I was crowned. It was also in this hall that he faced my father and the two archdukes of Prestige Orchid Region and Black Sand Region. King Nuvan sized up the Hall of Heroes, which was flickering in the firelight, and slowly said, I saw the previous Archduke of Prestige Orchid Region, poor old Alcius, being choked speechless by a child in front of everyone's eyes. I see. Thales nodded awkwardly. No wonder Alcius, that bearded man always found me an eyesore. It seems that we are indeed enemies. Yes, I guess. King Nuvan smiled. My father passed away a year later, and Midir also played a part in it. Thales awkwardly did not reply. Do you know, in the past, a strange so-called genius like you would have made me extremely fearful? The old king tightened his robe again. His gaze was subtle. Especially when you are the first, no, the only heir to the throne of Constellation. Thales frowned slightly. King Niven's gaze made him a little uncomfortable. Midir's death was really a pity. I have always been curious about what kind of king a man like him would become. King Niven sighed, turned his head and stared straight at Thales. But you still have a chance. And a great chance. I believe that once you are crowned king, Constellation will be reborn. King Niven's gaze began to become fierce. Extet will welcome a terrifying opponent. Thales quivered. His nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. No way. What are you talking about? What is this guy trying to do? He could not figure out King Niven's intentions. Thales endured King Niven's gaze and tried his best to calm his increasingly rapid breathing. King Niven suddenly laughed in a strange manner. You don't have to be so nervous, he said flatly. His tone was filled with the unique dignity of a king. I am not a man-eating beast. Thales suppressed his desire to refute and forced an ugly smile. He glanced at the center of the hall from the corner of his eyes. It was where Pofret's neck was broken. King Niven noticed Thales' gaze and could not help but laugh. As the heir of a king, you will have to see blood sooner or later. The king took a sip of wine. His gaze was sharp. This will help you. Thales furrowed his brows. See blood. The look in Quide's eyes before he died appeared before his eyes. He remembered the feeling of the dagger in his hand piercing through flesh. And the young psionic assassin who could make a piercing demonic sound, and his wet, warm, beating heart. Thales forcibly suppressed a wave of discomfort. King Niven put down his wine goblet and asked slowly, "What are your thoughts after watching the duel just now?" "It left a deep impression," the uneasy Thales answered honestly. "Especially when I saw how an old veteran defeated a young and energetic rookie." King Niven sneered. "And the heroic duel customs of Northland were also an eye-opener for me." Thales carefully chose his words. "Of course, there was also your courage as the king of a kingdom to step into the duel arena." When I initiated the duel, I saw your expression." King Niven stared at Thales with a profound gaze. "You didn't think much of it, did you?" Thales was slightly startled. King Niven continued to stare at him intently. "All right." Thales took a deep breath and said sheepishly, "You know, considering your age, after all, this matter concerns such a large kingdom. What if something goes wrong?" A few seconds later. Under Thales' nervous gaze, King Niven suddenly said something out of the blue. "You know, the Walton family and the Jade Star family's relationship and connection started a long time ago." Thales was puzzled. King Niven gently extended his right hand and flashed the black ring on his little finger. "Do you know what this is?" Thales frowned. Then, he shook his head honestly. "This is triumph." King Niven smiled mysteriously. "It is also one of the origins of our two great families." Thales could not help but be stunned. Triumph? He watched as King Niven took off the ring, turned it to the inner ring, and showed it to Thales. Thales narrowed his eyes. At the inner ring that King Niven pointed at, he saw a pattern engraved on it. It seemed to be a winged horse. "This is the coat of arms of the Pegasus." King Niven said flatly, "It has been the family emblem of the Carluz family since Emperor Camelot established the empire." Thales was slightly startled. Pegasus. Imperial family? Carluz? More than 600 years ago, when Extet and Constellation had just been established, King Niven's tone was profound and distant. Because of King Tormund's bloody methods against the existing nobles during his expansion, Extet and Constellation broke out for the first time. Tormund's bloody methods. Thales remembered something. Rikaru and Tormund, the king of Dragon Knights and the king of Renaissance, the Northlanders, and the Empire, led the elite soldiers from the Battle of Eradication and met each other at the outskirts of Cold Castle. In the end, the two former kings each took a step back and signed the first peace treaty in the history of our two kingdoms. They agreed that the two kingdoms would govern the north and south separately, expand separately, and not interfere with each other. King Nuvan exhaled. That was the earliest contact between Extet and Constellation. Thales narrowed his eyes. He remembered what he saw in the library yesterday afternoon. King Nuvan was probably talking about the peace treaty signed by Tormund and Rykuru. If I remember correctly. Calendar of Eradication Year 11, Rykuru and Tormund, Extet and Constellation's agreement to deal with the border issue? That's the name, right? What the history books did not record was that the two former kings exchanged an ancestral treasure in private as a keepsake of the treaty. King Nuvan put the ring back on his finger. This ring is the keepsake that King Tormund gave to King Rykuru. King Nuvan inhaled and said to Thales, it was passed down from Rykuru to his nephew, then to the Walton family. King Nuvan took a deep breath and said to Thales, this ring was the keepsake that King Tormund gave to King Rykuru. It has no name, but all the previous archdukes called it Triumph. The king's tone was a little ethereal. His gaze drifted to another place. Triumph. Thales frowned slightly. It's a good name, he said cautiously. It sounds inspiring. Inspiring? King Nuvan could not help but laugh. As I said, it was originally an ancestral treasure of the king of Renaissance, Tormund. It came from the first emperor of the Final Empire, who is also one of your ancestors. King Nuvan stroked Triumph. His gaze was sharp as he said, Kessel Carlos VI. Thales' gaze shifted. Kessel? An emperor with the same name as my father? King Nuvan raised his gaze. This ring once belonged to the famous Emperor Kessel VI. It was passed down to King Tormund, who then gave it to Rykuru as a testament to their alliance. This Kessel VI did not have a good reputation. His life was neither long nor short, but it was full of ups and downs. Countless opponents fell under his schemes and schemes. King Nuvan inhaled and said solemnly, and his greatest achievement was to restore the prestige of the Carlus imperial family during the chaos after the collapse of the ancient empire. His greatest achievement was in the chaos that followed the collapse of the ancient empire. He restored the prestige of the Carlus empire and recaptured the city of Triumph from the hands of the rebel army and the feudal lords. That was how the final empire was established and lasted for 300 years. Thales nodded. The emperor who seized back the city of Triumph, the founder of the final empire. I see. That's why it's called Triumph. Do you know the nickname of that emperor? King Nuvan suddenly raised his head and looked at Thales with a ruminating gaze. Thales was slightly stunned. He then continued to shake his head. King Nuvan's expression as he looked at Thales became more and more subtle. This made the latter extremely uneasy. This small ring has a wide range of uses. King Nuvan sighed and gently flicked the ring of Triumph. This time, Thales was truly stunned. A wide range of uses? Thales stared at the ring in a daze. A terrifying thought crept into his mind. As expected, King Nuvan's next words sent a chill down his spine. The ring can hide 3 different types of medicinal foam, 2 different gases, and even a poisonous needle. Hidden. Poisonous needle? As he listened to the old king's narration, Thales almost forgot to breathe. However, King Nuvan continued to speak. For example, when 2 people in a duel are in a stalemate, Thales shuddered violently. With a gentle turn of the mechanism, Triumph can release the prepared sire grass poisonous gas at close range. King Nuvan's gaze was extremely cold at this moment. His tone sounded extremely terrifying. The cost of refining it is very expensive, but it can unknowingly anesthetize the poisoned person's muscles and mind. During intense exercise, this poison will spread through the bloodstream. The poisoned person will feel a decline in strength, numbness in their muscles, and irritation and unease. Decline in strength. Numbness in muscles. Irritation and unease. The second prince was stunned. Thales turned his head and looked at King Nuvan in disbelief. King Nuvan also turned to look at him. In the next second, the old king finally confirmed Thales' terrifying guess with a suspicious smile. What? Nuvan Walton VII, the supreme king of Extet, the most respected ruler of the Northlanders, stared at him with a profound gaze. Do you really think that I, an old man who is almost 70 years old, can do such a thing? To be able to easily defeat a man in his prime whose stamina, reflexes, strength, and speed are at their peak, and who has received Northland combat training all year round? Thales stared at King Nuvan in shock. Nuvan flashed a meaningful smile. Thales' mind was in a mess. He replayed every scene of the duel in his mind, and then he grabbed the fragment that best fit the description in front of him. Pofrit gasped for air. He missed his axe almost every time. There was also the young Archduke's final hysteria. Seriously? Thales did not know what kind of expression he should have at that moment. He did not know what kind of expression he should have. He only stared intently at King Nuvan. Did I forget to tell you? The nickname of the founder of the final empire, Kessel VI. King Nuvan smiled. His expression was mysterious as he softly uttered 3 words. Chapter 156. Thales stared at the black ring with an unpleasant expression on his face. It was the triumphant return of the Emperor of Poison. He did not know what emotions he should use to face this matter. The ups and downs of the duel, the brilliant reversal at the end, the duel that could be said to determine the fate of the 2 kingdoms. Actually, a few seconds later, he said with difficulty, so, in the duel, you triumphantly returned like this? King Nuvan smiled softly. His gaze was cunning and pleased. As you said, he returned Thales' words to the second prince, word for word. After all, this matter concerns such a large kingdom. What if something goes wrong? Thales' thoughts were in a mess. The image of Nuvan VII that he had just built up in his heart from that duel was a heroic, old, and heroic image of Nuvan VII. It collapsed with a loud bang. What replaced it was an old, scheming, and cunning king who was twirling the ring behind the long table. Remember, young Thales, King Nuvan said meaningfully, a king should never be hot-headed, replace rationality with impulsiveness, and resort to an uncertain gamble for the sake of pleasure. You are not only yourself, but also the entire kingdom. Thales ignored his words. His brain was spinning rapidly at that moment. After a long while, Thales recovered from the shock and tried his best to grasp a few clues from his chaotic thoughts. Based on his understanding of Northland along the way, once this secret was leaked, King Nuvan would become the target of thousands of curses. This was enough to destroy the reputation of the Walton family, end the rule of Dragon Cloud City, and even endanger the dignity of the entire Extet and all Northlanders. But, Thales turned his head and looked at King Nuvan, who was silent and had a complicated expression on his face. He asked in disbelief, "Why tell me? Shouldn't this be a top secret that will rot in my stomach forever and be brought to my grave? Do you know how serious this secret is?" Thales felt his heart beat faster. He unconsciously clenched his fists. However, King Nuvan only looked at Thales calmly and flashed a happy smile. He did not show the slightest hint of nervousness or seriousness after his secret was exposed. Of course. King Nuvan snorted lightly and said nonchalantly, "This is the greatest stain to the way of Northland. It is even disrespectful to the gods and belittling the archdukes. Even the most lowly Northlanders would despise the king they once loved the most because of this matter. Once the new king ascends to the throne, he can even use this reason to banish the Walton family from the ranks of archdukes forever." After he finished speaking, King Nuvan narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales with a dark expression. "Now, you know the secret, don't you?" the king said playfully. Thales furrowed his brows. He met King Nuvan's gaze. The doubts and uneasiness in his heart grew deeper. "Your Majesty Nuvan, what exactly do you want to do?" At that moment, Thales felt that the old man in front of him was like a dark, bottomless whirlpool. He himself was like a small boat in a whirlpool. A few seconds later. "This is a show of sincerity," the old king said lightly. "Sincerity?" Thales repeated doubtfully. King Nuvan scooped up a goblet of wine and calmly took a sip. "I gave you a bargaining chip." King Nuvan's expression was calm and his tone was calm. And as long as you hold on to this bargaining chip, you can destroy the Walton family at any time. What do you mean? The puzzlement in Thale's heart only increased. At this moment, King Niven's tone changed again. Previously, you seemed to have mentioned this to Nicholas. King Niven did not care about Thale's expression. He said softly, after you cooperate with me to find the mastermind, you want some benefits from me? Thale's eyebrows twitched and he gritted his teeth slightly. This is your so-called benefit? Thales asked with some difficulty. Of course not. How can this be considered a benefit? King Niven could not help but laugh. This will only make you uneasy, especially when you are still in Dragon Cloud City, within my jurisdiction. Because of this secret, you will constantly worry about your own safety. Thales took a deep breath. He felt his mouth and tongue dry. At this moment, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. The Dragon Spear family is never stingy. The old king stopped smiling. His words only made Thale's heart tremble. So, after seeing you yesterday afternoon, are you satisfied with your reward? Thales raised his head abruptly. Yesterday afternoon? Thales frowned. Yes. King Niven looked at him with a profound expression. Yesterday afternoon. The expression on Thale's face changed. Yesterday afternoon. After he came out of the Hall of Heroes, he got lost in Heroic Spirit Palace, then, under Thale's incredulous gaze, the old king stroked the ring on his finger and said slowly, Why? Do you think a foreign prince who has just arrived here, to be able to wander around my Heroic Spirit Palace freely and unfettered? King Niven glanced at Thales. His eyes flashed. And coincidentally wandered into Raikuru's library? Thale's heart skipped a beat. He stood rooted to the ground, stupefied. Merc lured you there on purpose, King Niven said calmly and flatly. So, you have met my granddaughter, Thales. In the next second, Thales sat on the stairs in a daze, listening to the calm King Niven say softly, your future wife, and the queen. The hall became quiet again. Thales stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. The scene in the library appeared in his mind. The unruly and capricious little princess who beat and scolded her servants at will, Alex Walton. But then, another figure that left an even deeper impression appeared, the unkempt little girl with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, her face covered in dust, lying on the ground reading a book. Little rascal. King Niven did not speak again. He calmly took another sip of wine. Thales spent a whole minute sorting out the current situation. Why? What's going on? Thales' breathing quickened. He raised his head. What do you mean by this? King Niven inhaled softly and raised his head to look at the fireplace on the other side of the hall. He looked at the shelf on the fireplace. The ferocious weapon passed down from Raikuru the hero to the Walton family. The Soul Slayer pike. Among the lies you told Alceus and the others, at least one of them was right. King Niven's eyes burned with an unknown emotion. For the continuation of the Walton family, the old king turned his head. His sharp gaze was fixed on Thales. His expression was firm. I have to bet on a strong man, a future king. Thales' face was pale. He clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He suddenly figured something out. King Niven did not speak. He was waiting for Thales' response. The Walton family is dying, Thales said quietly after a while. You want to use marriage to force the Jade Star royal family and Constellation to ensure the continuation of the Dragon Spear family? You want me to marry your granddaughter? Thales subconsciously raised his voice. You want me to let Constellation take over this burden? King Niven held his wine cup and stared at the Soul Slayer pike. He snorted lightly, as if he did not care. No. The king's old voice rang again. What I am giving you is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A bargaining chip that you cannot refuse. Thales suddenly shuddered. Think about what you can get. King Niven's eyes were deep and cold. As blood relatives of the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City by marriage, the supreme royal family of Constellation, from then on, you can intervene in Extet's internal affairs. At that moment, Thales felt a chill in his heart. One of you and my granddaughter's descendants will inherit the Walton surname and power, and become the future Archduke of Dragoncloud City. King Niven's tone was cold, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. And you, Thales Jade Star, you will do what Midir IV and Chara the Hero could not do with their combined strength. You will become the Supreme King of Constellation. King Niven's expression did not change. He said something that made Thales' heart flutter. You will also become the regent of Dragoncloud City, the first territory in Extet. Thales stared at King Niven in a daze. Even if he had memories that were incompatible with the rest of the people in this world, even if his brain was working frantically, he could not immediately react to this news. And before that, the old king's expression was unprecedentedly serious. If you still want to hold the Walton family as a bargaining chip, still want to use Dragoncloud City to restrict Extet, Thales exhaled dejectedly and continued King Niven's words. Constellation and I must do our best to ensure the Walton family's rule and status in Dragoncloud City, and protect the Dragon Spear family from dying out in Extet, right? King Niven revealed a satisfied smile. If the future king intends to use the reason of no male heir to deprive the Walton family of its power, he will have to think twice, Niven VII continued. The shield of the Western Peninsula's attitude in the south is that he is moving your cheese. King Niven revealed a determined gaze. What you need to do is to show the existence of Constellation and maintain the rule of the Walton family. Even if there is only one little girl left, and no matter how much the other archdukes oppose her, you will be able to obtain the greatest bargaining chip and advantage when you face Extet in the future. This will also strengthen the Jade Star family's weight and status in the country at the same time, and increase the royal family's prestige, given your current situation. Thales suddenly remembered the conversation between them when he first arrived at Mindy's Hall, when Gilbert used a scheme to set up an alliance between him and Serena Corleone. Thales subconsciously repeated Gilbert's words in a low voice, using benefits to win over allies. This is the essence of politics. I can still live for another 8 or 9 years. By then, Constellation should have begun to recover its strength. King Niven nodded approvingly. After that, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, my granddaughter, your wife, will be under your protection. Thales did not speak for a long time. Marriage alliance. Constellation and Extet. Jade Star and Walton. What if I say no? He raised his head coldly and looked at King Niven. What if I don't want to be dragged into this dangerous quagmire? Those who dance with the dragon often have their lives hanging by a thread. Also, the second prince said flatly, so far, those who want to form an alliance with me have either caused me great harm or were harmed by me. Thales remembered what Zayn Covendier told him on the day he left for the north. If you are in the same boat as a jackal, you will run the risk of your boat capsizing. King Niven stared at him. There was a strange and indistinguishable color in his green eyes. Thales stared back at the king without showing any sign of weakness. This has nothing to do with your wishes. Finally, the old king nodded slowly. The messenger crow carrying the king's warrant will fly to Eternal Star City tomorrow. Your father will decide on this matter. Thales could not help but tremble. What if my father also doesn't agree? Thales gritted his teeth and heard his own hoarse voice. Doesn't agree to drag Constellation into this quagmire? Oh, about that, the old king replied nonchalantly. I gave you the secret of triumph, didn't I? Thales' pupils shrank and he stared at him in a daze. Constellation can use this bargaining chip to destroy the Walton family at any time. This is enough to win his trust. King Niven slowly enunciated his words in his old but powerful voice. When you discover a treasure, you may be worried that it is a trap and give it up. But when you have the ability to destroy it at the same time, will you still be convinced by your own concerns and choose to give it up? Thales was momentarily speechless. In the face of such a king of Extet, faced with such a situation, even someone as slick as him felt that he could not handle it. His instincts also told him that King Kessel would definitely agree to such an alliance. But the effectiveness of a triumph as a bargaining chip will gradually fade with your death. Thales took a deep breath and followed the old king's words. The benefits of using triumph will become smaller and smaller. In comparison, Kessel, my father will definitely be more inclined towards the benefits that can be brought about by a marriage alliance, and will be more inclined to support the Walton family and ensure the Walton family's position, and obtain a nail that has been nailed into the kingdom of the great dragon, reversing Constellation's decline after the bloody year. King Nuvan raised his eyebrows. He scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel and poured it down his throat. I guess the nobles in Extet will not be happy, Thales said dejectedly. Including every archduke. Of course not. Every one of them can't wait to see the Walton family decline. King Nuvan's eyes flashed. He put down the wine goblet and wiped his mouth. But I am the king of Extet, and I will remove the last obstacle for our cooperation, King Nuvan answered him calmly. The men of military age in Dragon Cloud's city will not be at peace for the next few years. Getting rid of Lampard is just the beginning. Thales instantly figured it out. From Nicholas probing to the king's so-called test. So, Thales sighed when he said this. You've already planned everything out. Don't lump me together with those shameless, scheming scum. King Nuvan snorted in dissatisfaction. This is not a conspiracy, but, to use a Far Eastern term, an overt plot that you can't refuse. Yes. Thales lowered his head. An indescribable sense of loss rose from the bottom of his heart. All these schemes, conspiracies, and overt plots, or something like that. All of you are very good at this. Just like the first time he met King Kessel in Mindy's Hall, Thales once again felt the helplessness and powerlessness of having one's fate and choices firmly in the hands of others. The powerlessness of going with the flow and drifting with the wind. King Nuvan stared at him quietly. After a while, under the illumination of the firelight, the old king slowly opened his mouth. You are a special child, Thales. King Nuvan sighed. There was an obvious sense of vicissitudes in his voice. I can feel that you have Soria's sharp determination, but also Mosul's impracticality. Sharp determination. Impracticality. Humph, thank you for the compliment, Thales replied tiredly. He even chuckled. I think you probably think that the latter is more of the former. King Nuvan faintly inhaled and slowly exhaled when he talked about his two deceased sons. You are not weak, Thales, even if you are only this young, the old king said earnestly. From my observations of you and the reports from Nicholas and the others, you are a survivor. You have all the qualities to become a powerful warrior. But what you need is time, and you need to hone yourself. King Nuvan clenched his fingers into a fist and knocked on the left side of his heart. And a sufficiently hard, cold, and unwavering heart. A hard, cold, and unwavering heart? Thales frowned. He could not stand it any more and asked, Don't you feel tired? The court, the country, the archdukes, conspiracies, tricks, assassinations, all of these. God knows what the hell is waiting for you. Ever since I escaped from Red Street Market, until now. Mystics, Blood Bottle Gang, Blood Clan, Iris Flowers, the Black Prophet, the 6 great clans, Extet, time and time again, I have to face malice, danger, and tiresome conspiracies and schemes. Even though Thales struggled through them time and time again, he still felt that he was reaching his limit. This pace of life made Thales mentally and physically exhausted. Even his life as a child beggar in the abandoned house did not give him this kind of difficult road ahead. Thales hesitated for a moment before blurting out, I guess if Prince Mariah is really the kind of person Poffret said he is, he would also feel tired. King Nuvan's expression slowly froze. His eyes were filled with deep emotions. There was a few seconds of silence. It's normal for you to feel tired. Everyone feels tired, King Nuvan finally spoke slowly. But for us, when you feel tired and want to stop, or even want to give up, you will feel. He clutched his injured shoulder and panted heavily in pain. Pain. Whether it's the pain of being swept into the tide and losing control of yourself, or the pain your enemies give you when they see that you are weak and easy to bully. King Nuvan pursed his lips, as if he was recalling something. That kind of pain that penetrates deep into your bones pushes you back to the tired battlefield. You will continue to go back and forth between exhaustion and pain until you get used to it. This is what we are born to carry, not just us, the old king continued expressionlessly. Before he became an archduke, Alcius was poisoned twice by his half-brother. Trentida married the daughter of a mountain barbarian tribe leader just to open up a wasteland in the Sighing Mountain for his barren Reformation tower. The old bald Letko once reluctantly married off his youngest daughter to Camus Union in order to maintain his finances until she died miserably in a foreign land. On the day Rockne became an archduke, he personally ordered the execution of 6 domineering counts and viscounts in his territory. They were all his father's most trusted people when he was alive. And Lampard was a ruthless existence who stabbed his own brother's heart in front of everyone to seize the archduke's position. But time and time again, they all returned in pain and exhaustion. You too? Returned from pain and exhaustion? Thales lowered his gaze. Like your son? King Nuvan did not speak for a whole 10 seconds. After a moment of silence, King Nuvan raised his head and stared at the famous Soul Slayer Pike. Do you know Soria? My eldest son, the man most likely to inherit this position. He died 12 years ago. Thales was slightly stunned. Lady Alex's father? He hesitated and carefully asked, I heard from Lord Merk that he died in a hunting accident, no. This time, King Nuvan quickly interrupted the second prince. His face was ashen. An accident is just what we say to the outside world. Thales frowned slightly and held his breath again. During the hunt, he died of an assassination with ulterior motives, the old king said in a normal tone. To be precise, it was an assassin from Constellation. Chapter 157. The second prince of Constellation stared at the old king in astonishment. But I am here now. King Nuvan turned to look at him. His tone was flat, but his gaze was complicated. I am betting the future of my family on a prince of Constellation like you. Thales suppressed the anxiety in his heart and heaved a long sigh. My 2 sons. King Nuvan's expression was gloomy. Their fates, or rather, their misfortunes are strikingly similar. But I still want to stand here, manipulate the chips, and win a future for the Waltons. Hearing King Nuvan's words, Thales secretly shook his head. Nobles and rulers are another kind of creature. They live on power, this is what Putray told me. So you better get used to it. King Nuvan put away his gloomy expression and revealed his tough and cold face again. For your own good. Thales gently closed his eyes. King Nuvan's expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales mysteriously. Speaking of which, they didn't tell you, did they? The old king clasped his hands together. About the truth of your bloody year? Thales opened his eyes in surprise and looked at King Nuvan. The first thing he recalled was Queen Kia's hysteria, followed by the names of Charlton and Shadow Shield. Lastly, the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace. The second prince shook his head slowly. They didn't say much. King Nuvan snorted softly. Then maybe I shouldn't say too much. King Nuvan turned his head back. It's best not to interfere with the education of the Jade Star family. You've interfered enough already, Thales secretly criticized. But Ekstat was a direct participant in the bloody year, these invaders from the north. Thales thought, maybe he knows something? Do you have any special news for me, Your Majesty? Thales carefully used honorifics and shrugged. If you really treat me as your future grandson-in-law. Hearing the way Thales addressed him, King Nuvan revealed a thought-provoking gaze. Then, the old king laughed out loud. See. The old king winked at him. Actually, you will soon get used to it. Thales responded with an ugly smile. You will learn about everything else from your instructor, from Constellation, and from your father. King Nuvan stretched his elbow. His expression was subtle. But I can tell you one thing, as one of the bargaining chips I will give to my allies. Something that even your kingdom's secret intelligence department doesn't know about. Thales's expression changed. Even the secret intelligence department doesn't know? His breathing quickened. Who do you think would kill the Jade Star royal family? King Nuvan smiled mysteriously. The real mastermind. Doubts arose in Thales's heart. The real murderer? That mysterious assassin organization, the Shadow Shield that Poffert mentioned just now? Gilbert had briefly mentioned it to him before, but he only said that King Kessel V had already taken all the revenge that could be taken. Thales slowly shook his head. The reason is actually very simple, so simple that you won't believe it. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on him. The members of the Jade Star royal family were almost simultaneously attacked by a well-planned assassination, except for one person. I might not be sure about the others, but if the plan went smoothly, it seems that he was the one who benefited from the bloody year? King Nuvan said in a strange tone. The members of the Jade Star royal family, except for one person. Thales's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately reacted. You are not the first person to accuse my father in front of me and try to sow discord between us. Thales snorted softly. King Nuvan continued to stare at him with a strange look in his eyes. He stared at him until he felt goosebumps. A few seconds later, King Nuvan said sarcastically, Use your brain, future guardian of Dragon Cloud City. I am not talking about your father. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and snorted. Who else are you referring to then? 12 years ago, all the Jade Stars were. Suddenly, Thales's body trembled and he froze. Wait a minute. Besides Kessel, there is indeed another Jade Star. He did not die of murder. A Jade Star who did not die from assassination. Thales recalled Gilbert's words. In the tragedy of the Bloody Year, there was only one prince who didn't die directly from assassination. It can't be. Thales felt his heart begin to beat faster. The pale-faced prince raised his head and looked at King Nuvan in disbelief. 12 years ago, after we breached Broken Dragon Fortress, we captured Rudolf Nanchester, King Nuvan said quietly with his hand on triumph. Rudolf Nanchester? Information related to him immediately appeared in Thales's mind. That is, he was the Duke of Land of Cliffs region at that time. King Nuvan rubbed his ring and said flatly, that man was very strong-willed, but the Northlanders despised him for his cowardly act of refusing to send troops from the fortress and watching Prince Horus be destroyed. Thales recalled the conversation he had with Put-Ray when they were at Raymond Pass to pay their respects to the former second prince, Horus Jadestar. He was one of the commanders of Broken Dragon Fortress and the previous Duke of Land of Cliffs region who witnessed the second prince's destruction. He was also the elder brother of the One-Eyed Dragon, Duke Koster Nanchester. According to Put-Ray, he was captured by Extet and later died in prison. We left him in the dungeon and ignored him. We waited for the start of spring before continuing our journey south to the hinterland of Constellation. As expected, King Nuvan's description was similar to Put-Ray's. Until the king's next sentence. But when the news of the Jade Star royal family being assassinated came, Rudolph, who was barely alive, struggled to see me. King Nuvan's expression became more and more solemn. In the fortress, he shed tears and told me an unexpected secret. Thales clenched his fists and quietly listened to the king's narration. During the days when Rudolph and Horus guarded Broken Dragon Fortress together, your Duke of Land of Cliffs region discovered something that made him restless. King Nuvan's gaze became sharper and sharper. Horus Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation, and the Sword of Reversing Light, which you are so proud of, secretly recruited, organized, and trained a special mercenary team from different countries and regions. Since they were not part of the Royal Guards and Jadestar private army, and Prince Horus had always liked to make friends with all kinds of elites and brave men, no one in Constellation found out about it for many years. It was not until the day Horus officially used that team, King Nuvan said softly, that Rudolph discovered some clues. Thales could not help but feel nervous. Rudolph found out that the small team was given a mission that year. King Nuvan's tone became very cold. He enunciated each and every word clearly, how to lurk, hide, infiltrate, and even invade a fortress with the most airtight layout, the most heavily guarded, the most perfect defense, and the least possibility of being breached? Huh? Thales said in surprise. Fortress? The doubts in his heart deepened. King Nuvan nodded. His eyebrows were as dark as water. When Horus took the risk to attack and harass our supply line, Rudolf Nanchester, who had long been suspicious, found a lot of things in Prince Horus's bedroom, from coded communications to secret ledgers. King Nuvan pulled over his outer robe and took out a thick piece of folded paper from the inside pocket. He said coldly, "There's also this thing." Thales looked at King Nuvan in surprise. "You prepared it a long time ago?" King Nuvan did not speak. He only waved the thick paper in his hand. Thales took a deep breath and suppressed his trembling hands. He took the folded piece of thick paper and unfolded it. The paper was made of the best material. It felt smooth and hard to the touch. It seemed to be able to be preserved for a long time. It was more than 2 meters wide, so Thales had to lay it flat on the ground and spread his hands before he could begin to observe it. There was a map drawn on the paper. There was a square building on the map. It was a flat top and side view. Soon, Thales could see that the map was very detailed. It used different colors and labels to clearly mark the wide and thick walls, the ubiquitous sentry towers, the terrifying city-guarding crossbows, a few narrow entrances, as well as the important entrances, passageways, and rooms in the building. Thales' pupils shrank abruptly. This. Could it be? Thales put his face close to the map in shock. He stared at every inch of the map, not missing a single detail. There were also densely packed numbers, patterns, and arrows next to the map, from the front door to the interior of the building. He read the words on the map in disbelief. Guard shifts, number of guards, hiding places, available entrances, patrol times at the front and back doors, evacuation routes. Thales was stunned. No, it can't be. A few minutes later. The second prince of Constellation gently climbed up from the map. The astonishment and shock on his face had yet to dissipate. King Nuvan took in the entirety of his expression. In view of the war with Constellation at that time, I hid this secret and sent Rudolf back to Dragon Cloud City to be detained in secret until he was sent to death row. King Nuvan, who had just revealed the shocking secret, sighed. You can use this information as a bargaining chip when you need it, King Nuvan said softly to Thales. Rudolf Nanchester, the coward who has always been reviled by the people, the Duke of Land of Cliffs region who did not help those in need, has been misunderstood for too long. He is the one who has been truly loyal to 82nd since the beginning. Thales rolled up the map in his hand. His frown deepened. Horus Jade Star. The mercenary team. Rudolf Nanchester. How is this possible? I don't think even your father knows about this. King Nuvan sighed. In a sense, Extet has already helped you get rid of the murderer. Perhaps you should go and thank Nicholas. Thales panted irregularly. He recalled the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace, 82nd's large stone jar, and the few small stone jars beside it. After a while, he snapped out of his daze. I don't think you forged this map, Thales said absent-mindedly. What do you think? King Nuvan said disdainfully. He then downed the wine in his cup. Thales raised his head and murmured, that mercenary team formed by Horus, who exactly are they? I don't know. Rudolf didn't go into detail. King Nuvan stared at his empty cup. He only mentioned that the leader of that mercenary team has strange skills. He also has a strange longsword. Thales sat on the steps in a daze, panting unconsciously. He was so shocked by this secret that he could hardly speak. Why did he do that? The second prince asked subconsciously after a while. I think he had his own reasons. King Nuvan shook his head slightly. His eyes were filled with melancholy. And that reason was very sufficient. What do you mean? His own reasons? Thales raised his head. You will know. Your father will tell you. King Nuvan sneered. But to Thales, this sneer was more sorrowful than mocking. The cause of the bloody year. The Jade Star disaster. Thales frowned and slowly clenched his fists. After a few seconds, he slowly loosened his grip. Thales lowered his head and exhaled sharply. He resentfully returned the paper in his hand to King Nuvan. Keep it. That thing is too ominous. The old king of Extet shook his head and pushed Thales' hand away. He said flatly, besides, that is, after all, the map of Renaissance Palace. Dragon Cloud City, 4:30 a.m. In a shop on West Express Avenue in the dark night. Just pretend that the doctor you are looking for is really in Heroic Spirit Palace. God knows how he is going to sneak in. Under the weak illumination of the everlasting lamp, the butcher shop owner from the Far East, Gu, said to the man before him with a gloomy expression, "But do you understand the price of saving someone from Heroic Spirit Palace?" However, the man in front of him only lowered his head and carefully and seriously wiped the oddly shaped, pitch-black long sword on his thigh one last time, almost as if he was nitpicking every hair on his body. Gu exhaled and used his Northland retroflex accent to patiently emphasize to the man before him, "You have to climb all the way up the slope, avoid the disciplinary officers and patrols on the street, go up through the nobles' districts that are heavily guarded by private soldiers, and then go over the many towers and sentry posts. Before you are discovered and shot through by arrows and bows, or hacked to death by hundreds of people with swords and axes, you have to reach the sluice gate that separates the city area from Heroic Spirit Palace." The man stood up and threw away the cloth he used to wipe his weapon. He raised the strange black sword in his hand and pointed it at the ceiling. Gu continued, "Then you have to climb over the 10-meter-tall sluice gate. Tonight is the night of Heroic Spirit Palace's banquet." The man raised his head and narrowed his eyes at his sword, as if he was observing the curve of the sword. His nondescript voice traveled into Gu's ears. "That sluice gate will open at dawn. I don't have to climb the wall. My chances are higher than usual." "How? Do you want to sneak past the palace guards inside and outside the sluice gate, and even between them, under the illumination of the moonlight and firelight, and under their wide-open eyes that are bigger than fists?" Gu suppressed his breathing, but he could not help but raise his voice. "Even if you break through the gate, you'll still have to face countless patrolling Heroic Spirit Palace guards. They're all elite selected from the local recruits and personally trained by the instructors of the White Blade Guards. They're fierce, loyal, brave, alert, and have sharp gazes." The man hung the strange sword back on the sword belt at his waist and tightened the cloth-wrapped weapon on his back. But Gu was still trying to stop him. "Let's assume that you can avoid alerting them, but what about after you sneak into Heroic Spirit Palace? You will still have to face the White Blade Guards, the Dragon's Imperial Guards. There might only be 200 to 300 people on duty, and they are scattered throughout the palace, but every single one of them is a veteran with rich frontline experience. There are countless supra-class elites, and there are even supreme-class elites like the Star Killer who possess the Severing Soul's Blade." The man exercised his joints, turned around, and walked towards the door. Gu followed behind him, and said in a profound tone, "Do you know what a veteran is? It's not as simple as having fought in a war and seen blood. According to Extet standards, once you are entangled by one of them." The man did not listen to Gu. He pressed his hand against the door, and a strange force surged. In an instant, the man understood everything on the street outside the door, from the patrols in the distance to the hounds in the vicinity. Even if it's you actually want to sneak into a heavily guarded, impregnable palace without any support, and even fish someone out. After talking for a long time, Gu sighed deeply and stroked his forehead. "You are really crazy." The man did not answer. He stood up, looked at the frowning Gu, and nodded. "Gu," he said flatly, "next time, if you want to lie to me, find some other reason. At least, don't use the sensory mystic." Gu was stunned, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Only Gu himself knew that at that moment, there was already a storm raging in his heart. "What did you say?" The Far Easterner used what he thought was a flawless response and asked with a face full of doubt, "What reason?" The man patted Gu's shoulder. Gu frowned. "I don't understand the sensory mystic." The man revealed a stiff smile. "But I understand you, Gu." Gu was slightly stunned. You are good at hiding all kinds of emotions, but I can recognize. The man pressed his black sword and shook his head gently. A person who lives with a mask also lives with pain. Gu silently clenched his fists under his sleeves. Also. The man turned around, pushed the door open, and left behind one last sentence. Send my regards to Murat. We haven't seen each other for 12 years, I really miss him. At that moment, Gu's smile froze on his face. Gu stood rooted to the ground as she watched the man disappear into the darkness outside the door. Just like how he was in the past. The next minute, the man's figure appeared on the roof of a low house. Amidst the falling snow, he raised his head and looked at the sky, at the dark moon shrouded in clouds and mist. Then, his gaze swept past the districts of Dragon Cloud City that stretched up the mountainside, past a few gatehouses, all the way to the top, where the majestic palace stood. That was the Walton family, the residence of the Archdukes of Dragon Cloud City for generations. It was also the seat of the current common-elected king of Extet. Heroic Spirit Palace. The man recalled Gu's words just now. Sneak past the heavy guards into a heavily guarded, impeccable palace. He gently patted the strange black sword at his waist, and a smile appeared on his lips. Sigh. In this regard, I can be considered. The man closed his eyes gently. You're experienced, aren't you? Chapter 158. Extet, Dragon Cloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace. Nuvan VII's administrator, Lord Byrne Merk, stood quietly in the corridor outside the Hall of Heroes. He stared at the falling snow outside the stone window, deep in thought. The white blade guards stood guard around him, their gazes sharp. Merk could not remember how many times he had looked at the snowfall in Northland in his 40 years of life. The king's personal guard captain, the current leader of the White Blade Guards, Star Killer Nicholas walked from behind and stood beside him. Lord Merk did not turn around. This year's day before the bitter cold winter will be unbearably cold. Yes, old friend. Nicholas looked at the snow outside the window, narrowed his eyes, and flashed a strange smile. Do you still remember the days when we first joined the White Blade Guards, when we were trained in the bitter cold winter? Of course. Lord Merk, who had been an administrator for many years, recalled the past and smiled. Caslin was just like you now. Every day, he would pull a long face and train us until we were half dead. We called him Iceberg behind his back. Even when we were sleep-talking at night, we would curse him to die early or not get a wife. Until his wife came to the camp to see him. Nicholas laughed. Monty's eyes almost popped out of his head. God knows how Iceberg's wife could be so beautiful. It's so unfair. Merk's gaze drifted into the distance. Yes. He still remembered when he first joined the White Blade Guards more than 20 years ago. The famous commander of the Earthshaker, Caslin Lampard, used a leather whip to chase the group of recruits outside on the bitter cold winter at 4 o'clock in the morning. Even though those who could join the White Blade Guards were all tough men who had been through the front lines. Do you think it's cold? The north wind and the bitter cold are the master of mountain's most generous gifts to the Northlanders. They make you stronger, harder, and more unstoppable. That was what Caslin had said at that time. Merk still remembered his old superior's huge body, which was comparable to that of a grizzly bear, and his frost-covered but fierce face. Stop dawdling. Take off all your clothes and start running. There's hot water at the finish line. If you can't reach it in half an hour, you'll freeze to death on the road. When he thought of this, Merk's gaze flickered and he asked Nicholas, are you guys still going on with the greeting gift? All the new guards have to run around naked in the day before the bitter cold winter? Of course, we were kept up so badly in the past. Nicholas chuckled and said, if we don't let the newbies experience it, wouldn't it be a pity? Merk exchanged a smile with him. At that time, among the White Blade Guards, the almost undefeatable legendary Caslin was still in his prime. Bloodhammer Dominic had not sacrificed his life in White Mountain. He always wore his signature hateful smile and helped them count laps. Inextinguishable flame, Terence still carried his silver and black motionless bow on his back. His every move was majestic. At that time, 3 of the future 5 war generals were gathered here. Sorry, Nicholas was an arrogant soldier who disliked everyone. He had not earned his nickname, Meteor, at the fortress, and no one believed that this troublemaker, who was always beaten up, could become Caslin's successor in the future. Isaiah Salian, who was later nicknamed Prickly Wind, was named the Prince of the Guards because he was picky about his meals every day. 7 years later, he would lead the legendary battle where he shone brilliantly in the 38th century ground. Probably no one would believe that the terrifying Raven of Death, Ned Monty, was a country crossbowman who was full of obscenities, had shifty eyes, and liked to nag about the size of girls' buttocks when he had nothing better to do. They were all young and hot-blooded warriors, each more arrogant and impulsive than the other. Merc could still remember how Nicholas was tied to a wooden stake in front of all the new guards because he did not listen to orders. Then, he was whipped by Caslin with a barbed whip until his skin was torn and his flesh was torn. He had to bite a piece of wood and moan in pain. Under Caslin's cruel hands, they were forged into King Nuvan's most reliable daggers and the sturdiest dragon's imperial guards. They fought fiercely in the glacial defense line of the Sentry Ground, in the deep valley battlefield of White Mountain, in the complicated Golden Corridor, and in the tragic Broken Dragon Fortress. They left behind countless corpses of their comrades. They wept and mourned when they failed, sang war songs during fierce battles, and drank to their heart's content when they won. In the end, their names were engraved on the platinum page of the Legend of the White Blade Guards, on the same page as the Northland heroes from the ancient empire. Those days were like a dream. Of course, there was also the young man who hid his identity and trained with them with a hearty smile. He once fought with me for a bowl of meat soup. That bastard. When he thought of this, Merc could not help but smile softly. Then, his eyes dimmed. Merc sighed. And now, even my daughter is 20 years old. At this moment, Nicholas sighed. It's time. Merc withdrew his thoughts from the deepest part of his heart. He turned around and bowed slightly to the 2 small figures beside him. Please follow me, Lady Alex. It's 4 a.m. Alex Walton, who was wearing a thick robe, looked like a beautiful girl who had just been dragged out of bed. She rubbed her sleepy eyes with one hand and blew hot air in front of her mouth with the other. She said angrily, "Why can't we talk about it tomorrow morning?" Lord Merc looked at Alex and could not help but sigh in his heart. This girl has been spoiled too much. So much so that her temper is like that of a merchant's daughter or a nouveau riche noble. This is not a good thing, especially since she is the last direct descendant of the Walton family, even though she is a girl. I told you, this is His Majesty's order. Lord Merc nodded slightly without any expression. And please believe me when I say that what happens next is crucial to your future, my dear lady. The king's granddaughter tilted her head and snorted coldly, expressing her indignation and anger at the moment. Alex pulled her robe tighter and glanced behind her. Her childish voice was full of dissatisfaction. But why did you bring her here? This lowly maid. Merc frowned slightly. Behind Alex, a thin girl with platinum hair and a pair of thick, black spectacles shivered in the cold night wind. She timidly took a step back. It's still His Majesty's order, Lord Merc replied flatly. We must obey. Alex did not say another word. She glared at little rascal behind her, and the latter hugged her arms tightly, feeling wronged. Merc nodded and walked into the Hall of Heroes with the 2 little girls. Alex yawned and held her head high. Little rascal, on the other hand, cowered and followed behind her. Occasionally, she would take a small step back in fear when she saw a fierce-looking white blade guard. At that moment, Nicholas, who was behind Merc, suddenly called out to him. Byrne, do you remember when we raised our white blades and made our sacred vow to the legend of the Book of Legends? Nicholas took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with nostalgia for the past. The last few words. Merc felt that Nicholas was a little strange today. He was not usually this nostalgic. Merc stared straight at Nicholas, trying to find something on his old friend's face. Of course. But the training back then had penetrated deep into his instincts. Merc chuckled and then put on a serious expression. He enunciated each word clearly. My blood is my oath, my body is my proof, my blade is my witness, my soul is my sacrifice. Nicholas' eyes flashed and he nodded. With a complicated expression, he said the next sentence together with Merc: resist the powerful enemy, fight 100 battles, until the last drop of blood is shed. The expressions of the white blade guards beside them instantly became serious. They pressed their fists against their chests in unison. Defend life, fearlessly sacrifice, until the extinction of mankind. Alex, who was waiting, rolled her eyes and exhaled impatiently. Little Rascal, on the other hand, looked at the solemn faces of the white blade guards. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Protect the future, honor the faith, until the sun and moon dim. This is the new white blade oath, Little Rascal could not help but mutter. In the year 1386 of the Empire calendar, Celerund found that the legend of the White Blade Guards. He rebuilt the famous White Blade Guards, combining the ancient White Blade Oath with the Empire's Knighthood Oath. Shut up, idiot. Alex cut her off fiercely. You're annoying. Little Rascal's eyes reddened and she lowered her head. Nicholas and Merc looked at each other and recited the last sentence in unison. Pass on hope, shine with glory, until the eternal sleep of all things. Both of them were silent for a while. They looked at each other and smiled. Merc nodded. He brought the two little girls into the Hall of Heroes. The person he respected the most, Nuvan VII, who had just gone through a duel, was sitting on the steps at the edge of the hall. Next to the king was the envoy of Constellation, the subject of much discussion among the vassals, the young and precocious Prince Thales Jadestar. However, both of them were silent. They were not in a good mood, as if they had just had a rather unpleasant conversation. Merc brought the two puzzled girls to the king. Your Majesty. The administrator nodded at the king and stepped aside. Lady Alex. Thales looked up. What's going on? He stared in surprise at the brown-haired, blue-eyed Alex, and Little Rascal, who did not even dare to breathe loudly behind her. They seemed to be frightened by the situation in front of them. Alex sensed his gaze. The teenage girl glared back at the Prince of Constellation rudely, causing Thales to frown slightly. This is my future wife? Thales, who was still disturbed by the secret just now, could not help but turn his head away and sigh. This action made Alex pout in dissatisfaction. Grandpa, what's wrong? Alex Walton, the only remaining direct female descendant of the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, pouted and said to the indifferent King Nuvan, I'm very tired now. Little Rascal hid behind Alex. She poked her head out and carefully and curiously looked at Thales, whose eyes were gloomy. That boy. What's wrong with him? Is he unhappy? Nuvan VII did not answer his granddaughter. He only scooped up another goblet of wine from the wine barrel beside him and took a sip. Merc, the old king's aged voice rang, my granddaughter will marry this boy. As a former White Blade Guard and my administrator, what would you have done? Merc frowned slightly. Even though he had expected it, when he heard it for real, what? Miss Walton cried out in surprise. Alex's small eyes widened even more than her mouth. She sized up Thales in disbelief. Grandpa, you want me to marry this, you want him to be my husband? Alex's breathing quickened. She looked at the listless Thales, the boy she met in the library in the afternoon and even lectured her on the spot. She felt a surge of grievance. He's skinny and small, and he's not even as tall as me. Alex turned her head angrily and said to her grandfather in a hurry, let Little Rascal marry him. Behind her, Little Rascal's face turned pale and she shivered again. Come on, Miss Alex. Thales, who was in a terrible mood, did not have the energy to maintain his relationship with a teenage girl. Without raising his head, he said flatly, marrying you is not something to be happy about. Alex was stunned, then her anger turned to anger. But at that moment, Merc's voice interrupted Alex, who was about to lose her temper. Although the Honorable Prince Thales is from Constellation, if this is your wish, Lord Merk bowed his head respectfully and reminded Alex without batting an eyelid, I will be loyal to him, just like I am to Miss Alex. King Nuvan stared at him for a full 3 seconds. That's right. King Nuvan turned his head and said to Thales, I believe you have met him. This is Byrne Merk. When he was still a White Blade Guard, he was Soria's most trusted subordinate. Soria? Thales' expression changed. King Nuvan's eldest son. He raised his head and looked at Merk. Merk also turned his head and nodded at him respectfully. Alex, who was panting with rage, wanted to say something, but Merk's stern gaze forced her to swallow her words. It seems like this bad-tempered young lady is quite obedient to her father's old subordinate, Thales thought to himself. Then, to thank you for your help, and to prove that there is no longer any enmity or conflict between us, according to Northland's custom, take a sip from my cup. Jade Star and Walton, we are friends from now on. King Nuvan narrowed his eyes, raised his wine cup, and placed it in front of Thales. Thales frowned and looked at the old king with a puzzled expression. What is he trying to do? Reaffirm my identity to Alex and Merk? Or our relationship? Is this necessary? The Prince of Constellation thought for a few seconds and sighed. You know, Lampard of Black Sand region did the same thing. He pushed a cup of wine in front of me and invited me to form an alliance with him, but I refused. A wise choice, King Nuvan said with an amused expression. What about now? Under King Nuvan's threatening gaze, Thales pursed his lips. Shouldn't you wait until tomorrow, release the messenger crow, and wait for my father's reply? Thales asked tentatively. If my father has other opinions, that is between your father and me. King Nuvan's resolute gaze proved that he was serious and serious. But you are you, Thales, not Kessel Jadestar's son, or the second Prince of Constellation. This has nothing to do with whether you will marry my granddaughter, or whether Jadestar will form an alliance with the Walton family. I am only asking about your attitude, Thales. The old king raised his wine cup, his gaze burning. Are you willing to dissolve the enmity between me and the Walton family? Just you. Thales' heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that this was the first time someone had asked Thales such a formal question ever since he became a prince. Not any ancient or important title with the word Thales in it. Thales stared at King Nuvan. In the end, the Prince of Constellation sighed. Of course. Thales quietly took the king's wine cup with both hands and stared at the half-filled rye wine inside. Under Merk's cautious gaze, Alex's angry little face, and Little Rascal's curious and nervous gaze, the old king smiled. Thales closed his eyes and took a small sip. He thought that he already had an idea of the alcoholic beverages in this world. Jayla's Sunset Pub's kitchen often served different types of alcohol, and Thales did not miss the opportunity to poke around and dig around. However, it was only when the alcohol flowed down his throat and into his stomach that he realized that even in this world, alcohol was not the same as alcohol. At least, the rye wine that was exclusively served to the king of Extet was really, cough, cough, cough. Thales smashed the wine cup on the stairs and began to cough violently. The pungent, mellow smell of alcohol surged up, passing through his throat, mouth, nose, and straight to his brain. In his previous life in the memory fragments, he was the type who would collapse the moment he touched alcohol. Thales did not know if this body in this world would be better, but at least he knew that he was definitely not suited for rye wine. Cough, cough. Thales coughed so hard that his face turned red and tears came out. Ha ha ha. Nuvan looked at him and laughed heartily. Maybe we should start with something lighter. Thales felt his face burn. It's okay. Caslin told me. Thales finally composed himself. He looked at the wine cup with a bitter face, snorted, and shook his head. Children who don't drink won't grow up. Merk's expression changed. Caslin? Hearing the name, King Nuvan's smile suddenly froze. Little Rascal seemed to have heard the name before. Her eyes behind her glasses lit up and she stared at Thales in high spirits. The king's expression was subtle. He looked at Thales with a strange gaze. Caslin? The old man who sells wine in Black Sand region. The smell of alcohol slowly left Thales' mouth and nose. He chuckled guiltily. Did I say something wrong? Heir. Under King Nuvan's gaze, he stuttered. I heard from Putray that he used to be the captain of your personal guards and the former commander of the White Blade Guards. King Nuvan's gaze stopped on his face, making the latter feel rather awkward. Until the king's voice rang again. The best in the history of Extet. King Nuvan sighed. Although it's not fair to Nicholas to say that. Lord Merk, who was standing at the side, nodded slightly. At the same time, he gave Alex, who was about to burst into tears and was about to explode, a warning look in his eyes. King Nuvan muttered, Caslin, you met him. Did he mention me to you? Yes. Thales smiled sheepishly and nodded. Caslin said that you used to be a good king. Nuvan VII was slightly stunned, but he immediately slapped his thigh and laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Used to. King Nuvan quickly grasped the keyword. He laughed without hesitation. That's a good word. Thales was stunned. He shrugged helplessly. The king's laughter echoed in the empty hall. Merk lowered his head slightly. King Nuvan stopped laughing. He exhaled, as if reminiscing about the past. Tell me, that old man. What did he say about me? King Nuvan snorted and asked. Thales carefully observed King Nuvan's expression. He said that you are also human. You will also grow old. There will come a day when you will be bewitched by slander and beauty, and be controlled by desires and impulses. The smile on the king's face disappeared. His eyes flickered a few times, and his expression was uncertain. It caused Thales' mood to fluctuate. Finally, King Nuvan let out a long sigh. I can't say that he was wrong. The hall returned to silence. Now, Thales, why don't you treat our beautiful lady to a drink? King Nuvan suddenly spoke. He raised the goblet and handed it to Thales, then nodded slightly in Alex's direction. In view of your future relationship. Thales, who took the goblet, was slightly stunned. What's going on? Asking the arrogant young lady to drink? Lord Merk, who was watching from the side, was also puzzled. Huh? Alex's expression changed. She looked at Thales in horror, then at the iron goblet. Then, she shook her head firmly. No, Grandpa, I don't want to. King Nuvan looked at her quietly, his eyes cold. Alex seemed to be frightened by the old king's gaze. Her voice slowly weakened. However, the king's granddaughter did not seem to want to give up. She frowned, and suddenly, her eyes brightened. She turned around and pulled little rascal over. Her. Let her drink. After all, she's my maid. The unprepared little rascal was suddenly pulled out by Alex. The bespectacled little girl looked at King Nuvan in horror, then at Thales. She was about to cry. That. No, Thales narrowed his eyes, watching everything unfold in confusion. At this moment, Merk's voice rang out. Lady Alex. The king's administrator looked at Alex sternly. His eyes were filled with undeniable anger. Stop fooling around. Alex's voice suddenly faltered. She seemed to shrink back in fear. That's your grandfather, your king, it's his order. Merk unceremoniously pulled Alex away. Go, listen to his orders, whether it's the wine, or your marriage. Under Merk's stern lecture and King Nuvan's urging gaze, Alex took a step forward, feeling wronged. She reluctantly took Thales' wine goblet. With reddened eyes, she glared at the innocent Thales, then looked at King Nuvan pitifully, but the latter did not say anything. Thales spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Left with no other choice, Alex pouted, painfully and angrily gulped down a mouthful of wine. Alex angrily threw the goblet down and glared at Thales. A few seconds later, she coughed from the spiciness. The king chuckled. Merc, this reminds me of Soria's alcohol tolerance. King Nuvan laughed heartily. I once heard from Caslan that when he was training in the White Blade Guards, he knocked out a large group of people. Yes. Merc also laughed and nodded. Prince Soria is very forthright and a great drinker. Yes, I remember. You have a good relationship with him? King Nuvan raised his head and looked at Merc with nostalgia in his eyes. We got to know each other when you asked him to conceal his identity and train in the White Blade Guards. Merc smiled and nodded. He's not just a prince, he's also my comrade and friend. I still remember his hearty laughter. King Nuvan's lips curled up. Thales ignored Alex's dissatisfied gaze. He watched as the king and his vassal reminisced about the past eldest son of the king, Soria Walton. He began to wonder, should I leave? Yes, he's a guy who likes to laugh. He's just like me. King Nuvan sighed. It's a pity that he married a wife who wore a sad face all day long. I still remember that every time they dined in front of me, they did not even look at each other. Madame Adele came from Vine City in the southwest of Kemu Union. The climate there is warm and humid. She was also the daughter of a marquis and wasn't used to the harsh life in Northland. Lord Merc glanced at Alex and sighed. Lady Alex obviously inherited many of her mother's traits. Alex pouted for the third time. King Nuvan snorted. Thales. Just as Thales was about to leave, King Nuvan suddenly raised his head and stared at him coldly. I told you before, my eldest son didn't die in an accident. He died in an assassination. Merc's expression changed slightly. Soria? He looked at Thales and then at King Nuvan. He seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. The old king's next words made Merc's face turn pale. Tell him, Merc, King Nuvan said flatly, how did my son, Soria, die? Thales held his breath and looked at Merc. A new doubt emerged in his mind. Something's not right. The king's eldest son? Why did he mention something that happened so many years ago? Also, King Nuvan's change of topic is a little unnatural. Did he purposely bring this up? Alex seemed to know the seriousness of the topic. She quieted down and looked slightly fearful. Your Majesty, Lord Merc objected with an unpleasant expression, with Prince Thales' status, but King Nuvan interrupted him. Tell him. He needs to know. The old king grabbed the wine glass on the floor and said coldly, from the process to the outcome. Merc stared blankly at King Nuvan. The latter's expression had become very serious and scary. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Alex lowered her head and took a step back, bumping into Little Rascal. What's wrong? Thales carefully controlled his tone. Your Majesty, you just said that it was an assassin from Constellation, right? Merc was stunned. He didn't expect Thales to already know. King Nuvan cast a stern glance at Merc. Thales rolled his eyes and observed the situation. He regretted not fleeing earlier. It seemed like the atmosphere wasn't too good. The administrator let out a sigh and finally said, it was at the turn of autumn and winter 12 years ago. A thought struck Thales. 12 years ago? Wouldn't that be, Prince Soria brought Lady Adele and Lady Alex, who is less than a year old, out to Dragon Cloud City to hunt. Since I was originally in charge of Prince Soria's safety, Nicholas assigned me to bring a team of White Blade Guards to protect them. Merc lowered his eyelids. His voice was deep and pained, as though he was recalling that period of his life. But the accident still happened. Thales did not say a word and listened quietly. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Harold Lampard, the eldest son of the previous Archduke of Black Sand region, was a guest in Dragon Cloud City at that time. He actually went to the same place to hunt. When Merc said this, he let out a breath, but his voice began to tremble slightly. That assassin is among Harold's entourage. Thales narrowed his eyes. The assassin snuck under Lady Adele's carriage and waited for Prince Soria to return after his conversation with Harold. Then, Merc clenched his fists and exhaled through gritted teeth. King Nuvan was silent. He sat on the stairs without any expression on his face. His gaze was numb. I shot a signal arrow to ask for help. Thales could tell that the day Merc went through must have been very painful and difficult. The latter closed his eyes and his face twitched. Nicholas intercepted the assassin on the way, but he still managed to escape in the end. Prince Soria was severely injured and lost too much blood. He died on the spot. To protect Lady Alex, Lady Adele also. When he said this, Merc closed his eyes in agony. I couldn't protect them. Alex lowered her head and stared at the ground in a daze. Behind her, little rascal did not even dare to breathe loudly. A few seconds later, Lord Merc finally recovered. He gulped and said mournfully, although there is no evidence, the secret room is very sure after their investigation, that assassin came from Constellation, and was even directly under the orders of the palace. Thales furrowed his brows. No way. The assassination 12 years ago? But wasn't Constellation going through the bloody year at that time? His train of thought was interrupted. King Nuvan raised his head slightly. His tone was heavy and sorrowful. Thales, 12 years ago, there was a reason why we sent troops south to Constellation. Constellation, Eternal Star City, an unknown underground place. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the sharp metallic sound of an iron gate being violently pulled echoed clearly in this dark place. 2 torches soaked in eternal oil were lit. 2 men dressed in guard uniforms appeared in a dark corridor. The torches lit up the cells with thick iron bars on their left and right sides. Following the noise and the light, there was a commotion in the cells. Damn it. Don't you have any sense of time? In one of the cells, a well-groomed but shabbily dressed man, suspected to be a nobleman, seemed to have just been woken up. He was lying on his bed and yelled with sleepy eyes, "It's definitely early morning or late at night." If this was in the past, in the Department of Foreign Affairs. The 2 guards holding the torches ignored him, as if they were already used to it. They respectfully moved to the sides and made way for a sturdy figure in the middle. "Your Majesty, King 80. You're finally here." This was an unkempt old man with disheveled hair and a perplexed and fanatical expression. Stimulated by the light, he pounced forward and shook the iron bars with all his might. He roared madly, "Please consider my words. Even if you don't think for yourself, what about Prince Midir? Are you willing to hand him a constellation riddled with holes?" Under the direction of the sturdy figure, the 2 guards looked at each other, walked in front, and began to lead the way. The prisoners on both sides woke up one after another. They behaved differently, but most of them were either acting abnormally or screaming madly. "You're all going to die, ha ha ha." This was an old prisoner lying on the ground. He roared madly, "Even if you're from the royal family, you're all going to die. How dare you, how dare you, ha ha." The 3 figures ignored him and continued to move forward. "Look who we've welcomed." A rather imposing, middle-aged prisoner leaned against the bars and squinted at the light. He seemed to be very clear-headed. "Isn't this the 5th prince, the disgrace of the royal family? Why aren't you working hard on a woman's belly, working hard for your pitiful bloodline? Why are you here in the cold wind?" "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me." A prisoner hugged his head and wailed, "I didn't even touch Prince Bancroft's wine glass. No. It's all Jenkins' fault, he's the one who poisoned me. Norfolk, yes, Norfolk." This was a prisoner with his back facing the corridor. He could be seen carving something on the wall as he muttered to himself, "I know that he's planning something behind Duke John and Count Caribbean's back. Maybe it's related to the rebel army. I've suspected him for a long time, but that hateful woman, Sonia Cecere." The 3 of them continued to move forward. "Hey! Brat!" A prisoner with a scar on his face pounced on the bars when he saw who it was and shouted, "How's the situation at the western front lines now? Did we regain Blade Fang's dune after you conquered the desert god's altar? What about the orcs? What about the 8 great tribes under the dragon skeleton throne? Tell me. Tell me." The well-built figure turned a deaf ear to the voices on both sides and moved forward. Two guards with calm expressions brought him to the next area. There were no prison cells with transparent bars here. Instead, there were sealed cells sealed off by thick, heavy iron doors. There was only one opening on each iron door, and it was the only connection between the sealed cells and the outside world. The two guards brought the newcomer to the innermost room. One of them knocked on the iron door forcefully. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. The other guard looked at the well-built newcomer. The latter nodded slightly. So, the guard grabbed the iron bolt on the iron door that controlled the opening and pulled open a hole that was only the size of half a person's face. The prison cell was dark. There was also a frightening silence. It lasted for a long time. Then, a boorish voice slowly traveled into his ears from the dark prison cell. What a surprise. What brought the great Iron Hand King to a traitorous duke? The two guards bowed slightly. After inserting the torches into the groove on the wall behind them, they left respectfully. Under the illumination of the fire, a haggard face with a scruffy beard appeared at the opening on the iron door. The prisoner in this cell was the current Duke of the Northern Territory, Iron Eagle, Val Arund. He stared sharply at the person outside the door. Outside the door, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V, sat down gently on a chair that had been prepared outside the cell. I want to talk to you about what happened in the past, Kessel said softly with an expressionless face, during the bloody year, the fall of the Northern Territory. Val's expression changed. He disappeared behind the iron door. Then, his suppressed laughter came from the cell. Under the flickering light of the fire, Kessel was silent and did not speak. There is nothing to talk about, the Duke of the Northern Territory said coldly after he had had his fill of laughter. When the war was at its most intense, I was not even in the Northern Territory. My father, brothers, wife, and sister were the ones who faced the war. If you want to talk, go talk to them in Hell's River. Kessel quietly looked at the bottomless darkness behind the opening and exhaled softly. What I want to tell you is the real cause of the war. Kessel V's voice was as powerful as before, but there was a hint of sorrow and depression in it. Extet's invasion. There was a moment of silence behind the iron door. What do you mean? Val's voice traveled slowly. The rebellion that year was terrible. The entire Blade Edge Hill and half of South Coast Hill, plus the Barren Bone tribe and orcs in Western Desert Hill, 1/3 of Constellation's land was burning in the flames of war, Kessel said calmly, as if he was describing something that could not be more normal. And after the rebels turned against us, we did not even have a ready-made army. So, your uncle was sent to recruit new soldiers. Val snorted coldly behind the iron door. Starlight Brigade. Kessel nodded, even though he knew that Val could not see him. Extet saw an opportunity. Nuvan VII frequently contacted the archdukes. The Great Dragon of the North's invasion was almost a foregone conclusion. They set a schedule for recruiting troops, and they would head south to Constellation at the beginning of spring next year. For a few seconds, both of them did not speak. But the Duke of the Northern Territory soon noticed that something was wrong. Wait, did you say the beginning of spring next year? Val's tone changed. Impossible, Extet clearly invaded that year's winter. This time, the silence lasted for a long time. Kessel heaved a deep sigh. Yes, that was their original plan. The king spoke in the dullest and most indistinct voice from the bottom of his throat. Because of an accident, they brought forward the invasion schedule. Val's face reappeared behind the opening. His face was ice-cold as he stared fixedly at Kessel outside the prison cell. He realized that there was something strange about this place. What accident? The Duke of the Northern Territory asked anxiously. Why did Extet bring forward the invasion schedule? King Kessel stared at the ground and did not move. Answer me. Val gritted his teeth. Answer me, Kai. Kessel inhaled deeply and raised his eyes to look at his former close friend. When we received the intelligence from Northland, the entire court was terrified. The rebel army, the Barren Bone tribe, and Extet, Constellation was powerless to fight on all three fronts, Kessel said slowly. So, our court came up with a plan. To delay Extet's invasion schedule. A chill that he had never felt before struck Val's heart. Delay? The Duke asked subconsciously. Kessel nodded expressionlessly and said, provoke a conflict between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region so that they will be too busy with their own affairs to invade. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Val suddenly pounced and grabbed the 2 bars of the opening. He gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at Kessel. How? Constellation sent out assassins and mobilized all their manpower to target the 2 heirs of Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region, Soria Walton and Harold Lampard. Kessel's voice became increasingly hoarse, as though a force was devouring the strength in his strong body. That assassin should have pushed the blame for the death of one of the heirs onto the other party, creating a rift between Dragon Cloud City and Black Sand region that could never be mended. Hearing this, Val's breathing became heavier. But an accident happened. Because of some reason, that assassin was exposed, Kessel said slowly, and Soria, Niven's eldest son, died. Val leaned against the iron door with his back, his expression indiscernible. Even though there was no evidence left, Niven knew that we were the ones who did it. Kessel closed his eyes. What's worse is that this also exposed our true strength. It told them that we were powerless to resist the Northern Army. You know what happened next. Kessel slowly opened his eyes. His voice was filled with exhaustion. Extet brought forward the schedule. They chose winter, the most unfavorable time for the transportation of supplies, to send their troops south. Horus brought a small number of troops, met up with Nanchester, and headed towards Broken Dragon Fortress. On the 2nd day after his death, John took down Zodra City, the last stronghold of the rebel army. 10 days later, the fortress fell. At the beginning of spring after the new year, the Extensions used the fortress as their base and flooded the lands of the Northern Territory like a tide. There was another long silence. It was so long that even the light from the fire began to dim. Then, the Duke of the Northern Territory broke the silence. Ha 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 ha. Val let out a sorrowful laugh. The assassination plan that was supposed to delay Extet's attack instead facilitated and brought forward their invasion schedule? Ha 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 ha. Kessel did not speak. He only listened to the Duke's laughter quietly. The Duke finally stopped laughing. Who? A faint voice asked. Who? Val gripped the metal door and gritted his teeth in grief. Who came up with this damned plan? King Kessel looked at Val, at his expression that was a mixture of sorrow, pain, anger, hatred, and shock. The king shook his head. Father had no choice. Starlight Brigade suffered a series of defeats at first. John retreated step by step, from Jade City to the land of Tusks, then all the way out of Walla Passage. The rebel army even penetrated deep into Eternal Star City. No one expected that John would be able to achieve such a great victory in such a short period of time. At that time, the entire palace was shrouded in the shadow of the kingdom's demise. Kessel took a deep breath. That's why that assassination happened. Val's expression slowly froze, but his hand, which was holding the cell door, kept trembling. If there was no such plan, no assassination. The Duke of the Northern Territory subconsciously murmured. Kessel pressed his hands on his knees and lowered his head slightly. Yes. Kessel's face was slightly contorted. He tried his best to control his neck and nodded while trembling slightly. If Extet had waited until the beginning of spring to attack, John's Starlight Brigade would have been able to head north in time to support your father and the fortress. Broken Dragon Fortress would not have been breached. And neither would Cold Castle or fall into the enemy's hands. The Northern Territory would not have had such a tragedy. Val slid down behind the metal door dejectedly. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the muffled sound of 2 knees hitting the ground came from behind the metal door. And the Duke of the Northern Territory suppressed, pained growl. You mean? Val said hoarsely, your father, those bastards at the Imperial Conference, their stupid plan, caused the deaths of thousands of people in the Northern Territory? Ha! We always thought that Nuven seized the right opportunity to invade and took down the fortress. In the end, ha ha ha, Kessel did not answer. He only waited quietly. The flickering firelight illuminated the side of his face. The King of Constellation's eyes were filled with numbness. After a long while, what about that stupid assassin? That guy who failed in his assassination and exposed himself? Val's sorrowful voice, which had slightly changed its tone, came from behind the metal door. There was deep hatred in his words. Didn't you dig out his heart? Kessel V turned his head and stared at the empty space. It was as if someone was standing there. There was silence. For a moment, there was only Val Arun's low and suppressed sobs in the air. Kessel's gaze was filled with complicated and indecipherable emotions. Yes. After an unknown amount of time, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V, stared at the empty space and slowly said with an emotion that was difficult for ordinary people to understand, for that failed assassination with grave consequences, that assassin is paying the price. He is forever imprisoned behind a cursed mask, never to see the light of day. The king stared at the empty space. His voice was extremely quiet. In endless loneliness and boundless darkness, he has tasted pain and suffered all kinds of torture. With the rest of his lowly life, for that tragic war, for the countless dead souls he owes. Chapter 159. There was silence in the Hall of Heroes. You know, Thales, when Soria died, Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat and looked at King Nuven. Anger, madness, hatred. It made me want to unleash the wrath of the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering Constellation seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuven slowly raised his eyes and looked at the grief-stricken Merc. Merc, why didn't you protect him and Soria? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a white blade guard. You should have been by his side to ensure his safety. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the grief-stricken King Nuven, then at the grief-stricken Merc. Her breathing quickened, which made little Rascal, who was behind her, less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully, not now, my lady. Merc shut his eyes tightly. His breathing was rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex's face turned pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed little Rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death. Lord Merc clenched his teeth and looked sad. Your Majesty, you were lenient and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years, that kind of guilt tortures me day and night, all the time, all the time. King Nuven stared at him silently and sighed after a long time. Yes. The old king swirled the wine glass in his hand. I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I trusted you even more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know. King Nuven's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety, and family to you. Administrator Merc shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family, and Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes, King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuven, Archduke Pofret, Gilbert and Merc, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Genid, the new recruit Willow, and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuven sighed softly. Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards, Merc. Just then, Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merc's shirt. I think, Merc tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon, Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second, Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Asterisk thud. Asterisk little rascal, who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merc's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex. Lady Alex, what happened to you? However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's strange condition in shock. What happened? Does this young lady have a disease? Epilepsy or something else? Little rascal shuddered in fear. Merc's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, Your Majesty. Lady Alex, we have to hurry. Yes. But King Niven still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets. Seeing Alex's strange condition, Merc was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, Your Majesty. Alex, whose face was pale beyond recognition, opened her eyes and stared at Merc. Her gaze was filled with endless fear. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merc's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched in disbelief. It took him a few seconds to realize what was happening. King Niven only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and she looked like she was in extreme pain. Alex opened her mouth wide and inhaled in large mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound that came out was an unintelligible choking sound. Ah! Little rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. No, no. Merc hugged Alex in a panic. Seeing her look as if she was in extreme pain, his eyes were filled with fear. Lady Alex, the administrator no longer cared about King Niven's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around abruptly. He roared at Little Rascal, Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor. Little Rascal was startled. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hall. As he ran, he yelled, Is anyone there? Help. I need a doctor. However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute. From the beautiful Archduchess of Anlenzo Dukedom 300 years ago to the Crown Prince of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales was shocked. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merc also raised his head in horror and looked up the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There, King Niven opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merc and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. She's already dead. As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second, Alex, who was in Merc's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merc with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then, Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp, and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear. She fell to the ground on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back. His breathing quickened. Why? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the current situation. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds, he turned to King Nuvan, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially, the ring on the little finger of King Nuvan's right hand that he was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carlus VI, Triumph. And the goblet in King Nuvan's hand. It's you. Thales gasped for air and stared at King Nuvan in horror. You poisoned him? Humph, of course. King Nuvan snorted gloomily. And don't forget, you're the one who handed her the goblet. Lord Merk's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. Handed her the goblet? He gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuvan. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. Bastard. Thales gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuvan. But the king only curled his lips nonchalantly and looked at Merk again. A few seconds later, Merk, whose face was stiff as if his mind was blank, finally extended his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merk flinched and withdrew his right hand. Thud. Merk, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Nuvan. His eyes were filled with despair and pleading. No, no, no. Merk shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merk's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shuddered from time to time. Merk's face began to contort. I beg you, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground and spoke in a different tone. Like an asthmatic, his voice was a mixture of gasps and pauses. Tears rolled down Merk's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. What followed was his pleading voice, Why? Why? Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled. Merk sobbed and screamed at the king, Why? Why? King Nuvan seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared at Merk, who was trembling and crying, and uttered through gritted teeth. Burn Merk. Shouldn't you know this? Merk shuddered violently. If it wasn't for Mariah's death, I wouldn't have combed through the Walton bloodline. King Nuvan closed his eyes and said in pain, the High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple wouldn't have realized that she wasn't of the Walton bloodline. Merk stared at King Nuvan with his eyes wide open and trembling in disbelief. Thales' jaw dropped. He stared blankly at Merk and the little girl in his arms. Bloodline? Not of the Walton bloodline? Doesn't that mean that the Walton family, which has been passed down for 600 years, and this also reminds me of many things, King Nuvan said coldly. Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife. Speak, the old king said in a low voice. What happened in the assassination 12 years ago? Merk listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly, sobbing, tears falling continuously. King Nuvan seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious, and he roared like a terrifying lion, Speak! Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal, and pulled her up. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly as if she had found someone to rely on. She looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merk's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted, as if he was crying but not laughing. 12 years ago. Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city, because, his words were mixed with his panting, like the last words of a dying man. Because what? King Nuvan stared at him. Because. Merk stroked Alex's hair painfully. Because Soria found out Found out what? The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. He found out, about us, about me and Adele. Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little rascal pulled Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and watched the scene in disbelief. Yes. Merc wailed in despair. Alex. She is, my daughter, Clang. King Nuven could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. Ha 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 ha. King Nuven's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. You? Soria's most capable subordinate? Best friend? Most trusted brother? Just like that, you used betrayal and deceit to repay his trust. The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. No. As if his greatest dignity had been violated, he roared with tears and snot in his eyes. I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria. Thales watched the scene in front of him with an unpleasant expression. He only felt bitterness in his heart. Merc looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. Prince Soria, Soria was a good brother, and I was willing to give up my life for him. He growled, in the White Blade Guards, we trained under Caslan to become the most valiant warriors. When we were in the 38th century ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill, and my sister came to Dragon Cloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Caslan came to help us. I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Merc said with a smile through his tears, Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the red dragon flag and the cloud dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights all came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria, I have always treated him as my closest brother, comrade, your highness. Merc roared angrily with tears streaming down his face, I will never betray him. King Nuven stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. Bulsh *T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, little rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold little rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuven's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, you cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, with his wife, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You have never treated him as a brother in your guards, a man you should be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor. Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words and looked at Alex, his daughter, in his arms. With tears streaming down his face, he roared in grief and indignation, Ah! No! He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good, so gentle, so... Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City. Shouldn't have met Soria. Should have met you? King Nuven's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor. Adele. Adele. That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her, or Soria and her. It was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers, and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle, and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria. In Soria's world, there was only wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends, and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like a gun exploding. Adele's resistance and sobs. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression, that was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day, I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time, he would angrily pick up his whip and teach her a lesson. Soria said. At that time, I stood at the door, clenching my fists. Listening to Soria's roar and Adele's screams. I was angrier than Soria, more in pain than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed, and tears gushed down his cheeks like a flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once, and I stopped her more than once. But I hid it from Soria, because I did not want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele. She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele. She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with sadness. She traveled a long way to come here, and Soria did not know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Agitated, Merc muttered incoherently, from magic tricks, to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to trying my best to get Soria drunk at night when she did not want to. Adele was very grateful to me and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide and started to smile, even though she only smiled at me. My wife passed away in my hometown. When I didn't know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche in front of me, Adele was the one who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room, and I laughed foolishly outside the room. She asked questions in the room, and I answered her outside the room. King Nuven's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day, we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph, and Soria drank with us all night, but that day, all I could think about was her. Adele. Merc pressed his face tightly against his daughter's. His tears did not stop, and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room, wanting to listen to her voice as usual. But my wound burst open at that time, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thales' gaze darkened. Thales' eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey! Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist, this book title. Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? Hee hee. This. Don't think too much, it's just a classmate asking. No, could it be? Hey, hee hee, why are you blushing? It's hot, ha ha ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry, I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ha ha ha. It's still very funny, what should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, explain it to me. Ugh. How do I explain it? Alright, it mentions something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the heck? Cheating? That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function, there was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the main character's dreams is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the king he serves, the mistress. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon as a couple. Coyote, get lost. Queen Lily, get lost. I'm going to see it again. Oh, right, so are we having an affair now? Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon, he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day, the assassin, Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time, but Adele. Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So, when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. Chapter 160. When Prince Soria fell into a pool of blood, his eyes. Merc rested his chin on his daughter's forehead, filled with grief. I knew that we had committed an unforgivable sin. I could have stopped her, then why didn't you? King Nuven raised his head. He gritted his teeth and interrupted the weeping man on the ground. You just stood there and watched Soria being murdered by that woman? Or rather, you were hoping in your heart that Soria would disappear as soon as possible. King Nuven almost roared at the last sentence. Hoping that the barrier between you and that woman would disappear? The administrator shuddered violently. He looked at King Nuven with trembling, terrified eyes. At that moment, Thales truly felt the fear, sadness, and helplessness in Merc's heart. And the deepest despair and numbness. And the fear of being exposed. Merc's expression gradually changed. He slowly lowered his head, his face contorted hideously. Finally, he punched the ground beside him and shouted in grief and indignation. No. The administrator panted violently. His expression changed several times. I was going to turn myself into you. Merc panted, his head almost touching the ground. But Adele. Adele held a dagger to her neck and cried, forcing me to take them away. She didn't want to stay in this place anymore, but I couldn't. I knew I couldn't. I'm a Northlander, I'm a White Blade Guard, I'm Soria's brother and subordinate. Merc's sobs became more obvious. I couldn't. Forgive me, Adele. Merc trembled. He held his head and sobbed weakly on the ground like a child. I couldn't. But you didn't say anything. You let Soria rot in lies and deceit. King Nuvan's expression was numb. You even brought this child, the sin of you and that woman, back to my court. Merc lowered his hands and looked at his daughter in despair. He stared at her motionless face. But, Alex. His voice trembled, as if his jaw was twitching. Alex, she doesn't know anything. She's innocent. Merc cupped his daughter's face and closed his eyes in agony through his tears. Little rascal lowered her head in fear, but she felt Thal's hand tremble slightly. She raised her head in fear and alarm. She saw the Prince of Constellation pursing his lips tightly and staring fixedly at King Nuvan. His gaze was cold and furious. Why, do you feel wronged? King Nuvan let out a sinister laugh that was a mixture of mockery and madness. Do you feel pain? Do you feel like your whole world is collapsing? Because I killed your daughter? Merc inhaled sharply and stared into King Nuvan's eyes. Thales took a deep breath and quietly watched Merc's movements. Remember this feeling well. King Nuvan's voice was deep and heavy. There was a chill in it. You deserve it. Merc hugged his daughter and gritted his teeth. His eyes were red with tears and agitation. He growled in pain. Coward, coward, if you feel indignant, come and avenge her. King Nuvan did not care about the enemy who was close at hand. Merc's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He was like an enraged beast. His eyes were filled with hatred, pain, desperation, and madness. All kinds of emotions were intertwined. Thales frowned when he heard this. He looked out of the hall. Where are the White Blade Guards? What about Nicholas? If Merc really went berserk and assassinated the king, damn it. Merc stared at the king. His breathing became heavier and his fists began to tremble. But the king looked at his administrator without fear. It was as if the person before him was not a powerful former White Blade Guard, but a weakling who was shackled and could not fight back. Come on, kill your king. A complicated look flashed across King Nuvan's eyes. He snorted softly and said slowly, just like how you used your incompetence, cowardice, vacillation, and weakness back then, kill Soria. At that moment, Merc's expression trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He opened his mouth slightly. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. But Merc slowly shut his mouth in the end. His face was pale. His body swayed and he collapsed to the ground again. He sobbed silently. Little rascal cried out in shock. The king did not speak again. Thales tried to regulate his breathing and control his emotions. The Hall of Heroes today had shocked him too much. For a moment, only Merc's irregular sobs could be heard in the hall. After a long time, King Nuvan snorted with an indecipherable meaning. Get lost, the old king said tiredly. Don't ever appear before me again. Merc looked up numbly. Burn Merc. Live on like this until you die. King Nuvan raised his eyes. His gaze was dim and his eyebrows trembled slightly. Live forever in guilt, regret, loneliness, and torment. Never be forgiven, never be at peace. This is your punishment, for Soria. Merc chuckled like a maniac. He looked down at his daughter and suddenly started sobbing again. Get lost. In the next second, King Nuvan roared angrily. Take your sins with you, and get lost. Little rascal shuddered again. If not for Thal's support, she would have collapsed to the ground. Merc stared at King Nuvan with lifeless eyes. After a few seconds, he subconsciously hugged Alex's body and slowly stood up. He turned away insensibly. The child you are hugging is a disgrace to the Walton family. She is the symbol of a traitor. The king stared at his back. His gaze was terrifying. She cannot be buried. She cannot taint my land, if I find out that you have buried her anywhere in Extet. Even if only ashes remain, I will send people to dig her up and feed her to the wild dogs. King Nuvan coldly finished his sentence. Hearing this cruel decision, Thales sighed and looked at King Nuvan with a frown. Merc shuddered as he hugged his daughter. But he gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. He walked forward with difficulty. Lady Alex. Little rascal sniffled and instinctively wanted to follow, but Thales pulled her back. No, don't. Thales shook his head and whispered, "It's all over. Your lady." Little rascal shuddered and looked at Thales helplessly and aggrievedly. Thales just stared at Merc's back quietly and did not move an inch. Nicholas appeared at the entrance of the hall and looked at Merc with a complicated expression. But Merc only lowered his head and stared at his daughter. His face was ashen, and he turned a blind eye to everything around him. Then, Nicholas' voice came slowly. "My blood is my oath, my body is my proof, my blade is my witness, my soul is my sacrifice." Merc looked up abruptly and came back to his senses. He stopped and stared at Nicholas in a daze as he listened to the Star Killer recite the rest of his words. "Resist the powerful enemy, fight 100 battles, until blood is shed. Defend life, fearlessly sacrifice, until the extinction of mankind. Protect the future, honor the faith, until the sun and moon dim. Pass on hope, shine with glory, until all things rest forever." Merc closed his eyes in pain. Tears flowed out again. "Rest in peace, my sworn brother." Nicholas finished reciting the oath. His gaze was subtle and he looked at Merc with a pained expression. "Your story ends here in the legend of the Book of Legends." Merc took a deep breath and smiled with tears in his eyes. He walked forward numbly. He brushed shoulders with his old superior. "Don't forget His Majesty's words." Without turning his head, Nicholas said calmly to Merc, who was behind him, "If we find out that you dared to bury her in the country." Merc chuckled in a daze. In the next second, Merc walked out of the Hall of Heroes with the girl's body in his arms as if he was unconscious. His face was dazed and his eyes were unfocused. He walked out of the place he swore to guard. Thales watched Merc's figure disappear at the entrance. Then, the Prince of Constellation panted softly and turned around to ask the question he had been suppressing for a long time. "Why?" King Nuvan raised his gloomy gaze. "Alex is just a little girl who knows nothing." Thales left Little Rascal's side and walked towards King Nuvan. With an unpleasant expression, he said, "Whether it's Soria or Adele, what does these things have to do with her? She doesn't even know anything." King Nuvan snorted. "Send her away, isolate her. You obviously have a better way." Thales controlled his breathing. "Ah, I've discovered another characteristic of you." King Nuvan chuckled coldly. His tone was mournful and silent, overflowing with an unnecessary sense of justice. "Who taught you these things? This has nothing to do with justice." Thales clenched his fists. In his mind, the children in the abandoned house, their ragged clothes, sallow faces, and emaciated faces appeared. She is just an innocent child. They did not deserve such a fate. Every day she's alive is an insult to the Walton family and a threat to our cooperation, King Nuvan replied quietly. This is a necessary and the best choice. Thales snorted coldly. You can find 1,000 reasons to justify your actions. Thales snorted coldly. Political needs, benefits, secrecy, revenge, punishment, impulsiveness. You can even say that you were forced by your position, that you had no choice and that it was the best choice. But none of these can justify your actions. Thales stared at King Nuvan and gritted his teeth. You poisoned an innocent 12-year-old girl and ended her future, Nuvan Walton. Just to punish her father for his mistakes. Thales showed disgust. Do you feel happy? Do you feel avenged? Sometimes you are more mature than the most cunning nobleman. King Nuvan snickered. There was a mocking expression on his face. Sometimes you are more naive than the stupidest fool. Thales ignored his snicker. The Prince of Constellation lowered his head and clenched his fists. I used to see a person who vented his anger on a child. He could not face his own failure and shame, so he vented his anger and hatred on a child who had nothing to do with him. You are no better than that kind of coward. Thales panted, recalling the feeling of his right hand piercing through flesh. Do you want to know what happened to him? King Nuvan's gaze turned cold. Don't forget. The old king straightened his back and snorted coldly. If it were not for the girl's birth and the sins hidden behind her, we would not have gone south to Constellation, and you would not be standing here. Go to hell, Nuvan, Thales said bluntly. We understand each other. Put away your pointless lies. Under those circumstances, whether there was an assassination or not, whether Prince Soria was dead or not, Extet would have invaded. It was just a matter of time. So you are pitying her? King Nuvan laughed coldly in a low voice. As I said, you better get used to this kind of life as soon as possible, little prince, just like how your enemies will not show mercy to you just because you are an innocent 7-year-old child. Thales looked at him, suddenly burst into laughter and shook his head. Caslin may be wrong. It is not that you have changed, nor is it that you are old, Thales said mockingly. It is just that you have always been like this. Soria, Mariah, Pofret, Merk, do you know why they had that kind of tragedy? King Nuvan furrowed his brows. Thales said coldly, if the Walton family has been using such methods to govern your country and treat your vassals and subordinates for the past few decades or even 100 years, then don't expect them to repay you with loyalty and integrity. Your sons. The reason why they died like that was all because of a father like you. Thales finished what he wanted to say and stared at the king before him. He actually felt at ease. He did not feel the slightest bit guilty of blaming and offending the common-elected king of Extet. King Nuvan fixed his gaze on him and did not speak for a long time. Then, the old king's expression became serious. He stared straight at Thales with a complicated gaze. You think this is cruel, don't you? The king said softly. You haven't seen anything crueler. Thales frowned slightly. You, King Nuvan said slowly with the majesty of a king, come before me. Thales took a deep breath. Damn old man. What is he going to do now? He slowly raised his head and looked straight at King Nuvan. He lifted his leg and took a step forward. But he did not even take a step forward. It's not you. The king's gaze, which was as sharp as a sword, went past the Prince of Constellation and shot coldly behind him. King Nuvan said coldly, I said, it's that child. Thales was stunned. His pupils shrank abruptly. Thales turned his head in a daze and stared at Little Rascal behind him. Little Rascal, who had been holding her breath and not daring to breathe loudly, suddenly realized something. She shuddered. Little Rascal glanced at the king in disbelief, then looked at Thales as if asking for help. She seemed to have never experienced such a scene before. She was extremely flustered, terrified, and on the verge of tears. Don't make me say it a third time. King Nuvan stared at her with a cold expression. Little Rascal trembled all over. She did not dare to raise her head. However, her many years of experience still made her walk towards the king with trembling, fearful steps. Thales stared at everything in front of him, puzzled. Little Rascal stood in front of King Nuvan. She stared at the ground and trembled. Ever since Soria was assassinated, I've been keeping Alex under tight protection, the old king said flatly. Most people don't even know Alex's name. They only know that she exists. Fortunately, not many people know this secret, this truth. King Nuvan's gaze was terrifying. His tone was firm. From the scullery to the bedroom, from the guards to the maids, everyone who knows Alex has been eliminated on your way here. There's only one left. Little Rascal trembled violently. Tears slid down her cheeks. No, I didn't see anything, I don't know anything. King Nuvan lowered his head and raised his right hand. He stared at the black ring on his finger with a subtle gaze. Thales' breathing instantly quickened. He vaguely knew what the old king wanted to do. Thales hurriedly strode towards King Nuvan. Hey! You! But Thales did not take more than 2 steps before his shoulder was firmly gripped by a strong hand from behind. Pain shot through his shoulder. Stay here. Nicholas the Star Killer coldly restrained him from behind. Don't cause trouble, little prince. Thales immediately felt that half of his body could not move. No, you saw the scene just now. That's secret, didn't you? King Niven slowly said to Little Rascal in his old and deep voice. And you're also one of the few who knows of Alex's existence. Little Rascal watched Thales' fate with tears streaming down her cheeks. She then looked at King Niven's expression and trembled in fear. I beg you, your majesty, she cried. I'll be good. I'll stay in the castle. I won't say anything. King Niven continued to rub the triumph on his finger and chuckled. Thales gritted his teeth and stared at the little girl before King Niven. No, damn it. Thales shot a hateful glance at Nicholas, then at King Niven. Guess. The next moment, King Niven sneered and gripped Little Rascal's hand tightly. What will happen to you? Niven. Thales struggled with all his might, but under the suppression of the leader of the White Blade Guards, his resistance was futile. King Niven's expression was cold. He pulled Little Rascal's hand to his right hand. No, Little Rascal was so frightened that she was about to cry. No. No, Thales clenched his teeth and drew JC's dagger from his waist. He swung it at the Star Killer at a strange angle. The fourth offensive style of the Northland military sword style. The ambush style. Then, Thales opened his mouth in shock. He saw King Niven stretch out his right hand and place the ring on Little Rascal's palm. Little Rascal stared at her palm in a daze. She stared at the black gemstone ring with a silver ring on it. This is the token passed down through the generations in the Walton family. Triumph, King Niven said calmly and coldly. From now on, you are the last descendant of the Walton family. I am the granddaughter of Niven Walton, the common elected king of Extet and the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. I am the only daughter of Prince Soria Walton and Marquis Gloucester of Vine City, Adele Walton. Thales and Little Rascal stared blankly at King Niven. Saroma Alex Soria Walton, King Niven said softly. This is your name. Little Rascal gasped subconsciously. Her face was ghastly pale. A few seconds later, she finally realized what King Niven meant. The bespectacled girl trembled as she held Triumph in her hands. She took a step back in fear. Nicholas let go of Thales and the dagger that was aimed at him. He snorted coldly. But Thales had no time to care about his attitude. He got up from the ground and looked at King Niven in shock. He then looked at the absent-minded Little Rascal, who was frightened and helpless. You must forget everything in the past, whether it is your birth or the girl you served. King Niven continued with his emotionless but forceful words. You will listen to my orders and become a lady of the Walton family. You will marry that boy in exchange for Jadestar's support and protection of the Walton family, as well as the connection between the two families. You must revere him, listen to him, serve him, assist him in the name of Saroma Walton, support him, support him. Little Rascal glanced at Thales, trembling. Her eyes behind her glasses were watery. No, but King Niven interrupted her please. Remember your first middle name, Alex. It will forever remind you of your true identity. It will remind you of the night that changed your fate. But this is also a warning. King Niven's eyes flashed. If you do anything that threatens the interests of Jadestar and the Walton family, that boy can reveal your identity at any time. A bloodline ritual can destroy everything. Trust me, you won't like that. Little Rascal was petrified. She was so terrified that she forgot to breathe. Only when she was exhausted did she inhale a mouthful of air. And you, Thales. King Niven turned his head and looked at the Prince of Constellation. His expression was solemn. Today, I will expose the family's biggest secret, the most terrifying past, before you. Triumph is only the first lock. This is the second lock. Now, you can take over the Walton family without worry. Our alliance is still in effect. Thales shuddered. He looked at Little Rascal. Whether it is for your own interests or your ridiculous pity, you have to protect her and her identity. King Nuvan's voice suddenly became tired and hoarse. Just like how you protect the Waltons. Little Rascal snapped out of her daze. She stared at the ring in her palm and began to tremble. No, I beg you, Your Majesty. Little Rascal cried out in fear. I'm scared. I don't know anything. I can't, I'm not asking for your opinion. King Nuvan turned his head abruptly and looked at Little Rascal, causing her to stop talking. The king's eyes flashed fiercely. Do you understand? Little Rascal was so scared that even her glasses were crooked. She could only nod mechanically. King Nuvan smiled faintly. Thales watched the scene in a daze. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. All right. The old king sighed and said slowly, Thales, you already know everything you need to know. King Nuvan lifted his gaze. His tone was extremely tired. Go back to your room. Thales panted and clenched his fists. He glanced at Little Rascal again, at her helpless and pitiful gaze. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Behind Thales, King Nuvan said to Little Rascal in a low voice, and you, from tonight onwards, you will sleep in Alex's bedroom. Thales clenched his teeth tighter and tighter. Little Rascal screamed behind him. If you ever feel bored, think about today. Think about the previous owner of your bed. Thales' breathing gradually quickened. He could imagine Little Rascal's expression at that moment. Think about Alex's fate. Think about how she convulsed in agony before she died. Thales gently closed his eyes. His footsteps became slower and slower. Little Rascal's sobs came from behind him. Think about the people who died because of this, and think about how lucky you are. Thales stopped and took a deep breath. The servants in kitchen have all been cleaned out, but you'll soon have new servants. You'd better act properly, enough. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the Prince of Constellation turned around and glared angrily at King Nuvan and the sobbing Little Rascal. Thales gritted his teeth and strode forward, grabbing Little Rascal's wrist. Then, without giving her a chance to speak, he pulled her to his side. He could feel that Little Rascal's wrist was still trembling. Don't be impatient, Thales. King Nuvan waved at Nicholas, who was about to step forward, and said slowly, you will have plenty of time to spend with your fiancée in the future. That's it. Thales stared coldly at King Nuvan. Tonight, she has to stay with me. After saying this, he dragged Little Rascal out of the hall with a solemn expression. Little Rascal pressed down on her glasses, which were about to fall off. She allowed Thales to drag her, occasionally looking back in fear. Thales, King Nuvan said flatly behind him, where are you taking my granddaughter? She can't stay with you anyway. Thales said rudely as he walked, a bunch of lunatics. King Nuvan's laughter came from behind him, but it only made Thales more annoyed and confused. Thales Jade Star. The king's laughter came from behind him. First night, be nicer to your fiancée. Thales did not look back. He dragged Little Rascal out of the hall, ignoring the white blade guard's frowning expressions. He just walked forward resolutely. When Little Rascal recovered from her stupor and fear, she spoke quietly. Little Rascal tugged at his clothes timidly. My name is Thales, Thales said coldly. Miss Alex, is she really? Little Rascal sniffled and said pitifully, really, dead? Yes, Thales answered firmly with a straight face, she's dead, poisoned to death. Little Rascal shuddered violently. Thales furrowed his brows. Poisoned to death. Little Rascal's gaze was unfocused as she started to mumble to herself. In the year 207 of the Empire calendar, Duke Shikichi killed the fourth knight with a poisonous arrow. In the year 489 of the Empire calendar, Count Kate Nanty and Princess Leslie were both poisoned to death on their wedding day. In the year 721 of the Empire calendar, Emperor 80 III fell into a coma. In the year 1171 of the Empire calendar, the Emperor of Poison poisoned suzerain Redi Zodra to death on the negotiation table. In the year 218 of the calendar of eradication, Archduke Lloyd Alsius was poisoned to death by the mourning Archduke. In the year 359 of the calendar of eradication, beautiful Archduke Lacy and Lenzo died from a cup of flower tea. In the year 660 of the calendar of eradication, the Crown Prince of Constellation was poisoned by blue vine grass. Enough. Thales roared resolutely and interrupted her murmurs. Don't think about this anymore. Little rascal came back to her senses. Thales pulled her along and continued walking forward. We should go back. Little rascal said hesitantly. You can't go back, Thales cut her off firmly and shook his head. According to Nuven, a bunch of people just died there. It's definitely not suitable for you to stay. Little rascal shuddered slightly. Thales sighed in his heart as he walked. But, I'm afraid that we... Little rascal said hesitantly again. You don't have to be afraid. There's no bastard like Nuven here, Thales said quietly. But I can only protect you for a while, no, I mean. Little rascal said softly with a sobbing tone. We went the wrong way. Chapter 161. Late at night, Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales' bedroom door. Speechless, Thales looked at the people in front of him awkwardly. How old are you? How old are you? A hurried and displeased female voice came from in front of him. Ida, the elf guard, looked at the helpless Thales and the timid little rascal behind him. Under the cloak, she said bitterly, on the first night we arrived here, you started bringing girls into your bedroom? Thales looked at the helpless Thales and the shy little rascal behind him. She's very... Thales said, feeling wronged. So she needs your company? Ida interrupted him with an unpleasant expression. Beside her, Ralph and Waya exchanged glances and looked at Thales strangely. Ida, listen to me. Thales instinctively felt that something was wrong. How old is she? Is she even 9? Ida shouted angrily. Habitually, she raised her right fist and stuck out a knuckle. Thales shuddered. He raised his hands as fast as he could and protected his forehead with all his might. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales clutched the right side of his forehead in pain. Foul. Aida's violent strike came from the side. Ralph and Waya looked at each other, pretending that they did not see the prince being violently assaulted. Little rascal looked worriedly at Thales, who was groaning with his hands over his head. Mindy's only touched a woman for the first time when he got married at the age of 27. Even the most lecherous and playboy Kayla is only 13 years old, the angry elven guard yelled, that's right. The furious elven guard said loudly, at your age, you can't even reach the bed. Thales smiled awkwardly. This is a little exaggerated, sister. Ida wanted to continue lecturing but was stopped by Putre, who was behind her. I think His Highness has other reasons, right? The vice diplomat of Constellation said flatly, go back. I will communicate with His Highness about the rest. Under Putre's repeated insistence, Ida finally left indignantly and angrily. Before she left, she still had that, you little bastard, look on her face. Ralph and Waya, on the other hand, still had that strange, thought-provoking look on their faces. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and sent little rascal to her bedroom. Looks like a lot happened. Putre sighed and looked at Thales, who had closed the door. Thales' expression darkened. It's like this. Thales scratched his head. That is. The second prince's words were on the tip of his tongue when he suddenly recalled little rascal's helpless gaze and Alex's pained expression. Both girls had met him in the library, but each had experienced a fate that he did not know was misfortune or fortune. Thales' gaze darkened. No. The truth about little rascal's identity, I shouldn't have said it. In the end, the prince sighed in his heart and continued. That is Saroma Walton, King Nuven's granddaughter. Putre's gaze shifted, and he said thoughtfully, I remember you told me that the king's granddaughter you met in the library was called Alex Walton? Yes, Alex. Thales exhaled slowly. That's her middle name. From meeting the Black Prophet to scaring Ramon, he was getting better at telling lies. His expression did not change at all. I have a good relationship with her. Thales shrugged. So she came with me. At this point, Thales paused. He suddenly realized that it was 4 or 5 in the morning. To hide what happened earlier and come up with an excuse to let the Walton noblewoman spend the night in his bedroom, it was so difficult. That, she came. Under Putre's suspicious gaze, Thales revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face. She came with me. Thales smiled along with him. He stuttered and painfully squeezed out a sentence. Together, discussing a history topic? As soon as the words left his mouth, Thales had the urge to slap himself to death. Faced with Putre's puzzled expression, Thales put on a long face and smiled awkwardly. You know, we met in the library. Thales felt that his face was hurting from smiling so much. He rubbed his hands guiltily. She is very good at history. Putre raised his eyebrows slightly. His gaze was filled with a strange meaning. Thales felt that it could be translated into one sentence. Keep making up stories. Thales looked at him awkwardly and guiltily. After a few seconds, Putre slowly sighed. All right, I won't delve into why you abducted the king's granddaughter into your bedroom in the middle of the night with King Niven's permission. Putre flashed a meaningful smile. Thales' face twitched. He forced a smile to show his gratitude and understanding. Then, Thales heaved a sigh of relief and began to talk about King Niven's suggestion. After listening to the prince's story, Putre frowned deeply. So, King Niven has made up his mind to tie us to his chariot? To continue the Walton family's rule for him? Thales nodded gloomily. I will report this to the kingdom, Putre muttered. From interests to standpoints, this matter involves too many. Also, Shadow Shield, if they were one of the people who tried to assassinate me under the fortress. Thales recalled Pofret during the duel and was deeply worried. Although I know that they will not rest until one of us is dead because of the bloody year, according to Pofret, could it be that they have other motives, or were entrusted by someone else? Putre's expression darkened. The scenes from 12 years ago appeared before his eyes. It is indeed not that simple. In the end, Putre shook his head slowly in front of Thales. According to what that Archduke said, they wanted to kill you to enter Renaissance Palace. I am afraid that it is not just to hire assassins or to seek revenge, especially after the bloody year. Shadow Shield suffered heavy blows and disappeared from the sphere of influence of Constellation and its allies for many years. But they still did not give up. They chose to assassinate the last of the Jade Star bloodline in Extet, Renaissance Palace. So, it's about seizing the throne again? Thales scratched his head in annoyance. Do we have to look for the mastermind behind those assassins again? Putre stared at Thales' expression. No, let your father and the kingdom's secret intelligence department worry about this. We just have to protect your safety. The vice diplomat of Constellation, who was good at reading people's expressions, flashed a reassuring smile. You have done enough tonight, and you have done well enough. The risk of war between Constellation and Extet has disappeared. Constellation is safe. Thales thought of something. He looked at Putre. This is the result of your hard work. The latter nodded slightly at him, his eyes filled with encouragement and approval. I won't say much about this. Even though I was prejudiced against you before, you are indeed a competent prince. With a complicated and sorrowful expression, Putre slowly said, not every prince can travel far beyond the country's borders at this age and avert an unavoidable war disaster for the country and its subjects. Thales inhaled and slowly lowered his head. Yes. At least. The mission of this diplomatic mission is completed. Although the process was full of twists and turns, it was still daunting but not dangerous. Thank you, Putre. The prince raised his head, flashed a smile, and said sincerely, thank you, all of you. Without you, Ida, Ralph, Waya, and the others, my journey might have ended in Constellation's birch tree forest. Moreover, there is still everything after arriving in Extet and Dragon Cloud City. Putre chuckled. That was our mission in the first place. And you made this mission even smoother, and the ending was perfect. He nodded calmly and twitched his eyebrows. Gilbert will be very pleased to see you now. Back then, the young Crown Prince Midir went on a diplomatic mission to the north, but he was no better than this. The corners of Thales's lips curled up. He thought of the elegant middle-aged man, then the valiant and heroic Madame Gines, and the taciturn Yodel. And the bits and pieces in Mindy's hall. Rest early. Putre pointed at the door. If all goes well, we will be able to return to our country in a few weeks. Thales nodded and pushed the door open. Also, the first batch of messenger crows from Constellation has arrived, Putre said with a smile. One of them is for you from Gilbert. I put it on the desk. Thales thought of something. Thank you. After experiencing the ups and downs in the Hall of Heroes, his heart was now much more at ease. He smiled and said, a letter from the cunning fox of Constellation. I really look forward to it. Putre shrugged and raised his eyebrows. There is one more thing. Thales turned his head around, puzzled. Putre said hesitantly, you know, your father was very dissolute when he was young. He became sensible at an early age. Thales narrowed his eyes, revealing a puzzled look. Putre opened his mouth and looked at Thales, then at the door. In the end, he revealed a worried expression and said in a low voice, but, after all, you are still too young. Your body has not even matured. Thales' smile froze on his face. Putre blinked awkwardly. Maybe I should wait a few more years. Thales answered him by slamming the door with great force and without mercy. Don't be afraid. Thales looked at Little Rascal, who was still in a state of shock. Sympathy rose in his heart. They can't hurt you here. Little Rascal hugged her knees as if she did not feel anything. She curled up on the floor beside the bed and leaned against it without saying a word. Her eyes were fixed on the floor, and her hands were clutching the coarse dress. This helpless scene reminded Thales of his past in abandoned house, as well as those unfortunate child beggars. He could not help but sigh softly. I have to become Miss Walton, don't I? Little Rascal noticed his arrival and said dejectedly, it's like a dream, perhaps, Thales said in a low voice. No one can change King Nuvan's will. Little Rascal shuddered. Her eyes reddened and she hugged her shoulders helplessly. In that instant, Thales only felt a deep sadness. This girl was dragged into their dangerous game by the tides of fate. He hesitated for a moment and said, but this is not necessarily a bad thing. But Little Rascal only lowered her head and began to mutter. In the year 1090 of the Empire calendar, the heir of Duke Ferid of the Tutorius Minjas province was suspected of having an improper bloodline. The Empire's law enforcers burned him to death in the City of Triumph. In the year 552 of the calendar of eradication, the Marquis of Libra City in Camus Union, Grenfell was found to be an impostor. He was hung in the middle of the city square with 4 carriages. Thales' scalp tingled as he listened. Stop. He said loudly, now is not the time for you to use your memory. Little Rascal stopped talking and looked at him pitifully and aggrievedly. She was on the verge of tears. Do you want to hear a secret? Thales sighed. A secret that no one knows. Little Rascal's expression slowly changed. She blinked and looked at him in surprise. You won't find out about the secret history of the Prince of Constellation in any book. Thales sat down in front of her and shrugged. Little Rascal's eyes brightened. She adjusted her glasses and nodded. Do you know? Thales recalled the past a month or so ago and chuckled. When I first became a prince, I was just like you. I was always on tenterhooks. Became a prince? Little Rascal asked curiously, weren't you born a prince? No, I was born a... Thales hesitated for a moment and said, an illegitimate child who wandered about outside until I was brought back to the palace. Little Rascal showed a look of realization. When they brought me back, Thales smiled helplessly, I wasn't used to everything. Food felt strange in my mouth because I was used to eating black bread. In winter, that thing was so hard that it could be used to kill people. Thales raised his eyebrows. Also, it was the first time I drank a liquid with a taste. Except for the stench. Do you know how stinky water feels? Little Rascal burst into laughter. The clothes I wore were too slippery and too soft. It always made me feel like I was naked, so I added 3 more buttons to my belt. Even though it hurt when I walked, it felt safer and more practical. Oh, that's right, on the first night, I didn't even know how to wear pants. Thales recalled this ridiculous history and could not help but shake his head and sigh. Little Rascal listened attentively and gradually forgot the tear stains on her face. I've never walked on such a flat, smooth black stone floor. In the past, it was either muddy, dirt, or brick roads. When I saw that the floor in the study was actually made of wood, every night, lying on such a soft bed was a form of torture. I felt suffocated under the blanket, so I could only run underground, hide in a corner, and sleep with my clothes on. Thales shook his head. Little Rascal looked at him sympathetically. She blinked and nodded. But I couldn't sleep well. On the contrary, I slept better when I was camping in the wild on a diplomatic mission to Extet. Gilbert was very strict, and the classes were very intense. He wanted me to write 200 words a day. On the 20th day, he actually went overboard and forced me to compose a poem in the ancient language of the empire. The first time I sat in a carriage, I had to hold on to the handles on both sides of the carriage door to avoid falling. As he spoke, Thales became absorbed in his own story. Little Rascal also listened attentively and occasionally chimed in with him. When he told the story of how he was thrown off by the same pony 58 times, Thales suddenly realized something. Little Rascal was already leaning against the side of the bed. Her head was tilted to her right shoulder and she had fallen asleep. Her glasses were tilted to one side, and her head was resting on the soft edge of the bed. Her small hands were pressed against her chest by her bent knees. Her entire body rose and fell heavily as she breathed. The little girl's long platinum hair fell softly. A few strands of hair fell into her mouth, causing her to smack her lips from time to time in her sleep. Thales looked at her sleeping face and revealed a smile. He shook his head slowly. He carefully pushed aside her long hair and pulled the few strands of hair out of Little Rascal's mouth. Then, he forcefully pulled down a corner of the cup and covered Little Rascal's body. Thales stood up and sighed softly. Hopefully, she can sleep peacefully again. Before she truly becomes a Walton. When he thought of this, Thales turned around in low spirits. He went to the study table and climbed onto the chair with great effort. He picked up Gilbert's letter on the table. Thales looked at the familiar handwriting on the letter and shook his head in nostalgia. He then unfolded the letter. It was a short letter. Your Highness, I hope you have safely arrived at Dragon Cloud City. We have learned of your encounter on the road. Lady Gines is very worried about your safety and repeatedly asked me to ask about your health. Please allow me to express my concern and worry for you. His Majesty has already notified the suzerains along the road in the Northern Territory and Central Territory. He has also notified the 2 commanders of Broken Dragon Fortress. They will send out patrols and troops to ensure your safety on the road to the Birch Tree Forest when you return. Information and affairs regarding the Blood Mystic have been handed over to the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. Lord Morat has personally assured me that they will handle it well. His Majesty has officially sent a letter across the sea to the Night Kingdom in the name of the kingdom. As of now, he has yet to receive a reply from the Night Queen. In addition, after a deep conversation with His Majesty, Duke Zayn Covendier has generously donated a high-yield crystal drop mine to the royal family and increased the amount of eternal oil transported to Central Territory. He has also agreed to transfer the jurisdiction of the 3 baronies to the north of South Coast Hill to the royal family. His Majesty has often told me that this is all thanks to your Highness. Thales pursed his lips when he read this. His Majesty has already rewarded Baron Araka Murch and Lady Sonia Sassir. He has also sent more troops to Broken Dragon Fortress to urge the nobles in the Northern Territory to give Black Sand region the pressure it deserves. He has also instructed the two commanders to give Black Sand region the pressure it deserves as a show of solidarity with you and as a protest against Archduke Lampard's rude actions. Please allow me to once again express my concern for the accident that happened to you in front of the fortress, as well as my relief and happiness after learning that you are safe and sound. Even so, I know that it has not been easy for your Highness to enter Ekstedt. The real test and difficulty is just about to come. In this regard, as the former Foreign Affairs Minister, I must remind you of three important points. First, Ekstedt's political system is completely different from ours. Apart from being the king, King Nuvan is also the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City and the master of the Walton family. The interests of Ekstedt and the Walton family are completely different to him. Please pay special attention to this point. Second, although the Archdukes of Ekstedt are powerful and have an abundant military force, the relationship between the Archdukes is rather complicated. From current interests to past history, they are entangled. The division between them is greater than between the territories of Constellation. I believe that this is something that you can take advantage of. For example, when it comes to Constellation and Dragon Cloud City, the three archdukes in the south have completely different interests. Their attitudes and interests are also different. There is no harm in humbly asking Lord Putre Nemain for advice. Third, no matter what kind of predicament you face, please always believe that you are the only heir to the throne of Constellation. You are the descendant of Tormund and even the imperial family. Please do not worry about your safety. At the same time, please believe that King Nuvan's current interests and position are similar to ours. No one in Northland can compare to him in terms of reputation or strength. That is why it is our best strategy to rope him in and make use of him. Directing his hatred towards Lampard is the best way. To quell the war, there is no harm in turning the conflict between Constellation and the Dragon into a conflict between the king and the archdukes in Ekstedt. This is my suggestion. These are some of my experiences for your reference so that you can discuss a response plan with Putre. But I know that real politics and diplomacy always swing back and forth between plans and accidents. Hence, grasping the essence of things and adapting to circumstances is the truly brilliant way to do things. Just like how you behaved in the Hall of Stars. I am very confident in you. There is one more thing. The owner of Sunset Pub that you asked me to send someone to search Black Street in Lower City District has changed. The female bartender and the children you mentioned are nowhere to be found. I suspect that they have fled to a faraway place to avoid trouble. We may need to rely on the manpower of the kingdom's secret intelligence department to find out the specifics. After all, it is not suitable for us to brazenly search Lower City District in the name of the royal family. This will allow many people with ulterior motives to guess your past, which is disadvantageous to them. But please do not worry. Our people have received information that a girl who is very similar to the female bartender you mentioned visited the police station in Western City District not long ago. I believe that we will be able to find their traces very soon. When you are in Ekstedt, please do not fall behind in your studies. When you return, I will test your method of writing sonnets. Also, Madame Jine said that you must continue to practice your sword and must not slack off. She wants to train you with a real sword when you return. Thales exhaled in resignation. As a royal protector, Lady Aida's loyalty and strength are unquestionable. However, she is not a perfect person. There are still areas where she does not think things through. When Thales read this, he could not help but roll his eyes. He was also impressed by Gilbert's tactful tone. I hope that with the other attendants filling in the gaps, you can take good care of yourself. Allow me to express my concern and longing for you once again. I wish you all the best in the future. His Majesty is very concerned about your safety and the success of your journey. During the days you were away, he missed you very much. Thales was sure that Gilbert added this sentence later on. Calendar of Eradication, Year 672, 27th of December, 27th. Eternal Star City. P.S. Yodel seems to have asked me to send his regards to you in this letter. I hope I did not misunderstand him. Thales put down the letter. The image of Gilbert holding a cane and wearing a top hat as he bowed appeared before his eyes. He also saw Gilbert's lively and respectful manner as he lectured Thales in a proper manner. Thales could not help but grin. He reread Gilbert's 3 suggestions regarding Extet in the letter and shook his head slightly. Gilbert probably did not know that they had completed their mission on the first day they arrived in Dragon Cloud City. At the same time, Thales could not help but feel worried about the disappearance of the people in Sunset Pub, Jayla, Cindy, Ryan, and Coria. However, Gilbert did mention that Jayla had appeared before. Since Jayla was safe, then the child beggars should be fine as well. Moreover, the Brotherhood had gone through such a huge incident as the Battle of Red Street Market. They should not have the energy to care about a few child beggars. He exhaled and thought of his past as a child beggar. He thought of everyone in the 6th house and was filled with emotions. Fate is unpredictable, is it not? Just like little rascal who was sound asleep behind him. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but stretch his body and let out a satisfied moan. This trip to Extet, aside from the strange things that happened, was actually quite smooth. Little rascal's murmurs and mumbles in her sleep came from behind him. The remaining days in Extet should be much easier. As he thought of this, Thales happily rolled up the letter. At this moment, Thales was stunned. He found a second letter where the original letter was. He did not notice it earlier, probably because his attention was attracted by Gilbert's letter. No, Thales picked up the thin, dark blue double-layered paper and furrowed his brows. This is not a letter. It's an invitation. Strange. Thales looked at the blue invitation in puzzlement and scratched his head. There were only 4 words written on the cover of the invitation, "To my dear friend." It was written in beautiful, classical cursive. It reminded him of the treaty between Tormund and Rikaru in Rikaru's library. The cursive on it was equally beautiful. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the strange invitation and was a little hesitant. But what else do I need to be afraid of when I've already overcome a difficult situation like tonight? Thales shook his head in a self-deprecating manner and opened the invitation without hesitation. What entered his eyes was another beautiful cursive in the common language. Dear Thales, it has been a long time since we last met. I miss you very much. Especially after I went through so much trouble to find your whereabouts and learned that you have found your identity, I missed you and was sincerely happy for you. I hope that you can learn enough, good enough, broad enough, and profound knowledge during your time as a prince. After all, both Jade Star and Carluz are great names. Our last meeting was too hurried and too short, so much so that I did not have the time to tell you many things I wanted to tell you. There are simply no words that can express how regretful I am about this. This also reminds me of our mutual friend who is agile and wears a mask. I am very happy that he did not follow you to Northland. That is why I can send you this invitation. Of course, I miss him very much too. As I write this, I really can't wait to see you again. I am taking the liberty to send you an invitation for our next meeting. The location is up to you. As for the time, why don't we set it to be 15 minutes after you open the invitation? I wish you a happy mood. I look forward to our upcoming meeting. P.S. With reference to your complaint at Red Street Market, I have specially prepared an invitation this time. I've used a starry blue cover design that matches your family's colors. I hope it's to your liking. Yours faithfully and truly. Chapter 162. Dumbfounded, Thales stared at the invitation in his hand. His thoughts were a mess. No way. Is this real or fake? He blinked in disbelief, confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Is someone playing a prank? A few seconds later, he put down the invitation and took a deep breath. He tried to make sense of the current situation. First of all, wasn't that guy killed by Yodel? Then, Edo was next door. Waya and Ralph took turns guarding the door. And the other soldiers and guards in the diplomat group, the countless guards in Heroic Spirit Palace, and even those so-called cool-looking white blade guards. How could they let that guy, suddenly, Thales felt his heart palpitate. He stopped breathing. Thales felt something. He turned his head, feeling his skin crawl. He shifted his gaze to the window. At that moment, the prince's heart skipped a beat. His long-lost friend, Asda Sakern, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared at Thales with a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes. Just like the first time they met, the mystic wore a thin but neat blue robe. His posture was straight, and there was a mysterious but confident smile on his handsome face. He was as elegant as ever, as composed as ever. At that moment, Thales' mind went blank. What happened to 15 minutes? Hello. The air mystic nodded at him slightly. His tone was gentle. My smart, mature, and mischievous little friend. Thales opened his mouth and took a deep breath. From now on, no sound between us can travel more than a foot away. Asda seemed to know what he was thinking. He slowly raised his right index finger and shook it at him with a smile. No one else will disturb us. Hearing that, Thales felt like a deflated balloon. He exhaled the breath he took in. He gave up on the idea of calling for help. Asda's smile was so warm, but in Thales' eyes, it made his heart turn cold. Wait. He and the mystic were not the only ones in the room. Thales thought of something. Following Thales' line of sight, the mystic glanced at Little Rascal, who was deep in slumber beside the bed. Of course, your adorable little maid won't be woken up either. Little Rascal's mouth was still opening and closing in her dreams, but Thales could no longer hear her murmurs or even her breathing. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and curled up the corners of his lips to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. You're still the same. You're so considerate. Asda nodded politely. Thales forced himself to start thinking about everything he knew about this mystic. However, the first memory that popped up was the chess room in the center of Red Street Market, where 3 people were squeezed into balls. The second prince gulped and laughed dryly. He tried to imagine something acceptable. Like comparing him to the adorable Giza? Oh, right. Thales shrugged in a feigned relaxed manner and waved the invitation card in his hand. He tried his best to speak in the most normal tone and said nonchalantly, I thought you would only arrive after 15 minutes. You know, Asda flashed his pearly white teeth, I like to enter early. Thales tried hard to keep his thoughts in check and swallowed the sarcasm that was at the tip of his tongue. Is that so? I thought you wouldn't appear so soon. Thales changed his sitting position and smiled awkwardly. Everyone said that you would disappear for a long time. Asda stared straight at him. His gaze was as calm as water, and it made Thales' skin crawl. The weapon in your masked friend's hand is obviously not complete, the air mystic said slowly. Otherwise, a legendary anti-mystic equipment that is in perfect condition and fully activated can seal a mystic for a period of time. It should be. Asda's gaze was still calm, but the words he spat out startled Thales slightly. Permanently. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sealed. Mystic. Permanently. Even so, that incomplete equipment can still seal me for at least 10 years. Asda curled up the corners of his mouth and continued to smile. But I received some small help, and that's why I was able to get out of prison so quickly. Thales did not know if it was due to the curiosity he inherited from the memory fragments of his previous life, his natural personality, or his anxiety towards the mystery of himself, but at that moment, Thales' exuberant desire to learn about mystics overwhelmed his fear of his identity as a calamity. He yearned to know more. First of all, I would like to congratulate you. Asda put his hands behind his back and walked towards Thales with a smile that was clearly friendly but inexplicably frightening. Thales. Your Highness. Although I know from your behavior that you are definitely not ordinary, I have to admit that this identity has surprised me. Thales watched Asda approach him, and his heart slowly raced. He forced himself to shrug. I remember that there are chairs for receiving guests in the room. We can sit down. Asda shook his head and said nonchalantly, don't worry about it. The next moment, Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda walk towards him. Then, he bent his knees and sat in an invisible space. Asda grinned brightly on the transparent chair. I brought my own chair. The prince looked at this strange scene and tried his best to control his facial muscles so that they would not twitch too much. Let's talk about your future. Asda watched Thales' performance with interest. Your Highness? Thales knew that although he addressed himself as Your Highness, the man before him did not care about this special identity at all. This made Thales, who had experienced all kinds of gazes after becoming a prince, instantly feel a strange feeling. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only then could he understand the situation and protect himself, even if the existence before him was a calamity that could not be understood with common sense. Of course. He recalled his conversation with Ramon and muttered, during this period of time, I have thought of ways to investigate some things about air, mystics and magic. First of all, in this asymmetrical conversation, he had to seize the initiative. Very good. This will save us a lot of time. As expected, Asda's eyes brightened. What do you know? Not much, but not little either. Thales carefully chose his words. For example, what exactly is magic, and the 3 great magic towers? I met a person who is quite knowledgeable about magic. Asda's interest was piqued. While Thales was on tenterhooks, he briefly repeated what Ramon told him. Even Asda could not help but sigh softly. 1,000 years have passed since the collapse of the magic tower, and magic has been banned for 6 centuries. To think that there are still believers in magic. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Thales observed Asda's expression and at the same time, tried his best to think of a way to escape. The other party is a mystic. I don't even need to think about non-peaceful means. Stall for time. I can consider this. But can I really stall for time until help arrives? Or will help really work? The other party's goal should be to become one of them. Damn it, the mystic that everyone hates. Then, my best choice is to deal with the other party on this issue and achieve some results by making concessions and lowering my stance. So, is magic the kind of existence he mentioned? A kind of meaning, a kind of belief? At the thought of this, Thales asked cautiously. At the same time, he was really curious about this question. What do you think? But the air mystic did not answer immediately. Asda's lowered gaze did not move. Under Thales' curious gaze, he crossed his hands and remained silent for a long time. No. Magic is not like this. Not only that, it doesn't have to be like this. Finally, Asda shook his head slowly and spoke slowly. Everyone has their own understanding of magic, and they believe in the magic they understand. Thales was stunned when he heard this. Asda raised his left hand and looked at his palm. His gaze was complicated. At that moment, Thales felt that the Asda in front of him was more like a normal person than ever before. And not a terrifying calamity. Magic is a kind of choice. Asda stared at his palm and slowly clenched his fist. And these choices are neither exclusive nor mutually exclusive. There is no superiority or inferiority. This is the basic philosophy of the seat of all magic in Soul Tower. Thales shuddered. Wait a minute. He heard a special word. It is also one of the philosophy of magic that I agree with and recognize, Asda said flatly. Thales raised his hands subconsciously. This was a habit from his previous life in the memory fragments. He quickly realized that this was not his previous life, and there were only the 2 of them. Just as he was about to put his hand down in embarrassment, to Thales' surprise, Asda very skillfully and naturally extended his palm, tilted it up slightly, and then nodded. He was allowed to ask questions. That feeling was as if he had done this hundreds and thousands of times. Both of them looked at each other's actions and were stunned for a moment. Asda reacted and smiled slightly. Very good. It seems that I do not need to teach you the etiquette and habits of a wizard apprentice in class. Thales put his hand down and asked eagerly, Soul Tower? I know this, but what kind of magic tower is it? What about its origin? Thales did not even realize that he had completely forgotten that Asda before him was an extremely dangerous non-human existence. He even forgot his original intention. At that moment, his desire for unsolved knowledge completely surpassed his consideration of reality. Soul Tower? Asda narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously, as if he knew that Thales would ask this. What do you know? Soul Tower. Thales lowered his head and desperately tried to recall Ramon's words. I remember that it has a special emblem. Then, the impression this magic tower gives people seems to have many different opinions and no one can come to a consensus. Also, it seems to be at odds with the other two magic towers. Asda did not comment. He only fixed his gaze on him for a very long time. Under the other's scrutinizing gaze, Thales forced a dry smile. Very good. Exuberant curiosity and desire to explore are qualities worthy of encouragement. The air mystic said slowly. Thales could only respond with a smile. Besides, this is the prerequisite knowledge that you should know. Asda was expressionless, but his eyes shone brightly. Listen up. Thales subconsciously straightened his back and sat upright. This time, the mystic did not keep him in suspense. He answered straightforwardly, in the year 618 of the Era of Kings, not long after the battle for survival between the humans and the three races ended, the imparter wizard Yuri Newmoon, who returned from the battle, left the ascetic tower with his 5 students due to differences in ideals. Thales was shocked. They preached their ideals and taught methods along the way, gathering many wizards who were exiled due to the war. Their group gradually grew, and their theories and methods became clearer. At this point, Asda paused and narrowed his eyes to look at Thales' expression. Thales furrowed his brows. And then? Don't leave things unsaid. Asda stared at him with a profound look and continued with a smile. In the end, Wizard Yuri, whom we later respectfully called the Master, and a group of wizards led by 21 other sages arrived at the Tripping Peninsula by the coast of the continent. They built a twin tower there and settled down to study magic. Asda paused for a few more seconds. His gaze pierced through Thales, as if he was looking at the past many years ago. But Thales had no time to care about the other party's expression, because he was already engrossed in the story. Putting away his perplexed gaze, Asda shook his head and continued, the new magic tower attracted many wizards to visit. The novel, free, casual, and equal atmosphere of magic research gathered a large number of people. Soon, the land became a gathering place for wizards with the Twin Towers as the center. Unlike the painstaking contemplation and protection of the ascetics, and the fanaticism and destruction of the alchemists, this settlement gradually became the forefront of theoretical research in the magic world. After various unprecedented and unbelievable magic theories and hypotheses were proposed, they were gradually perfected through endless debates and demonstrations. Magic branches that were originally not recognized by the two magic towers were established one after another, forming the Soul Tower magic system that we are in contact with today. Just like that, the sages jointly built the third branch apart from the ascetic tower and the alchemy tower. It is also the youngest, the most special, the most active, the most prosperous, and the most influential wizard inheritance in the world. At this point, Asda lowered his head and let out a sigh that only he knew. After Yuri Xianxia passed away, his ashes were placed in the middle of the twin towers, suspended in the air. A sentence was engraved on the surface of the box with iron elements: "May every wizard have an independent and free soul." That was how the Soul Tower got its name. Asda closed his mouth gently. Thales came back to his senses and exhaled a long breath. The Era of Kings. The battle for survival. Wizard Yuri, the imparter of magic. The youngest wizard inheritance. The origin of Soul Tower. These were taboo knowledge that he could not easily obtain from books. Thales' heartbeat quickened as he listened. It was as if an unprecedented world had opened up. If Ramon was here, Thales thought, would he kneel down and cry in excitement? He continued to raise his hand eagerly. Also, you mentioned the seat of all magic just now. What is that? seat of all laws. Asda did not seem to see Thales's expression. He continued to speak slowly and unhurriedly. His clear and pleasant male voice echoed in the small space, narrating the world's most taboo, lost knowledge. This is an important branch of research in Seoul Tower. It originated during the first civil strife in the empire and was officially established in 373 of the empire calendar. It flourished between the 5th and 7th centuries of the empire calendar. At its peak, half of the wizards in Seoul Tower came from the seat of all magic. Every time it opened, apprentices and wizards from the Alchemy Tower and the Ascetic Tower would come to listen, comment, and oppose each other. Asda paused again. He looked at Thales's face, which was filled with curiosity and thirst for knowledge, and nodded in satisfaction. Thales's heart stirred slightly. Only then did he realize that the initiative of the conversation had once again fallen into Asda's hands. But, I really want to know. The second prince looked at Asda before him, and a sense of contradiction rose in his heart. The mystic smiled and continued. I can't summarize the characteristics of this branch of theory with simple words. That would be irresponsible to the students. But I can give you a list of the most influential books of this branch. No, to be exact, it should be 23 important works. If you want to have a deeper understanding of the seat of all laws, I can give you a list of the most influential books. Thales's heart raced as he listened to the mystic's words. An inexplicable sense of excitement filled his brain. But he quickly calmed down and realized a problem. Mr. Asda, you are a wizard, right? Thales looked at Asda in surprise. Before you became a calamity? He did not even think about whether his choice of words had violated the other party's taboo. Wizard? That is a title that only those who have achieved publicly recognized achievements in a certain field of magic can obtain, at least in Seoul Tower. Asda crossed his arms and grinned slightly. He shook his head slightly. I was just a small apprentice back then. Thales's heart stirred. Ah, so, as expected, you were once, yes. Asda nodded. There was a strange light flowing in his eyes. An apprentice of Seoul Tower. Thales frowned. But you just said, the magic tower has collapsed for 1,000 years? Collapsed for 1,000 years, so, I know what you want to ask. Asda looked at him and smiled faintly. 1,190 years old, that is my age this year. Thales was shocked. 1,190? In other words. This guy, Thales stared blankly at the young and handsome Asda Sakern, who had not changed at all compared to the first time he met him. Unbelievable. He's 500 years older than the King of Renaissance Tormund Jadestar and the hero Rikaru Extet. Thales opened his mouth wide. No need to be surprised. Every mystic is an immortal, indestructible, and immortal existence. Asda did not care when he saw Thales' expression. This age is very normal. The oldest mystic has even existed for more than 1,300 years. Thales subconsciously wanted to find a notebook until Asda stopped him with a hand gesture. There's no hurry. Asda raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. We still have a lot of time to spend together, and I have enough patience. I will teach you from the beginning, from the basics, from magic, to the magic tower, to mystic energy and everything about being a mystic. From philosophy to power, from history to the future, all the secrets of the magic world will be open to you. Asda's tone was full of temptation. Then, you will obtain the secrets and power of mystics that are above all of them. Until you truly become a mystic. At that moment, Thales felt as if he was pulled back from a dream world to reality. Become a mystic. Thales swallowed hard. He remembered Gilbert's attitude towards the calamity, and the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple. And that, crazy and unreasonable blood mystic. The mystic who is hated by everyone? Can I say no? But a voice also whispered in Thales' heart. But I am very curious. I want to know more, to learn more, to understand more. Thales realized that the knowledge that Asda described earlier had captured his thirst for knowledge and his thirst for knowledge. Moreover, with his obviously abnormal body, he had to understand his current situation better. Thales frowned with a bitter expression and said tentatively, about this, if I don't want to become a mystic. The air mystic did not speak. But the prince felt that the atmosphere around him had become tense. Thales tried hard to control his breathing rate and waited anxiously for the answer. Thales. Asda stopped smiling and looked at him sternly. He said softly but seriously, becoming a mystic is your destiny. You cannot avoid it. There is no second choice. Thales panted slightly. Looks like it's a little bad. Why don't you tell me first? Tension and pressure returned to Thales' heart. He tried to smile and asked carefully, mystics, what are we? This time, Asda stared at him expressionlessly for a long, long time. As he withstood the mystic's seemingly emotionless yet pressurizing gaze, embarrassment and helplessness crept onto Thales' face. Until Asda spoke slowly. I cannot tell you the answer to this question, because you are still not a mystic. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him, but his tone and words had become cold and mysterious, as if he had returned to that night in Red Street Market. Only when you truly become a mystic that only you can understand, will you finally know what a mystic is. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. He doesn't want to tell me? But before that, you have to tell me some basic information, right? Thales scratched his head. As he thought of a plan to escape, he said, at least tell me your understanding. What do you know about mystics? But before he could finish, Asda's expression changed. He suddenly opened his mouth and used an unprecedented solemn tone to interrupt him. No. Asda said solemnly. His expression became cold again, and he added solemnly, absolutely not. You are not allowed to ask this question again. He looked as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. Thales was shocked by Asda's sudden nervousness. Did I ask the wrong question? Thales observed Asda cautiously until he was sure that Asda would not skin him alive the next time he opened his mouth. Only then did he ask carefully, "Why?" Asda narrowed his eyes, but his expression remained serious. Because this is one of the 3 great covenants, the mystic said softly. Thales was completely stunned for a moment. 3 great. What? Remember, what I am going to tell you next is a top secret that only we mystics know. Asda knew what Thales was puzzled about. He furrowed his brows and his gaze was as cold as frost. With a solemn expression and tone that Thales had never seen before, he said the following words under Thales' fearful gaze. Revealing them is equivalent to betraying all the mystics in the world. Believe me, you will not like that outcome. Once he finished speaking, Asda's gaze was cold as he stared straight at Thales. Thales instantly froze. Top secret that only mystics know? At that moment, the air around them seemed to have frozen. Thales could only feel his heartbeat speeding up. He could only force a smile and nod with difficulty. After seeing Thales' reaction, Asda nodded slowly. There are 3 rules that mystics must abide by. They are known as the 3 great covenants, Asda said softly in the frightening silence. What I just said is the first one. Thales frowned slightly. Chapter 163. First meeting. Do not investigate each other. Thales revealed a puzzled and doubtful expression. Mystic energy is the foundation and root of our existence. It is also the reason why we are called mystics. Never, ever, ever, ever ask another mystic about their understanding of mystic energy, and never reveal your own understanding of mystic energy to any other mystic. Asda's gaze was cold. He used the word never 3 times to emphasize his attitude at the moment. This is do not investigate each other. Mystic energy? Understanding of mystic energy? Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. So that is the weakness of mystics. Once your foundation and root is figured out, you will be attacked by another mystic. However, Asda only maintained his cold gaze and stared fixedly at Thales. For a few seconds. What's wrong? Thales felt a chill down his spine under his stare. What you are doing now is trying to probe my understanding of mystic energy, Asda finally said quietly, but the words that came out of his mouth caused his listeners to turn pale with fright. Among mystics, this will be seen as a declaration of war. Startled, Thales subconsciously shrank back a little. This is considered a declaration of war? Thales immediately remembered the blood mystic's words, the civil war of mystics. All right, I won't ask. The second prince could only shrug anxiously. So mystics cannot talk about mystic energy? Then everyone's daily interaction is to greet each other when they meet, say hello, goodbye, have you eaten, and then go their separate ways, never to contact each other. This is not a joke. Asda interrupted him coldly. The 3 great agreements of mystics were concluded by our predecessors through countless experiences and examples over a long period of time. No matter which one is violated, it will bring about terrible, serious, and unpredictable consequences. The air mystic's eyes flashed, causing Thales to feel a slight chill down his spine. Thales was stunned. He could not help but ask in a daze, what are the consequences? You will know. Asda shook his head. Now, you only need to remember the first agreement and that it must not be violated. Thales sighed. What about the other 2? You are still far from the level where you know about them. Asda still shook his head mysteriously. When you become a mystic and find your own name of origin, I will tell you. Don't ask me what a name of origin is. You will know when the time comes. Thales, who was about to speak, could only hang his head in disappointment. All right, at least, can you help me answer one of my doubts? Asda nodded slightly, and his expression seemed to relax a little. Thales revealed a worried expression. When I use that, whatever mystic energy you mentioned, the effect is different every time. But almost every time I use it, I feel intense pain. Recently, it almost took my life. As Thales spoke, a few worrisome scenes appeared before his eyes. In the dungeon of Vine Manor, Ralph was shackled. In front of Renaissance Palace, the young psionic assassin and his warm, beating heart. In front of the muzzles of Black Sand Region's mystic guns, red light scattered everywhere, and Araka's motionless bow. Thales secretly clenched his fists. What's going on? He suddenly noticed that after Asda heard his words, he furrowed his eyebrows slightly. The mystic had always looked indifferent, but this instead highlighted the unusual change in his expression. Use? After a while, Asda narrowed his eyes. He shook his head and snorted, as if he did not believe Thales' words. You haven't even touched the door to becoming a mystic. How can you use mystic energy? Thales was slightly stunned. That's right. Do you remember that time at Red Street Market? You squeezed me. The second prince rubbed his hands in embarrassment. He observed Asda's expression and decided not to describe what happened that night in detail. In short, we blew up a house, and you discovered that I have a mystic's constitution or something. It was the feeling at that time. Later, I realized that as long as I bleed, I can use that power. It was the same feeling. Asda's expression changed slightly again. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Asda stared at the ground, as if he was thinking. No. After a while, the air mystic raised his head and said solemnly, your performance that night, we habitually call it, losing control. Asda pursed his lips. Yes. Losing control. Thales suddenly clapped his hands and said, I remember now. You said this word that night. Losing control. The next moment, Thales' face paled and he did not continue. He suddenly understood what the mystic meant. Losing control. Losing control. Thales looked shocked and murmured, losing control? Asda stared at him silently. The expression in his eyes was unclear. You mean, this power, this so-called mystic energy? Thales furrowed his brows and his breathing quickened. Can't be controlled by myself? I can't actively use it? Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed a little surprised that Thales had reacted so quickly. Asda shook his head and confirmed Thales' guess. At least in your current stage, you can't. Thales looked at Asda doubtfully. Impossible. I can use it every time I bleed. Thales gritted his teeth and touched his head. That feeling is like I woke up from a chaotic dream. At this moment, the mystic's expression changed. He suddenly raised a finger. In the next second, Thales' voice was cut off. He then felt the air around him stagnate, and he could no longer inhale air. Thales stared at Asda, who had raised his finger, in shock. However, the mystic only stared coldly at the prince. He did not say a word. What? Thales clutched his neck and opened his mouth with all his might, but he still could not get any air. It was as if the air around him had solidified and stopped moving. Are you trying to suffocate me to death? Thales opened his mouth in vain, but no sound came out. He could only make an angry expression at Asda until his face turned red from the lack of oxygen. Just as Thales was about to reach for his dagger, Asda finally lowered his finger slowly. The air began to flow again. Phew. Thales finally inhaled a mouthful of air. He slumped on the chair and panted heavily. Why? Thales, who had regained air, raised his head and looked at Asda with anger and indignation. Have you forgotten so quickly? The mystic leaned forward and stared into Thales' eyes. His expression did not change, but his tone was cold. What did I say to you just now? What did you say? We only met. Thales was stunned at first, and then he reacted. We just. All right, Thales murmured, remembering Asda's words. The first contract of mystic energy. His face fell, and he sighed. Not delving into each other's affairs. Damn it. Asda stared at him deeply and nodded slowly. Don't forget again. The mystic gave Thales a deep look before returning to his seat. After experiencing what happened just now, Thales was in an extremely bad mood. He continued to straighten out his breathing. At the same time, he raised his slightly lowered vigilance to the highest level again. Damn it. This guy. As expected, he cannot be treated as a normal person. While Thales was cursing in his heart, Asda lowered his head quietly. His expression was unclear. There was a strange silence between the two of them. After a while, Asda finally said, aside from your feelings and understanding of that state, tell me all about the times you actively lost control. Thales sighed. He narrated everything from Vine Manor to Broken Dragon Fortress. A few minutes later, aside from Red Street Market, the rest did not seem like I lost control at all. Being able to use mystic energy during the unconscious contactor stage? Asda muttered, that's too strange. This is the first time I've heard of it. I should say, in the history of mystics, there has never been such an example. And it was accompanied by increasing damage and burden to the body? Asda's eyes flickered, as if he was deep in thought. For a moment, Thales could swear that he saw a flash of blue light in the mystic's eyes. Thales slowed his breathing and could not help but feel nervous. It felt like he was waiting for a doctor to read out a diagnosis. However, every mystic is unique. Finally, Asda raised his head with a calm expression. Perhaps you are one of the more special ones. Who knows? But before we progress step by step, don't use mystic energy anymore. I don't want you to become a corpse before you become a mystic. One of the more special ones? Why? Why am I special? Thales sighed in his heart. As he said this, Thales suddenly thought of something. He thought of something crucial. By the way, Mr. Asda, Thales said hesitantly. Excuse me. Asda narrowed his eyes and waited for him to ask. If you have lived for so long, you must know your own kind, peers. Thales paused for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth. "Excuse me, do you know a mystic? Her name is..." He took a deep breath. "Daranjarana." Asda's expression did not change. Thales raised his head and looked straight into Asda's eyes with a burning gaze. "She might be my mother. And the reason why I'm so special." Asda leaned back in the air. More than 10 seconds of silence fell between the two of them again. In the silence, Thales could even hear his own heartbeat. But he did not rush him. Instead, he looked at Asda anxiously and waited for his answer. This might be the best opportunity to unravel the mystery of my constitution and origins. Thales looked at the mystic and thought, I can't waste it. Moreover, he had long suspected the identity and race of his birth mother in this life. While Thales was distracted, Asda's voice rang slowly. "Why do you think so?" The mystic said flatly, "Why do you think that your mother is a mystic?" Thales was slightly stunned. "The only possibility is that I inherited the constitution of a mystic from her, isn't it?" Thales touched his head and said anxiously, "And I was thinking, if my mystic constitution is hereditary, could my mother also be?" And Thales anxiously thought of his strange and rough physique that recovered quickly, his abnormal brain capacity, and the memories of his previous life that often came back in the form of flashbacks. Not only that. From King Kessel, Gilbert, and Jine's secretive attitude towards my mother, to the suspicious conversation between King Kessel and Licia during the bloodline ceremony, to the high ritual master's fear and hatred towards my mother, and Yodel's words about being entangled with calamities in Mindy's hall. Doesn't all this indicate impossible? A clear male voice rang. Thales was stunned and looked at Asda in front of him. Asda looked into his eyes and shook his head sternly and decisively. Firstly, Asda's gaze was indifferent. The constitution of a mystic is not inherited and has nothing to do with the bloodline. There was once an experiment conducted by wizards. They divided 5,000 people into 5 groups. Forget it, you don't want to know about this. After all, mystics are not hereditary. Thales frowned slightly. Asda closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Secondly, mystics are no longer ordinary creatures. Once we completely become mystics, our physiques will undergo a huge change. Everyone is different, but there is one thing in common: we can no longer reproduce with other races. Asda closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Thales opened his mouth in shock. Thirdly. Asda's expression was solemn and his tone was resolute. Other than you, there are a total of 14 mystics in the world, including those who have been sealed. I have met every single one of them, but none of them have this name. Asda's expression was solemn and his tone was resolute. Thales stared at him blankly. 14 mystics. So few? And none of them are. Anyway. Asda shook his head with absolute certainty and his tone was resolute. Your mother cannot be a mystic. When he heard this, Thales was stunned for 10 seconds. Then, he nodded absent-mindedly. I see. So, there is no mystic named Daranjarana. Thales exhaled. For some reason, he felt as if a tense string had been released from his heart. As for mystics, it's impossible for them to reproduce. His prediction was off. With a sense of disappointment, he leaned against the back of his chair and pondered the mystery of his origin. A few seconds later, Thales exhaled and revealed a self-deprecating smile. This can be considered as letting go of a doubt. A doubt that has been lingering in my mind for a long time. But at the same time, Asda shook his head again. However, strictly speaking, there is still a mystic who has the ability to create life, although I don't think it's giving birth in the true sense of the word. Asda crossed his arms in thought for a while before he slowly said, but strictly speaking, there is still a mystic who has the ability to create life. Thales' heart instantly froze. The second prince's pupils shrank. He slowly raised his head. Who? Asda separated his clasped hands and raised his head. A lady with a bad temper. Asda revealed a clear smile. Then, the mystic said a name. A name that made Thales' expression change. Giza Streelman, Asda said flatly. Chapter 164. Your reaction is not quite right. Asda leisurely pressed down on his slender and beautiful fingers while he observed Thales's reaction. The air pressure in your body is changing rapidly, Giza Streelman, the air mystic repeated flatly. Why? Does this name evoke any memories? Giza. The blood mystic. With an uncertain expression, Thales recalled the unusual time in the birch tree forest. It was a combination of nervousness, fear, horror, disgust, perversion, and madness. He also recalled the words that the unreasonable lady left behind before she disappeared into the darkness. I will never let you suffer. The pale-faced prince of Constellation snapped out of his thoughts. He raised his head to look at Asda, sighed, and nodded. Not long ago, I had a relaxed and friendly conversation with your dear Madame Giza, one of the leaders of Blood Bottle Gang that is widely rumored in the outside world. Thales said listlessly. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. Thoughts formed by mystic energy slowly surged in his body. Giza. That means she has survived the threat of the burning wind cannon. She has returned from her weak state of slumber and regained her consciousness. Perhaps she has also regained her ability to eat. Asda's thoughts fluctuated slightly. Ever since I returned to my physical state, I have been following this boy's unique breathing and searching for him from thousands of miles away. I have never bothered with Blood Bottle Gang. Compared to the value of this boy, the Blood Bottle Gang was simply a piece of trash that could be discarded. But since Giza has returned, perhaps it's time to have a long-awaited conversation. After all, with this boy's appearance, Blood Bottle Gang's plan may have to be delayed. However, Thales' next words attracted the mystic's attention again. Thales observed Asda's expression. He took a deep breath and sighed heavily before he said, when Lady Giza saw her mystic companion after a long time, she expressed her uncontrollable joy to me. She also decided to kill me. To celebrate my first meeting with her. After he finished speaking, Thales saw Asda frown, which was a rare sight. The air mystic, who had been calm and unmoved since the beginning, placed his right hand on his left arm, pinched his delicate chin, and muttered to himself. Thales raised both of his hands and hooked 4 of his fingers into quotation marks. He raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "This is for your own good." Asda's expression was solemn. You mean, Giza knew that you are the future mystic, but she still tried to kill you? The air mystic keenly caught the main point. The second prince looked into Asda's eyes and nodded slightly. Obviously, she doesn't welcome my identity as a mystic. Thales shrugged and said sarcastically, I guess the competition in the field of mystics is so fierce that it has reached the point where newcomers need to be suppressed. Asda continued to ponder. Thales could feel that he was thinking carefully. I was lucky that day. Thales shook his head. I can already imagine the next time I meet her. After a while, the air mystic raised his head solemnly. This is a problem. Asda's tone was cold again, and his eyes were bright. As a partner, I will go and talk to her. Just like in the past. Thales looked at Asda's expression and guessed that the conversation should be about over. At least, the enmity between them had gradually disappeared. It's time to discuss my future plans with him. In short, becoming a mystic is too risky. I can't do it when I have limited understanding. Very well. At this moment, the air mystic stood up from the empty chair and interrupted Thales' thoughts. He was expressionless. Let's go. Thales' expression changed drastically. Go? Thales' eyes moved, and his breathing quickened. Where are we going? To get you out of here, of course. The air mystic raised a hand. The bedroom window was blown open, revealing the darkness outside. Cold air and wind continuously seeped in. Little Rascal, who was sleeping soundly by the bed, unconsciously curled her body, licked her lips, and hugged the blanket tighter around her body. Now. Thales shuddered. He clenched his fists and looked at Asda in disbelief. Isn't this a little too sudden? At this very moment, there are 2 complete and powerful legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City, Asda said slowly. They are in the palace we are in right now. Thales was stunned. He looked outside the door. The air mystic sighed. You didn't think that I took such a huge risk to come to you just to sit down and chat, did you? Thales frowned. His breathing quickened uncontrollably. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Prepare to start your new life. Asda nodded nonchalantly. As a mystic, you still have a long future ahead of you. You still have a long journey ahead of you. Wait, but I still have a lot of questions. Thales scratched his ears and cheeks, desperately thinking of excuses to stall for time. Like the relationship between wizards and mystics, how can I become a mystic, and what Giza said about the factions of mystics. Oh right, there's also the legendary anti-mystic equipment. You and I both know very well, child. Asda shook his head mercilessly and exposed his intentions. There is no benefit in wasting time. Even if your subordinates realize that something is wrong and come to rescue you, it will only be their misfortune. Even if the elf next door whose breathing is stable and steady and who seems to be a supreme class elf is the same, the mystic replied flatly. We have proven 1,000 years ago that even the gods are helpless against mystics. Thales was stunned. He looked at the open window and felt the cold air coming in through it. *T. What should I do? Wait. Thales raised his head. His expression was worried and anxious. I can't go with him. I have to think of a way to stay. Mystics have a very bad life in this world, right? Thales looked at the air mystic and sighed. From the destruction of the ancient empire to the battle of eradication and the fission of the continent. Perhaps, following you is not a good idea. Perhaps I should stay, and we can regularly, this time, Asda looked at him from above. His gaze was subtle. Thales felt his heart clench under his gaze. He could not help but stop talking. Asda slowly opened his mouth. His tone was fleeting, but there was a chilling aura in it. This world has chosen to forget about magic in the past in order to suppress our numbers. That is why most people do not know what we are, such as those idiots in the gang under my command. Even the battle of eradication, which people are supposed to be familiar with, has become a legend of heroes fighting against unknown calamities. The mystic placed his hands behind his back. However, those with status and power are still wary of our existence, and see us as their greatest threat. Whether it is magic or mystic energy, they all abhor it. Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. But it is precisely because of this that you must come with me. Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at the other party. Asda's gaze was solemn. Once your identity is exposed, they will not care whether you are a prince or not. You will end up worse than the orcs who fell into the hands of humans. Thales stared at Asda in a daze. He pursed his lips and recalled the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple, Gilbert's words about the calamities, the unsettling Black Prophet, the secret of Ramon, and Yodel's mask. But, a dozen seconds later, no, I can't just leave like this. Thales gritted his teeth and shook his head. I am their prince. I have a mission on my shoulders, and I know many people. There are some things that cannot be simply left behind. But he was once again interrupted by the mystic. I say. Asda smiled faintly. His eyes were full of mockery. Is it because you are worried about your safety that you are unwilling to become a mystic? Or is it because you are unwilling to give up your noble status as the Prince of Constellation? Thales was slightly stunned when he heard this. The air mystic snorted coldly and said, even if 2 months ago you were just a lowly child beggar? At that moment, Thales' heart was truly shaken. Unwilling to give up, Prince of Constellation, noble status, the image of the night he first arrived at Mindy's hall appeared before his eyes. That strong figure announced that he was the only remaining heir of Constellation. Gilbert and Yodel knelt down on one knee in front of him. Wyatt placed his hand on his chest and swore to him that he would die for him. Ralph used his clumsy sign language to show that he did as he was told. There was also the surge of people under the Hall of Stars. There was also the deafening cheers that reached the horizon. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. If I had come to you when you were still a child beggar, would you still react the same way? Asda spoke at a moderate pace, and his tone was not heavy, but Thales felt an inexplicable sense of pressure from him. Thales took a deep breath. He remembered the child beggars shivering in the 6th house. He remembered the struggle and the cold and hunger every year. He remembered Morris' fierce and angry wolfhound. He remembered Quide's ferocious expression. He remembered Rick's mysterious smile. When you were intoxicated by the title of prince, or struggling bitterly in the misery of being a child beggar, when you were moving back and forth between the joy and pain of both, Asda stared at him coldly. Have you ever thought about what you really are? When you are stripped of all the definitions that others have given you, and when you leave all the situations that you used to exist, what is left of you? A prince who is noble because of his bloodline. A beggar who was born lowly and unfortunate. A genius child who matured early. A pitiful person who is struggling to change his fate. Asda lowered his head and looked at his expression. Thales' breathing gradually quickened. A noble prince. A lowly child beggar. A magnificent palace, a worry-free life, and subordinates who listened to his orders. A dilapidated abandoned house, a daily life of cold, hunger, and cold, and thugs who beat and scold him at every turn. Heaven and earth. He opened his mouth slightly and subconsciously wanted to refute. But he realized that he could not say it out loud. Thales stared at the ground in a daze. Do I really think this way? I can't leave, can't bear to part with the nobility of a prince? Child, you have to understand that to become a mystic, the air mystic said coldly, you have to wave goodbye to your past, no matter how glorious and unforgettable it is. Don't let your past bind you. Only by decisively abandoning it can you finally ascend. Thales subconsciously grabbed his chest. It seemed that the wound made by the Mindy's silver coin was throbbing again. The inscription on the silver coin appeared in his mind, a king is not respected by his bloodline. Being a mystic is not a profession, it is not a job, and it is not a title, Asda said firmly. The meaning it represents is far beyond what you can imagine. This is an unprecedented choice. It is an opportunity for you to find yourself, understand yourself clearly, and reshape yourself. Now, you have such an opportunity to make your own choice. The mystic walked in front of him and extended his hand towards his face. Choose to return to your original life and continue your seemingly realistic, seemingly down-to-earth life, but in reality, you have no choice. You have no freedom, you are muddle-headed, and you are confused about your future. Asda's hand stopped in front of the mystic's nose. He flipped his palm over and a ray of blue light flashed from it. It spun continuously around the mystic's palm and eventually formed a deep blue light ball. Just like that night at Red Street Market. Or choose your own heart, the mystic continued. Choose to see how far you can climb and what kind of scenery you can see in the end. Discover who you really are. Thales stared at the ball of light in Asda's hand and frowned deeply. How far I can climb, what kind of scenery, who am I? Asda slowly clenched his fist. As he moved, the ball of light in the mystic's hand was extinguished. Gusts of air blew past Thales' face. The mystic's gaze changed. These are the words my guide said 1,000 years ago when he led the confused me on the path of mystic energy. Thales listened to Asda's words with an unpleasant expression. He clenched his fist even tighter. And now, 1,000 years later, I will be your guide and guide you to become the most amazing existence in the world. Asda nodded slightly. Trust me, a mystic can not only obtain unlimited life and endless power. Those are just the most insignificant additional gifts. The air mystic slowly raised his arms. His tone was ethereal and mysterious. The world we can see, the vision we can touch, and everything we can feel is far beyond the imagination of any other existence. Compared to that, the light of the gods, the glory of the priests, and the dignity of the king are all dwarfed, insignificant and boring. The panic-stricken Thales lowered his head. Asda lowered his arms and looked at Thales. With a firm gaze, he nodded slowly. We should go. In the next moment, before Thales could react, he was already floating in the air. Thales turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that his vision was rapidly changing. As the wind howled, a chill invaded his exposed skin. Cold air poured into his mouth and nose. No. Wait. I haven't. Thales wanted to speak, but he was powerless. He only felt himself begin to spin. He did not know where the sky was and where the earth was. Asda flew out of the window with him. Thales gritted his teeth in pain while he was high up in the air. The scenery before his eyes changed from a small bedroom to a vast expanse of snow and towering mountains under the moonlight. As well as the things that were slowly becoming smaller and farther away in his vision, Heroic Spirit Palace. The Star Killer, Nicholas, stood in the Hall of Heroes with an unpleasant expression. His gaze was fixed on the ferocious-looking spear on the wall shelf. The Soul Slayer Spear. Buzz, a low and rapid vibrating sound was heard. The few members of the White Blade Guards beside Nicholas stared at the gun in shock. The legendary Soul Slayer Spear is vibrating? Nicholas narrowed his eyes. He walked forward and placed his hand on the Soul Slayer Spear. The commander of the White Blade Guards felt the sensation in his hand. Then, he heaved a heavy sigh. Sound the alarm in Heroic Spirit Palace immediately. Nicholas raised his head abruptly. His expression was stern and solemn. The highest level. We are in big trouble. A guard beside him frowned. The highest level? But he still nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Seal the gates leading to Axe District and Spear District. Count all the people patrolling, be they palace guards or White Blade Guards. Nicholas turned around and pulled out the white-hilted saber on his back. It was a unique saber. The blade was bright silver, the blade was slightly gray, and the spine was a deep brass color. The arc of the saber was different from the white blades unique to the White Blade Guards. There were 2 curved arcs from the hilt to the tip. I want everyone to report back every 5 minutes. If someone goes missing, I want to know where he disappeared to within 5 minutes. Nicholas held the saber in his hand. His expression was as cold as ice. As he walked, he ordered his subordinates, "We will go to His Majesty's bedroom immediately." The guard who delivered the order immediately disappeared before his eyes. Soon, urgent orders came from afar and nearby. "What's wrong, boss?" An assistant beside Nicholas frowned and asked him. "The Soul Slayer Pike is, yes, the situation is not good." The Star Killer's footsteps became faster. There was a hint of redness on his pale face. The Soul Slayer Pike will not warn for no reason. It is recorded in the legend of the White Blade Guards that the last time it sounded like this was more than 600 years ago. His assistant's expression froze. More than 600 years ago, the assistant repeated in disbelief. As the order was given, more and more soldiers came to relay the order. The orders became more and more urgent, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Yes, more than 600 years ago. Nicholas calmly walked towards the king's bedroom. As he raised the saber in his hand, he said sternly, "When the Soul Slayer Pike was still in King Rikuru's hands, when we went through the Battle of Eradication." Thales tried his best to open his eyes amid the howling wind. He wanted to see the scene before him clearly. But he could only see Asda's figure in front of him and his fluttering robes. A few seconds later, he could feel that they were descending rapidly. At this moment, swoosh. A rapid and sharp sound rang out, as if the wind was being torn apart. Clang. There was a muffled sound. Thales did not understand what happened. He only felt his vision waver. The next moment, he rolled on the soft snow. His shoulder hurt from the friction. Damn it. Thales coughed violently. He cursed his luck in his heart as he struggled to get up. Damn it. What happened? Why did I suddenly stop? He shuddered in the cold snow. Then, the Prince of Constellation was stunned. He raised his neck as high as he could. Under the moonlight, he found that a huge statue appeared before his eyes. It was almost several stories tall. It was a heroic warrior holding a pike. His expression was heroic and compassionate. It was the statue of Rikuru Extet. Thales woke up abruptly. They were at the highest peak in Dragon Cloud City, the cliff of the sky. He looked around and found that the whole of Dragon Cloud City was beneath his feet. I see. The statue of Rikuru the hero looked so small from below. But when it's right in front of me. At this moment, Asda's voice rang and abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Did you really think that I wouldn't notice you? Asda sighed. There seemed to be a lot of dissatisfaction in his voice. Whether it was in Heroic Spirit Palace just now or in the air, I was deliberately avoiding you. Thales turned his head in shock and saw Asda standing under the statue. He was facing a dark figure in front of him from a distance. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure. Who is that? Because I'm really not in the mood to play with you today. Asda shook his head. His gaze was sharp. You monster that won't die. The mystic narrowed his eyes and cracked a smile. Black sword. What? Black, Thales shuddered violently. Black sword? Thales took a step forward and looked at the figure in disbelief. In his impression, this title represented Black Street Brotherhood, the legendary. Under the moonlight, the figure walked out slowly. Under the moonlight, he raised a strange, black long sword. What a coincidence. The expressionless man turned his body sideways and lowered his head slightly at Asda. The moonlight could only shine on his black robe. Only a pair of sparkling eyes could be seen in the dark. They were directed at the mystic. I'm not in the mood either. You monster that won't die. Black Sword's eyes emitted a chilling light. Chapter 165. So, you want to tell me, King Nuvan stood in his bedroom, wearing his crown and armor. 2 rows of white blade guards stood nervously by his side to protect him. The king turned around and looked at the captain of his personal guards. He said sternly, in Dragon Cloud City, something that Extet has never seen in centuries has appeared. King Nuvan strapped a saber to his waist. His expression was solemn. Calamity? To be precise, Your Majesty. Nicholas held his blade in his hand. His expression was cold. It's not just Dragon Cloud City, the legend of the world records the range of the Soul Slayer Pike's warning. At this moment, that thing is probably in Heroic Spirit Palace. The old king pondered for a few seconds. Very good. At least we now know that those monsters are not just legends. King Nuvan's expression was solemn. He strode out of the bedroom, the white blade guards following closely behind him. The old king glanced at the guards outside the door. They were in their best state of vigilance. What's the situation now? I've already sounded the highest alarm and sealed the gates leading to Axe District and Spear District. I've asked the people below to report to me at regular intervals. Nicholas shook his head. Unfortunately, up until now, none of the guards, servants, or white blade guards in the palace have gone missing, and none of them have shown any abnormalities. King Nuvan turned around and stared at Nicholas with a frown. Unfortunately? I'm sorry to use this word. The latter lowered his head slightly. But if that's the case, we can't pinpoint the location of that thing. King Nuvan inhaled and nodded. Inform the archdukes first. They should know why our alarm went off, then lock up all the drunkards at the banquet and chase them out at dawn. Recall the white blade guards who are on duty. If possible, send someone to Shield District and summon Gleeward. I need him to wield the Soul Slayer pike, inform the chief garrison officer. Have him send his disciplinary officers to patrol the districts and fire signal arrows. Similarly, report regularly, light the first portcullis. All archers, get into position. Don't be stingy with eternal oil, as orders were issued. the guards in charge of relaying them hurriedly ran back and forth. "Don't be nervous, boys." The old king did not stop walking. His eyes sparkled. "This is Extet, Raikuru's hometown. Things are no longer like they were 600 years ago. It's no longer the battle of eradication, and it's no longer the time when those monsters ran wild. But they are still the legendary calamities," Nicholas said warily. "The legend of the world records their strength. I know that they are powerful. Every archduke is taught that." King Niven's voice was sonorous. "But if power is everything, what happened 600 years ago?" The old king's expression became stern, and his gaze was sharp. "Why are we still fighting the battle of eradication?" "Of course." Nicholas nodded with a pale face. "Next, after ensuring the safety of the palace, I will expand the search area beyond the sluice gate." At this moment, an unknown noise came from the back of the team. Swoosh! The guards and white blade guards unsheathed their weapons nervously. They surrounded the king in the middle. King Niven watched his subordinates' actions and snorted coldly. Under Nicholas' reprimand, the guards let go of their overly nervous nerves and returned to their normal state of alert. A guard hurriedly sent a message. "Your Majesty." The guard said loudly. "It's the Empire's envoy. He insists on seeing you." King Niven frowned. Soon, the vice diplomat of the Constellation diplomat group, Lord Putre Nemain, appeared before the king. The thin vice diplomat's face was pale. Ignoring the extraordinarily high level of vigilance around him, he said anxiously, "Your Majesty, there's an intruder in your palace, I already know." King Niven waved his hand and said impatiently, "I'm handling it." The guards on both sides stopped Putre and gestured for him to go back. "No, Your Majesty." Putre grabbed the guard's arm and said loudly, "No matter who that intruder is, he just abducted Prince Thales." King Niven's expression changed abruptly. Nicholas stared at Putre with a strange gaze. It was obvious that he was suspicious. The old king stared at Putre with an unpleasant expression. "What happened?" King Niven took a deep breath and asked calmly and cautiously, "Is there anyone else missing?" The guards let go of Putre, who was panting anxiously. "Yes," at the same time. Putre adjusted his breathing and revealed another piece of shocking news. "And your granddaughter, that Lady Saroma Walton. How unlucky. Why would I meet you here?" Asda closed his eyes. His tone was full of displeasure. "When did the Brotherhood open the Northland sightseeing route?" The air mystic said sarcastically, "Or should I say, your resentment towards me is so strong that even Broken Dragon Fortress can't withstand it?" Thales took a deep breath of the cold outdoor air. From Asda's words, he finally confirmed the origins of the man in front of him. The man in front of Asda shook his head slowly. "Someone told me that I would meet an old friend here." The man spoke slowly, but there was an inexplicable pressure in his words. "I thought he was lying to me. I didn't expect to meet you." The man sighed. "It seems that sometimes lies are right." Looking at the man, Thales could not help but think of the old days in the Brotherhood. As the lowest-ranking members of Black Street Brotherhood, the child beggars were lowly existences that could be beaten and scolded, but they were also the future blood of the Brotherhood. Hence, the internal affairs of the Brotherhood were the most widely spread news among the child beggars. In the Brotherhood's 10-year history of development, the 13 great generals that the child beggars were most familiar with had fought their way out in the last 5 years. Ruthlessness, fierceness, and youth were their common characteristics. The 6 powerhouses, who held high positions in the Brotherhood, had long experience in the Brotherhood. Each of them could be said to be a big shot in the kingdom's underground world. But when it came to the most powerful, terrifying, and incredible existences in Black Street Brotherhood, there was no doubt that they were the 3 great assassins, who were superior to the 6 powerhouses. There were also rumors that they were the 4 great assassins, but the 4th person was so mysterious that even his code name varied. It was unknown whether it was a name or a nickname, but the 3 great assassins were strangely named after 3 strange weapons: reversed machete, Prison lock sickle. Black sword. Among all of them, Black Sword's story was undoubtedly the most legendary. In the rumors that Thales heard, there was the one where he alone, with one sword, slashed the Black Street, where many forces occupied, until blood flowed like a river and the ground was covered with mutilated corpses. In the end, he obtained the first piece of territory for the newborn Brotherhood. There was also a terrifying story where the enemies of the Brotherhood joined forces and offered a large sum of money to buy Black Sword's life, but their heads all disappeared in their sleep. There was even a story where Black Sword sat alone in Sunset Pub and calmly drank and ate in front of the city defense team soldiers who came to capture him after receiving bribes. He was a hot-blooded legend who used his gaze and actions to force 17 police teams to retreat. The most bizarre thing was that the shrewd and ruthless Blood Bottle gang had laid down layers upon layers of ambushes that they were determined to win. With a battle formation of hundreds of people, they surrounded and killed Black Sword. However, the next day, they were horrified to find that Black Sword was walking on Black Street once again, completely unharmed. From the stories of child beggars and thugs to the common people, Black Sword was like an omnipotent legend of the night with a myriad of faces. He was the embodiment of fear and a legendary symbol in the underground world. In the 10 years when the Black Street Brotherhood rose with his sword and dominated the kingdom, even the two mystics, whom the Blood Bottle gang made a big deal out of, paled in comparison to the legend of Black Sword. And now, the legendary Black Sword was standing in front of Thales. Thales could not believe it. Compared to the ferocious, cold, and cruel figure in the rumors, Black Sword's face under the moonlight looked very ordinary. He had a flat forehead and a pair of small eyes. Even his body was slightly above average. He was neither fat nor thin. In the crowd, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary. He didn't even have any distinguishing features that would make people remember him at a glance. It was as if there was nothing on his body that could be taken out. Except for his sharp gaze, which did not match his overall style. And his sword. Thales narrowed his eyes and watched the man slowly raise the sword in his hand. It was a strange sword. The pitch-black appearance of the weapon might have explained the nickname Black Sword, but that was far from the only strange thing about it. The strange sword was of moderate length. The body of the sword was slightly curved, but the tip was curved like a bird's beak. The blade of the sword was single-edged and had a deep and long blood groove. On the back of the sword, 1/3 of the blade was hollowed out to form a barb. From the barb on the back of the sword all the way to the hilt, it was covered with fine saw teeth. Looking at the strange legendary Black Sword, Thales could not help but furrow his eyebrows. The hilt of the strange sword was not aligned with the midline of the sword's spine. Instead, it was slanted to one side, just like a kitchen knife. Also, the sword did not have a crossguard. It only had a one-sided guard that extended down from the hilt, almost parallel to the hilt. It seemed to be able to fit 4 fingers except for the thumb. Looking at the sword, Thales thought to himself, it doesn't look like a sword at all. It looks more like a long and straight knife with all kinds of small designs on the blade. Thales could not help but think of the Swiss Army knife from his previous life. But at the same time, Thales also realized that the strange Black Sword was not Black Sword's only weapon. There was another long weapon covered in linen tied to the latter's waist. Is it another sword? And you are like an annoying black cockroach. Insignificant, but extremely tough. Asda's tone was flat, as if he did not care about the legend in front of him. You can always drag your last breath and crawl back in a flustered but lucky manner. Then, you crawl back in a disgusting manner. Continue to be annoying. The man did not reply. His gaze went past Asda and landed on Thales. Thales could not help but feel a chill in his heart when that pair of sharp eyes swept past him. These two fellows. Thales thought to himself. They are both extremely dangerous existences. But obviously, as members of the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle gang, they were enemies. Maybe I have a chance to escape from Asda. Asda looked at Black Sword and shook his head slightly. Over the years, I have watched you grow from supra class to supreme class. You have become stronger and stronger. You have almost developed feelings for each other. Black Sword still did not say a word. You know, standing in front of me in a daze is the most foolish thing to do. Asda was not bothered by Black Sword's rudeness. He smiled and said, during this period of time, I can completely make the air in your body. But before Asda could finish speaking, Black Sword moved in the next moment. Black Sword's figure swayed. He stepped on the snow under his feet, dragging his sword with one hand and shielding his chest with the other. He charged towards Asda. The corners of Asda's mouth curled up slightly. He was unconcerned. Thales was shocked. Ever since he came to Red Street Market, he had witnessed the movements and body movements of many elites in his short but exciting experience. They ranged from supra-class to supreme class, and each had their own unique characteristics. The elusive Yodel, Chris, who turned into blood mist, Ida, who was so agile that it was hard for the eyes to follow her movements, the Corleone sisters, who were so fast that their figures could not be seen clearly during the fight, the Fortress Flower, who had the strength to carry 1,000 kilograms but was able to maneuver freely, and the Kingdom's Wrath, who could not be stopped once he went on a rampage. All of them left a deep impression on the people. Even Ralph's gliding figure in the wind, Istrone who moved at an astonishing speed, and Nikolai the Red Viper who gradually increased his speed were all obvious. But Thales frowned as he watched Black Sword, who was running towards him at a moderate pace. It was not because of how sharp and dazzling Black Sword's performance was. It was because Black Sword's running movements were really too ordinary. So ordinary that he was like the most ordinary soldier charging towards the most powerful enemy. There was nothing special about him at all. Even Jayla's body movements, which moved and dodged in the blink of an eye, seemed to be a level higher than Black Sword's. Compared to Black Sword's legendary reputation, no, Thales thought of something. The most ordinary soldier? The most powerful enemy? He narrowed his eyes and saw Black Sword's movements clearly. The hand that was raised high in front of his chest, the sword that was dragged behind him, and the distance between his legs, Thales thought of something. This movement is so familiar. With a thought, Thales' eyes once again entered that strange observation mode. As expected, Asda turned into the most dazzling blue light in his field of vision. But strangely, Black Sword's figure remained the same. There was no change. But Thales had no time to care about that. Because Asda, who was motionless, looked at the attacking Black Sword and snapped his fingers. Asterisk snap. Asterisk panic surged in Thales' heart. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk in the next second, the snow on the ground between Asda and Black Sword suddenly flew into the air. The snowflakes scattered in all directions, revealing the black and gray rock stratum underneath. In Thales' vision, an energy embellished with blue light surged in an instant. Starting from the middle of the two, it swept towards the charging man. Thales' pupils shrank. He immediately realized that it was an airflow, the most turbulent airflow. The airflow was more than 10 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. Like a moving wall, it blocked the space between Asda and Black Sword, completely covering the top of the cliff. And now, it swept up a large amount of snow. With a menacing momentum, it swept towards Black Sword. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk it was like a huge paddle slapping towards the smallest insect. Asterisk T, Thales furrowed his brows anxiously. Black Sword could only see the drifting snow. He could not see the invisible airflow. Unless Black Sword could burrow into the ground, he would not be able to evade the sweeping airflow that had no blind spots, regardless of whether he moved left or right, or whether he leaped or retreated. Be careful. Seeing the situation before him clearly, Thales could not help but blurt out, in front of you is a wall formed by strong winds. Dodge it. Asda moved slightly and turned around to look at Thales. There was a ruminating look in his eyes. As for Black Sword did not seem to notice. He continued to charge forward. Thales clenched his teeth. Did he not hear me because the airflow is too strong? He will be blown away by the airflow. Then he will be blown off the cliff. He will fall from the highest peak of Dragon Cloud City and fall to the ground. Thales felt dejected. Black Sword might be my only chance to prevent myself from being captured by the mystic. At the very least, I have to let him live and send a message, but he could only watch helplessly as Black Sword charged straight at the invisible wall of air that he could not dodge. He did not retreat or evade. He was charging towards his own death. Finally, Black Sword charged into the turbulent airflow. His hair was blown backwards and his robes fluttered. He was about to be swept away by the airflow. But in the next moment, Thales opened his mouth wide in shock. Black Sword was not swept away. As he crashed into the airflow, he held the sword with both hands. The tip of the sword was pointed straight ahead, swaying in the airflow. Black Sword's body suddenly moved to the side. His feet began to move in a strange manner. He no longer attacked in a straight line. Instead, he began to move in a zigzag pattern in the direction where the tip of the sword was pointing. Just like that, Black Sword raised his longsword and withstood the airflow that could blow away boulders. He changed his direction occasionally, but his speed did not decrease as he continued to charge towards Asda. Like a wedge, he pierced into the airflow and continued to go deeper. Thales watched his movements in disbelief. How is this possible? Why does Asda's airflow have no effect on him? Thales narrowed his eyes. The fluctuation in his body began to gather, allowing his vision to become clearer. Soon, Thales understood why. In his field of vision, Black Sword was not charging around aimlessly. In the airflow that flashed with blue light, he was regularly turning towards a few specific spots. Almost all of them were the sparsest and dimmest parts of the blue light. Using some unknown method, Black Sword had already figured out the invisible airflow. He found the weakest link in the uneven airflow. Using his footsteps and angle, he forcefully squeezed into the airflow controlled by Asda. Thales could not help but feel puzzled. Normal people can't even see the airflow, let alone Black Sword in it. How did he do it? As his opponent, Asda did not seem surprised. He only moved his fingers slightly. In Thales' eyes, the airflow that flashed with blue light suddenly brightened. The airflow suddenly multiplied. Black Sword's advancing footsteps halted. He was about to be swept away. At the same time, Black Sword's arm turned. His strange longsword suddenly trembled. Black Sword slashed an arc with both hands in the oncoming turbulent airflow. Thales widened his eyes. In the instant that the blue light intensified, Black Sword's Black Sword, Thales really did not know how to differentiate between his nickname and his weapon, slashed at a weak spot. Asda's expression changed slightly. With this slash, the airflow's momentum was disrupted. Thales saw it clearly. In that instant, the airflow that was filled with blue light was actually, a gash was torn open by the man's sword. Although it was only for a moment, at that moment, Black Sword was like a legend who suddenly came to life. He tapped his feet on the ground and leaped up. In Thales' eyes, he squeezed through the narrow gap in the airflow that could last for an unknown period of time. In the blink of an eye, Black Sword was already 5 steps away from Asda. The man's eyes were cold as he stared at Asda. He did not stop moving. At that moment, Asda suddenly raised his arms. For some reason, Thales felt that Asda's actions seemed to be a little panicked. In the next moment, the air pressure around Asda seemed to explode. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with Asda as the center, a large amount of air shot out in all directions in the shape of a ball. In Thales' eyes, the only thing he could see was the blue light around Asda's body shooting out in all directions. At that moment, Thales thought of a funny analogy. Why was Asda like a porcupine shooting arrows in all directions? He charged at Black Sword in exasperation and retaliated angrily. A huge force surged in the air and Thales was pressed to the ground. He had no choice but to return to reality. Thales knew that this was Asda's doing. It was to protect him from being hurt by the explosive air pressure. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to raise his head to see the battle clearly. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. The majestic and turbulent air pressure erupted violently. Black Sword, who was a few steps in front of Asda, bore the brunt of it. Once again, Black Sword made an unexpected move. As if he knew what kind of threat was coming at him, Black Sword's body swayed as he moved forward. Started spinning. Thal's shocked gaze was fixed on Black Sword. His entire body brushed past the terrifying air pressure, producing a violent and ear-piercing sound. The man's body continued to spin like a strange dancer as he spun and moved forward amidst the explosive air pressure. However, he cleverly reduced the pressure he had to bear to the minimum. Black Sword's body spun twice. With each spin, he maintained a perfect balance and took a step towards Asda. The air pressure did not affect his speed at all. Under the ear-piercing sound of the air explosion and Asda's solemn gaze, Black Sword took a step in front of him. At that moment, the air mystic and Black Sword's eyes met in the air. In the next moment, Asda, who had an unpleasant expression on his face, raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Black Sword swung his arm and hurriedly thrust his strange sword forward. The air around them trembled and began to change in a strange manner. Black Sword's long sword moved and drew a strange arc in the air. Shik. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was heard. However, the moment Black Sword swung his sword and Asda clenched his fist, the air around them suddenly became thick, heavy, and extremely viscous. This reminded Thales of the move that Asda used to suffocate him. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Boom. Asda's clenched right hand was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Bang. In the air, a boundless pressure assaulted them, forcing Black Sword to kneel on one knee. Without waiting for his opponent to react, Black Sword pushed against the ground with his left hand and rolled backward. At the same time, he swung his long sword and broke through the heavy atmosphere. Black Sword rolled back a few meters and left the range of Asda's air pressure. He held his long sword across his chest and watched Asda vigilantly as he panted. Meanwhile, the air mystic stared blankly at his arm that had fallen to the ground. This sudden showdown finally came to an end for the time being. Thales got up from the ground. He had already forgotten to breathe as he watched. Asda's ability to control the atmosphere at will was already shocking enough. Thales believed that no matter who it was, if they were to encounter any of these situations, they would only be able to cover their heads and flee like a rat. But Black Sword. In the shortest amount of time, his every move effectively cut into the weak points of Asda's strange ability. He overcame every obstacle and rushed to the mystic. He even chopped off the mystic's arm. Compared to Giza, who was bleeding profusely, not a single drop of blood flowed out of Asda's wound. Instead, it glowed with a faint blue light, just like the time at Red Street Market. The air mystic was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Black Sword took advantage of this time to constantly adjust his breathing. His panting slowly calmed down. Finally, Asda heaved a deep sigh. This strange mystic slowly opened his mouth. This is the closest you've been to me since we first met for more than 10 years. You even chopped off my arm. Asda shook his head and shook his severed arm. Whether it's reflexes, physical fitness, or on-the-spot intuition, I have to admit that you're getting stronger. Looks like I have to take back my description of you as the black cockroach, Asda said mockingly. You've already become a poisonous black scorpion. Black Sword stared fixedly at the mystic and did not reply. Asda thought to himself, since we first met 12 years ago, this guy's strength has been rising rapidly, as if there were no bottlenecks or obstacles. Back then, he was just an insignificant character, but now... Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda's arm on the ground turn into blue light and disappear. Even though he had expected it and it was not like he had never seen it before, he still found it a little strange when he saw it. At the same time, the blue light on Asda's severed arm shone again. The light gathered to form a new arm, even his robe. Black Sword, You're probably the first person in history to be able to fight a mystic head-on and not be at a disadvantage with your body of flesh and blood and a sword made of ordinary iron. Asda held his newly acquired right arm and sighed with emotion. Recalling the past 1,000 years, Asda could not help but sigh. Which supreme-class elite in history had the strength he has now? Hearing this, Thales stared at Black Sword in a daze. The latter stood up slowly and flicked the snowflakes off his long sword. You flatter me. Black Sword's tone was still flat. He said flatly, but I can feel that you're deliberately suppressing your strength. Black Sword raised his head and looked at Raikuru's statue. He frowned slightly. If it were in the past, you would have blown the entire mountain into pieces. Asda narrowed his eyes. What? Black Sword turned and looked straight into the mystic's eyes. Are you afraid of something in this city? Thales frowned. Of course. Asda said it himself earlier, there are at least 2 legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City. Asda smiled faintly. The air mystic shrugged and said indifferently, this is the capital of a country, after all. There's order here. I don't want to make a ruckus to the point where I have to massacre the entire city, that's not my style. The capital? Order? Black Sword took a deep breath. At that moment, his expression became extremely terrifying. 12 years ago, when you, a monster, went on a killing spree in Renaissance Palace, why didn't you have such concerns? Thales trembled violently. However, Asda's next words shocked him as much as the former. TSK, it's too ironic coming from your mouth. Asda stared at Black Sword and shook his head with a chuckle. There was a faint blue light surging in his eyes. Chapter 166. Under the moonlight, the two stood facing each other quietly. Thales looked at Asda in disbelief, then at Black Sword. What? Renaissance Palace started a massacre? Killed the Crown Prince? In Thales' memory, the only thing that fits these two descriptions was. Thales gulped. His brain was working furiously. What roles did these two guys play in the bloody year? Asda maintained his chilling smile, but this time, his smile seemed to be mixed with other emotions. It's time to get down to business. A strange blue light appeared in Asda's eyes, and it grew brighter. This time, I will get rid of you once and for all. As soon as he finished speaking, Asda changed. Thales was dumbfounded as he watched the blue light in Asda's eyes overflow from his eye sockets. Like the water in a stream, it split into a few tiny branches and covered his face. From afar, Asda looked as if his skin was chapped, and blue light flashed under the cracks. It was very strange. Thales felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, he felt that not only did Asda's appearance change, but his entire being had also changed. What's going on? Your luck ends here, the mystic with the blue light flowing on his face said slowly. But this time, it was as if all his emotions had faded from his words. There was not even a hint of fluctuation in his tone. You will not have the chance to get close to me again. Just like a puppet with a stiff face. Black Sword's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Obviously, he had seen Asda like this before. Black Sword's left hand slowly stroked the ridge of his sword. He bent his knees slightly, lowered his body, and made a posture that Thales found extremely familiar, but completely different from what he remembered. It was just a test just now, Black Sword said flatly, pointing the tip of his sword at the strange Asda. The mystic's face was expressionless and lifeless. Blue light flowed from his lips from time to time. No matter what you want to test, it ends here. The next moment, Black Sword did not say a word. He stomped on the ground with his hind legs and charged forward again. The mystic with the flashing blue light did not even look at his opponent. He stared blankly ahead. This time, Black Sword's charge was obviously faster than the previous time. In just a few seconds, he was already 10 steps away from Asda. The mystic only raised a hand slowly in the direction where Black Sword was charging from. Black Sword let out a low growl. His upper body leaned forward, and a surge of power surged from his legs. The speed of his charge increased once again. Air is everywhere. The mystic's unusual and apathetic voice rang slowly. It fills your entire body, inside and outside your body. Thales widened his eyes. He felt that something had happened. Sure enough, the moment Asda raised his right hand as if he had sensed nothing, Black Sword's attacking figure suddenly swayed. His speed suddenly slowed down. The blue light on the air mystic's face grew brighter. The air in your lungs has been frozen. It cannot enter or exit. You can't breathe anything. Black Sword's expression changed, and he clutched his chest with his left hand. Thales opened his mouth in surprise. What? The air in the human body? Could Asda do this? As expected, Black Sword seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His face and eyes began to redden. His movements changed, and his footsteps began to sway. Thales looked at him worriedly. He looked at his only chance to escape. Black Sword supported himself on the ground with his sword. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. But in the next second, the scene around Black Sword suddenly blurred in Thales' vision. At that moment it was as if some power had blocked Thales' vision, and the latter was a little surprised. But reality did not allow Thales to think too much. Black Sword had already pulled his sword out of the ground. His stagnant movements became strangely smooth again at that moment. Black Sword's body moved. He actually regained his original speed and continued to charge towards Asda. Thales was puzzled. What did Black Sword do? Not a bad response. The mystic's calm and emotionless voice rang again, answering Thales' question. Using the power of eradication to strengthen and stimulate all the muscles related to breathing, you forcefully inhaled a small amount of air. Black Sword's body swayed, and he staggered as he rushed towards Asda. Like a drunkard, his movements had long since lost the fluidity of his first charge. Thales was very worried that he would collapse at any moment. Thales frowned. If there's no legendary anti-mystic equipment, then wouldn't Asda? The mystic did not seem to care about Black Sword in front of him at all. He was heard saying in an extremely calm voice, but it can only let you live for a little more than 10 seconds. Black Sword looked at Asda, who was shining with blue light in front of him. He clenched his teeth, as if he was enduring unprecedented pain. He raised the strange sword in his hand towards Asda. The light path on the mystic's face flowed with another wave of blue light. The next moment, the mystic's eyes shone with blue light. No one could see his gaze clearly. Thales saw that the air around Asda was glowing with a faint blue light. A heavy pressure descended on the air again. No, Thales gritted his teeth and took a step back, maintaining his vision. This time, it's not as simple as the pressure. Asterisk boom, asterisk a muffled sound rang out. Thales was shocked to see that, with Asda as the center, the snow on the ground in a circular area around him had visibly lowered by a layer. It was as if someone had slapped him. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Black Sword fell to his knees uncontrollably. Black Sword's right hand was still tightly gripping his sword. The tip of the sword was only a few inches away from Asda. He knelt in front of Asda, gritted his teeth and growled. His left hand supported the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was as if he was carrying a heavy weight on his back, and could not move. Asterisk shick. Asterisk Black Sword had no choice but to withdraw his sword. The tip of the sword pierced the ground to support his body from collapsing. *T. I've made a mistake. Black Sword is no match for Asda at all. Thales clenched his fists, feeling anxious. But with such a huge commotion, someone should have noticed, right? The mystic spat out the words mechanically. His voice was lifeless. Look, once your body is pressured and your reaction speed is slowed down, you become much easier to deal with. Black Sword knelt on the ground and let out a low, furious growl. The luck of surviving a great disaster has allowed you to live for a whole 12 years. Every time, you can escape with your life. But this time, you don't have a companion who sacrificed his life to create an opportunity for you to kill me. The blue light on the air mystic's face flowed again as he slowly said, and you don't have a companion who sacrificed his life to save you. At that moment, Black Sword raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Monster. He bit out the word with all his might. The mystic shook his head slowly, indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and silently clenched his fist. In Thales's eyes, the blue light in the air began to brighten. The air around Asda slowly tightened with terrifying force. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Black Sword's strange sword, which was stuck in the ground, was pressed down by a few inches. The sawtooth on the sword rubbed against the rock layer violently, making a piercing noise. Black Sword's body was slowly pressed down. His left hand and legs, which were propped up on the ground, uncontrollably shrunk towards his torso. Thales's scalp went numb. He remembered the mystic's favorite technique, forming a human ball. I've experienced it myself, haven't I? Black Sword's body trembled more and more violently. His body also shrank under the compressed air pressure. His bones began to crackle. Black Sword let out a painful roar. However, his right hand was still tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. It was as if it was his life. It's over. Thales sighed. But at that moment, Black Sword and Thales' vision blurred again. The second prince's heart skipped a beat. Based on his previous experience, this meant that Black Sword, asterisk crack, asterisk a strange sound came faintly from the ground. The mystic seemed to have realized something. His eyes flickered and a blue light flashed across his face. In the next second, the ground where Black Sword was crawling, starting from the point where his sword was stuck in the ground, let out a crisp cracking sound. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the ground beneath Black Sword suddenly cracked. Asterisk crash, asterisk his entire body sank into the cracked rock layer. The air mystic turned his head abruptly. The blue light in his eyes flickered rapidly. At that moment, Thales saw everything clearly through his vision. Black Sword twisted his sword, unwilling to let go, and pulled horizontally on the ground. He forcefully pulled out a hole in the rock layer. The terrifying air pressure seemed to have found a vent. It drilled into the hole and broke the entire rock layer. Then, more and more air seeped into the gradually cracking rock layer. The heavy pressure in the air suddenly lessened. Thales was stunned. If that's the case, sure enough, Black Sword, who was curled up on the ground, was no longer restrained by the air. He stepped on the continuously sinking rock layer and suddenly leaped up. At that moment, Black Sword's eyes were clear, pure, and determined. He looked at the expressionless mystic in the latter's eyes, which were glowing with a blue light. Black Sword took another step forward and approached Asda's range. The mystic suddenly raised his hands slightly. His body was pushed by the air and floated backwards. It was as if he was escaping from Black Sword. But before he could float too far away, Black Sword's right hand trembled in a terrifying manner. A strange power surged. Black Sword's blade pierced Asda in a steady, powerful, and accurate manner amidst the turbulent airflow. Thales inhaled sharply and watched Black Sword's instant counterattack. The blade pierced towards Asda's head. The blue light on Asda's face shone brightly again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a dull sound was heard. The blade seemed to have collided with the hardest metal. It was blocked by a strange transparent barrier in front of the tip of Asda's nose. Thales furrowed his brows. He saw a blue barrier appear in front of Asda, blocking Black Sword's weapon. Air wall. He looked at the blue ball of light in Asda's left hand and said to himself. You always find a way out of desperate situations, the mystic said lifelessly. What a beautiful counterattack. Black Sword roared furiously. He exerted strength in his legs, charged forward, and thrust his blade forward. Asda floated backwards, but the blade remained in front of him, as if it could not break through the air wall. It looked as if Black Sword was pushing Asda backwards. But Thales was shocked. They're floating towards me. Try to kill me again? The mystic's voice was cold and calm, as if the thing in front of him was not a sword, but a fly. You already knew that I can't be killed. Then why are you still defending? Black Sword's eyes widened in anger. He held his sword with both hands and did not stop moving, as if he was determined to break through the air wall even if it cost him his life. It's my habit. The mystic floated backwards and said flatly, I don't like people getting close to me. Thales felt his scalp go numb as he watched them float towards him. He was about to run away. But at this moment, the situation changed again. Black Sword suddenly sheathed his sword and quickly turned around. He paused on the ground, gave up on continuing to thrust forward, and completely left Asda's side. As if he did not expect Black Sword's action, the light on the mystic's face flashed. In the next second, Black Sword rolled to the side and landed beside Thales. Thales was shocked. Before he could react, he felt something tighten around his shoulder. He turned his head in shock and found that Black Sword was already standing behind him, gripping his left shoulder tightly. How? Thales' mind was in a mess. Black Sword. The air mystic, who had been lifeless since the beginning as if he had lost all emotions, roared for the first time in a loud voice, How dare you? Asda let go of his left hand that was maintaining the air wall and raised his right hand. But at that moment, Thales only felt a chill on his neck. That strange black longsword was already placed horizontally in front of his throat. Asda's hand stopped in midair. Black Sword's cough rang behind Thales' ears. It made his heart pound. Thales came to a realization. Black Sword is holding me hostage? Thales resisted the urge to complain. He felt bitter in his heart. Why am I so unlucky? The air mystic watched all of this. The light on his face flashed more and more rapidly. He frowned. You always surprise me. I told you, I was just testing you just now. Black Sword coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. To make sure that my skills didn't deteriorate, and that your response didn't change drastically. Then, I found an opportunity like this. Black Sword panted and slowly tightened his grip on Thales' hand. Is this boy very important to you? The blue light in the mystic's eyes dimmed, revealing his gaze. The light on Asda's face also gradually dissipated. Thales flashed an ugly smile at him. He wanted to shrug, but his shoulder was already firmly gripped by Black Sword and he could not move. Even if you slit his throat, I can use air pressure to stop the bleeding, Asda said solemnly as he looked at Black Sword who was holding Thales hostage. You know it's futile. Hearing that, Thales breathed a sigh of relief. Until Black Sword's next words. Yes. Black Sword sighed. He switched the sawtooth side of the sword in his hand and continued to press against Thales. So, I will directly cut off his entire head. Can you help him put it back together again? Thales' breathing stagnated. Nah. Nanny? I'll try. Asda's eyebrows relaxed as if he did not care. His eyes were cold. Threatening a mystic? Let's see what kind of price I will make you and your Black Street Brotherhood pay. Black Sword snorted softly. The blade in his hand slowly approached the boy's neck. Asda watched his movements and slowly lowered his eyebrows. Wait. A clear boy's voice rang out. Black Sword and Asda froze in unison. Both of them turned their gazes. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.